All right, go back. Invites. Hey, what's happening? Check it out. Check it out. Hey, what's happening? All right, check it out. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. I added people. There we go. What's up, Snack?
Hey, what's up, dude? How you doing?
Good, man. Just got home.
Nice. How's your day?
It's nice, man.
Yeah.
I got pretty drunk last night, so I was a little bit hung today.
Nice.
I ate a big dinner and I'm feeling better. Drank a shitload of water and iced tea.
Sweet.
Pretty good. So, did you ever like a sunstroke yesterday or something?
No.
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 It's supposed to be really hot again tomorrow, and then it's supposed to cool off. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
That's what I heard. Did Artilio come back yet?
No.
No. It's just you out there by yourself, man? How's Tracy?
Like, I don't know. Baked potatoes on a barbecue. It's like,
they take a while.
Why did I not cut them into smaller pieces?
Mm.
You got them wrapped in foil?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to cut them in half first.
Dave, why didn't I do this?
Yeah.
I should have gone online. I should have read a tutorial.
You will next time.
What are you having with the potatoes?
I got some pork chops and
pork chops.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
Yeah. I did one big one and one kind of smaller one. One got real crispy, but it was like kind of like a chicharron. It was so I know I said that wrong. Terrible. And then the other piece I just like threw it in some foil. I'm gonna try to slow cook it with the potatoes and see what happens.
Cool. I'm sure it'll be good.
I guess, yeah. That'll be. I don't think I had breakfast today, so that would be breakfast, I guess. Weird.
Yeah.
You got eggs? Eggs are good for breakfast.
Eggs are good for breakfast, but you'll never catch me having them for breakfast.
Yeah?
I don't know. Maybe you would. The other day I was like just working on shit all here, and it was the first day in like 2 weeks that I had coffee.
Holy shit.
I pretty much went through the whole day like not feeling hungry at all.
Why are you
then
it
was like 10 o'clock though. I was like it hit me and I was like I'm like shaking hungry now. Oh no. So I shakily made an egg sandwich in the dark.
Nice.
It was so good though. Like that was a weird thing. It's like the best sandwich maybe I've ever had.
Damn.
It goes on a list. There's sometimes when you're so hungry, it's like even though you're eating some kind of mediocre, it's just you enjoy it way more than usual.
No doubt about it.
Oh man.
No doubt about
I got a story about a quick check sub. Knock your socks off. No, actually I don't have that story. I do have the story though. I did order a sub. I could invent a story. All right. Let's just be real. I'm not gonna though, because you guys deserve the truth, and no shills like be saying things.
Right. Anything anything interesting in flat Earth? Anything interesting? Anybody find anything? Nothing.
I uncovered all kinds of important information today.
Really?
Let me just think and see remember what it was. Show me reality. That's one of them.
Show me reality.
Can you show it to me? What's reality? Can you show it to me?
That's interesting. Yeah.
That was from this guy was had studied Wittgenstein, and he's a physicist and philosopher, Austrian guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was checking. This guy was interviewing him, and he was saying some pretty profound stuff about how particles are just to fill holes in theories. If the theory doesn't work out, you just invent a particle.
Right.
And von, what's his name? Heinz von Schroeder? No, what was it? Anyway, yeah, it was all deep stuff. He was the pioneer in this thing called, a whole branch of science about deep stuff. I just got to serve some water here.
Yeah,
I'll be back.
Mm-hmm. Cool. What's up, Gene?
What'd you say?
What's up, man? You good?
What up?
Just chilling, man.
I was like grinding some weed.
Nice. Party Sheets live.
Ken, if you're out there, help.
Help.
Hey, Snack, I sent you some schematics.
Nice.
Schematics. Nice.
Yeah. Just send it to the normal schematic address or the new schematic address.
It's my my design for a RV fountain.
All right.
Sweet.
Check that out.
RV spaceship, man. Spaceballs.
You need a doughboy pool. Put a pool out there.
That'd be sweet.
Dig a hole, make it in ground.
You a fucking backhoe.
I might try to make that, dude. That looks cool. I like your design.
Yeah. It's not to scale.
Nah. Did you use LiDAR for that?
Right. Right.
No, I was like looking at that. It made me think, well, how do they navigate in space if all the instruments that would work, in our atmosphere wouldn't work in a vacuum, right? So how are they actually navigating? Like knowing their exact position, elevation, whatever, altitude.
Really?
Like, yeah. I mean, I'm sure probably most pilots wouldn't want to go up in a plane without an altimeter, right?
Yeah, and they work on pressure. So how's that going to work on the moon? That's a good point. Air pressure. How much air pressure is there going to be on the moon?
Yeah, so they work by having a known elevation. If they don't know the elevation, then their maps are bullshit.
Right. Yeah, it's got to be like synced up. A certain pressure means a certain altitude type of thing. I wonder how they ever figured that out to be.
Did you cut out?
I don't hear anybody. Where'd they all go?
I
Yes.
think someone answered a call and that killed it.
Killed what? I think everybody's just muted.
Oh no, I was looking at some other Hangout because I took this call and the other one's canceled. Yeah. Anyway, how do they know? So they were laser mapping Mars, right? Up until 2006, the shit crashed or blew up or aliens got it. But how did they know the elevation? Because their atmosphere is different than ours, right? Our Earth instruments wouldn't work on Mars, right?
Why would they? If they're based on air pressure and there's no air pressure on Mars.
Well, I don't know
How
what their
would-
atmosphere consists of exactly, or if there
Does
is one.
anybody? No one's really
Just
been
Google
there,
search
have
it.
they?
I mean, they have their story, but their atmosphere, it would be different than ours, right? So
Yeah.
the same instruments wouldn't work unless they're calibrated to Mars's fucking atmosphere. So how do you do
Assuming
that?
Mars is really
How
a
do you
rock
do that
with
when you've never been
atmosphere.
there? You're just going by the luminosity,
It
the lights.
seems like you're just assuming that that's even a real story. I mean, you really think that they can go to Mars and Mars has atmosphere and shit?
No, I'm just poking holes in their theory.
Okay.
I don't think we go there.
I'm just saying, you're just the whole idea of it is kind of goofy, if you ask me.
Oh
Going to Mars.
yeah, I don't believe none of that shit. But I'm just going off of what they say,
Yeah. You're just poking holes in their official story.
Yeah.
Like, if you're really there, how do you actually know how high off the surface you are? When it's based on air pressure. The current system that you have here on Earth uses Earth's air pressure.
And how do they get? Okay, so this thing is on a satellite, I guess, going around the moon or Mars. How do they get it in orbit to go a certain speed? And what does it have, like fuel, or it's just solar panels? Like what? How does it? How does it orbit like just continuously around these fucking? You know what I mean? Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, because they say the space shuttle, or no, what's that thing called? The ISS. They have to keep that thing in orbit with booster thrusts and shit.
So it hits Mars just at the perfect angle, so it's in orbit, going at whatever speed. That's another thing I looked up. You can't find the speed that it's going around Mars or the moon, or the elevation, altitude, whatever. If you look on NASA's website.
Good old NASA. What is NASA really up to? The question. I mean, they're using a lot of money. They must be doing something.
Hey, what's up, Snack?
You got reception, Snack?
Yeah. I just dropped because my phone wasn't charging. I had to reconfigure some things, and then I got power. Some lights there. Continuing to try to cook these potatoes. That's about it, man.
You got wood or charcoal?
What is it?
There's probably not too many trees up there, right?
Mesquite charcoal.
Charcoal. It's good stuff.
It really is, man. I don't want to use anything else.
I used some of that last night. It's weird to think those other briquettes are just like compressed something or other shaped into briquette and then run through some kind of machine that turns it into a charcoal. Uh,
Okay. We got a potato.
got butter? Yar.
Butter?
Who's...
It's pretty awesome cooking though, because like I'm using like a hammer and a screwdriver to remove the items from the grill.
Hey, you really changed your icon.
Oh yeah.
On the phone, it's still the same icon, but on the computer, it's totally different.
Yeah, that's from Dune. It should have Christopher Lloyd's face on Johnny Depp's face on top of who is it?
Looks like Johnny Depp to me, though.
Oh yeah, it is. It is. I don't know. We just like lost Christopher Lloyd totally in that. I guess. I don't know.
The layer didn't get rendered, huh?
Guess not.
Hey, your buddy Slam Freeze there saying goodbye, fags. Where he was there. It's 6:32 my time. That's
Nice. Write it down,
7
Dave.
minutes. 7 minutes ago. Well, it does feel bad to be rejected, taken off the list or whatever.
Yeah.
But he's argumentative.
Yeah, it feels
Alpha.
bad. It feels bad when you don't do anything wrong and then you get taken off the list. That feels bad.
Yeah.
But that's not the case here. The case is that this guy has a repeated, habitual asshole quality to him, and he wants to like keep on doing it. Like it's cool, and that he should be let to be an asshole on this channel, and to other people, whether he knows them or not. I don't know. I wonder sometimes.
My battery's running low.
Oh no, Dave.
That means find the cord. Yeah, I see him as like an alpha guy that's likes to really control the panel and make fun of people if possible.
Nah, he's just a pretend alpha. He's not a real alpha though, Dave. If he was a real alpha, he'd do alpha shit. You know?
Like what?
Like not be a beta cuck. Right? Do alpha shit. Alpha shit I know because like I'm like, yo, that's some alpha shit that you just did. But he's never done that. So I can honestly say
to control the panel, that to me is alpha a trait.
It's a trait that might just also belay that like you like talking a lot and you need to be validated and you need everybody to listen to you. Have that you're
I guess that would be that would be another explanation,
It's an alternate reality, Dave.
As also, I think.
But anyone could just do their own live streams, I do live streams once in a while.
I do too.
Yeah.
You think?
Yeah.
That's all it takes. You start your own. We need more live streams anyway.
Yeah,
more variety.
Zern, you could be like the next P. Mars if you keep working at it.
Oh yeah, I'm looking for my adapter. Shit. I hate standing in a place wondering why you walked over there. But my steel trap of a mind remembered that I'm actually looking for the charger. When I left the panel earlier, Sean and Zern, we're having a deep philosophical conversation about anarchy and stuff, and Trump and this, that, and the other type of politics. But not just politics, but I mean, like the philosophical discussion of anarchy and stuff too, mixed in.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, it's always so fun to listen to Zern.
But Sean was not happy with Zern's take on the situation whatsoever.
Aww.
But I had to leave, so I don't know how it ended up.
Yeah, cliffhanger, right?
Yeah, real cliffhanger.
How do you have problems at work when you have to go and you don't get to find out how it turned out? I can't go to work right now. What's Sean going to think about anarchy? And does Zern agree?
Zern does not like anarchy. That's chaos. We need a government to run shit.
Who pays your taxes, huh? What?
Yeah, the whole tax thing discussion. Taxes.
Who should get free taxes, huh? You?
Well, all the money's so fake at this point, I don't even know what to think. It's just such a fucking clusterfuck. If you don't mind me using the F word bomb too often.
Whoa. Watch it. I think this is kind of like all audiences, Dave. So we'll go with Flustercluck next time. Okay?
Yeah, that's right. Flustercluck. Those bastages. You had 8 people watching. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the panel. 1 guy in chat. Truth Seeker Mafia.
I'm not watching.
It's riveting conversation that we got going here.
Oh yeah, man. Too bad Slam can't be here to make it really cool.
Yeah. He'd increase the viewership.
Oh.
See, another reason he should have his own channel. Just he could have all kinds of viewers over there.
Where's Manny? Damn.
I saw him in the back chat right after.
Shout out to Manny if you're out there. What's going on? Hope you're all right.
Right after Slam Free said we were fags, he put a smiley face or whatever. Oh, there it is. Side chat. Manny, 638. E1. That's the black and the white angel wings, right?
Yeah.
Manny, he chimed in. He's here listening to this riveting conversation.
Shout out to the riveting conversation. Oh, man. This is quite a fancy little shitty meal. I'm gonna have to show you guys how delicious this almost looks.
Okay. Censorship.
Yeah. I like the I think I'm gonna retain that. This looks like exactly. I think I'm gonna open a little restaurant out here. Got a little potato action here. It's good. Couldn't find the sour cream, so went with something else. And then a big piece of sweet. That looks almost like a face.
Alrighty.
Yes, this creature, and then signature hobo can of beans. Complete this wonderful arrangement. If the price is right.
You only got the can halfway off, or the top halfway off the middle.
Yeah, because I know that's totally the hobo way, I believe.
I guess so, yeah.
Because a hobo buys a $1 can opener. I didn't buy it, but it broke halfway through, and I was like, oh, fuck.
Mm-hmm.
But then, a little ingeniousness gets to me, and I'm like, hey, it's still good.
Some hobos have a big knife they can just use to open that can. chop it up, chop the top off. Well, I mean, you just keep stabbing it around in a circle with a knife if your thing breaks.
Yeah, I had other things to do, Dave. Like, this is totally aside. If it was a main feature of I might like take time with a knife and maybe perforate the cannage. But this is like, it's an afterthought, really. I was just like, hey, pork and beans. I'm eating pork.
I'm just saying, if your can opener is broken and you really need to get into that can, and you got like a wedge-shaped blade, just keep stabbing it around in a circle.
You just use a hammer.
A hammer and do what? Blast it to smush it?
You get a hole in it.
Oh, use the claw end of the hammer and stab a hole in it?
Claw hammer?
Yeah.
Sledgehammer.
Sledge it.
Gallagher that shit.
Gallagher that can of beans.
Yeah, just have a sieve nearby so you can recollect it all.
Yeah, or a tarp. He would use tarps. I heard the front row would get tarps on their bibs so the watermelon doesn't soil their clothes.
Yeah. Are you trying to trigger Zern by talking about tarp?
No, what does he say about tarps?
No, I don't know. Probably something Obama-ish or something. Trump is better than Bush or whatever.
And now you just made me think of politics. My wife follows that shit a bit, and she was saying that each child, they get paid something like $560-something a day to take care of each child that they separate from these immigrants, and in this facility, and it's pretty much just keeping people in cages, but they're charging them $650 or $560 a day for each child in a cage.
Ah, damn! And we're paying for this?
Somebody's paying for it. It's like this mob scam thing or something where, like, yeah, we'll take care of those children. We need $600 each per day.
Yeah.
And we're going to keep them in a cage and tell them there's no money for soap.
We can't let Zern run this world. We're going to have more children in cages. Right?
But somebody's making a freaking fortune. They got thousands of these children stored up
Zern Music has
at like $500 a day, each one of them. And they give them like, oh, here's your bar of soap for the next month or something.
Nah. I ain't no big city shill. I'm just a simple country YouTuber. And if my opponent, Zern Music, is allowed to become president of YouTube, we can look forward to more children in cages. We can look forward to more Sean catastrophes talking about anarchy. We can look forward to all this. Just vote for Zern if you want all that, but vote for me if you don't.
Well, what are you going to do for us if I vote for you?
Oh, well, very little.
I'd get the hell out of Dodge if you gave me the job. Head for the golf course. I'll be at the golf course. No, I don't even play golf. I'll be down at the yacht club.
What kind of yacht club do you use at the golf course?
I wouldn't actually be at the club. I would just be out on the water. I'd park my car in their parking lot and then head out.
Well, what do they call? Well, they call it a country club. You're in a golf club, right? But a golf club
that's a country club has a golf course for sure.
Well,
usually,
I'm just saying.
But a yacht club has maybe some tennis courts, but they have docks where they keep the boats, and then they have like a clubhouse and a swimming pool.
Yeah,
and a parking lot.
I'm just making a joke about, golf clubs and.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it was very good. It's a good joke. Everybody laugh at home.
Well, like a Caddyshack was like a country club.
Yeah, but what kind of sport do you play with yacht clubs?
That one dude even brought his yacht up to the country club. Remember him? And they sank it. What's his face sank it? Can't get no respect. Sank it. Rodney Dangerfield.
Rodney.
I wonder if I even have a copy of that movie. Probably not. This guy's only 5, and he's got the remote totally wired on the Roku.
Oh my God, that's the weirdest. Oh, it's a stink bug? What is that? Holy shit, what a strange looking bug that is.
What did it look like?
A little green stink bug, but it's flying around. So it can't be, or it could be.
A Japanese beetle?
Nah, I've seen some weird beetles out here though. Ringo, fucking Paul.
You see any scarab beetles like they got in Egypt?
Wow.
Hey, you got prairie dogs out there?
I haven't seen any. I don't think so. Well, we're in a mountain.
That was my speculation that I came up with today. That I had it before, but the NASA is doing Osiris penis worship with their rocket missiles that look like the obelisk, which is a homage to the Osiris missing penis.
Dave, work it out. I've been covering this for 3 years.
Yeah, 3 years. Yeah, I'm way behind the curve.
You're like in the shadow of the cock of the earth.
But they really do have the god Osiris. Really, they have a story about him being chopped up into 14 pieces, and then the fish ate his penis, and they had to remake one out of wood. But this obelisks.
No, golden phallus.
Okay, well the story.
I think that's a way they're trying to tell us that that's really what we live on.
A golden phallus. I see.
Yeah, it's covered in golden light.
Okay.
Different than the metal, you know.
That's what they're saying. We actually live on that penis. That's why it's so important to them.
That's what I'm saying in
Dick Earth.
Dick Earth. Yeah, but that's really like what they really believe. You see, it might seem like a joke because I'm like coming at the Dick Earth thing kind of hard, but like that's really what they believe up in the higher ups. They really believe that shit. At the 34th degree, they all know it's a dick.
Okay. I'll go along with that.
It's just the head, though, right?
No, it's the whole obelisk.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's those pharaonic worship with their obelisk worship.
That probably means dick in some language. Pharaoh. It's just a guess. I could be wrong. I could be right, though. You ever think about that? A lot of times I make wrong guesses, but they turn out correct. Isn't that shitty? You know, because back in ancient Egypt, they're like, yo, did you give her the Pharaoh last night? It's like, oh my goodness, tut, tut, tut. You know what I mean?
No, these guys are pre-Pharaoh. This Osiris was a god. That was before the Pharaohs. And so they actually ran Egypt as physical beings and gods at the same time.
Do you know how the gods of Egypt were brought into existence? You're talking about Isis, Osiris, Nut, whatever, all that shit. Horus. Where'd they all come from? What is their
genesis? Son of Osiris.
No, they met Spider-Man in episode. No, that's not what happened either. The answer is all the gods in the original Egyptian pantheon were masturbated into existence. Yes, by another greater god.
Just spooched out on the wall, or into a sock, maybe.
He literally used his magic penis to make the gods.
There you go. That's a good legend.
It all goes back to the dick, bro.
Obviously. That's why this obelisk at Washington, D.C.
Yeah. And what is that obelisk really, Dave? The pyramid in terms of height. It is 66.6 yards high, I believe, or 555 feet, something like that.
Really?
Its pyramidion is relatively the same as the Great Pyramid in Egypt.
That's that going back to the whole Egyptian.
And I will go one further with you that the Washington Monument is meant to be an erection, okay? Because it interfaces with the constellation. the constellation of Isis goes and gives the Washington Monument like a handy.
There's no constellation of Isis, is there?
There's like some shit.
Something to do with that goddess.
Yeah. And that Washington Monument is Osiris's phallus.
Of course.
And
that it has a reflecting pond that probably has something to do with the Nile symbology or something.
Well, they're in denial about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah.
Is the pond the ball sack?
Maybe it's just a ball sack, a flat ball sack.
You're gonna need some time to reflect on this. What we got?
Someone came or went.
A Hankel.
Dave Hankel?
2 days.
It's a dualistic world. There's either one Dave or a different Dave.
My audio sucks.
Roger that.
Your audio's awesome, Dave.
Your audio's better, Stack. You go ahead.
Damn, Dave, I want to put you in a movie. I got to write you some really awesome lines or something.
Gonna put Dave Hawaii in a movie?
No, I want to put you in a movie, man. It'd be fun.
We just got to get you into the cut shack first.
I'd make you like a cool character, though. I wouldn't give you like a Sean character or anything like that.
Are you guys
I had a random thought about Dave Hawaii, if y'all want to hear it.
Please.
Most of us in these 4 or 5 years, how the fuck long we've been here, but we've all had a good 10, 15-minute rant, but I've never heard one from Dave Hawaii. So he's got one in him, I know.
I don't know. What do you mean by rant? I always felt like I would just talk and then everybody would just shut up and then that would be
chime in with zinging one-liners, but you don't do a good 20-minute rant like Stack does sometimes. So,
You mean like Zern?
Or Zern.
My rants are just really in the formative stages. I'm still working on my ranting. Sometimes they go out good, but I have no control. The thing is, Dave, Hawaii, I don't think you've ever been like agitated to the point where you're like, listen, I got a couple things to say because we've had it enough up to here with the fishing industry in Hawaii. You never do that.
I don't know. Maybe you just missed it. It seems like it has happened.
Is Hawaii like
chemtrail or something, or Monsanto or something? Okay. I don't know. Vaccinations. Who knows?
In all fairness, Dave, you could have done a good legit rant. I just missed it or something. It's probably on your channel or something. Who knows?
No, I don't have much ranting going on. I'm more cool, calm, and collected than that. I don't like to show that, wear my heart on my sleeve if I can help it.
There you go. It was just a thought. Y'all continue. Were you talking about Osiris's dick again, or what were y'all talking about?
We can move.
Mostly, yeah.
I think we've examined Osiris's dick enough, but y'all continue.
I really should look at the measurements. If you check the measurements, you can tell if something's a dick reference or not.
I actually did go ballistic on James one time. We had a kind of an argument. I forgot. Yeah, we did. I definitely blew up one time with James. Called him, told him, I gave him a piece of my mind about his spy situation or whatever. Anyway, continue.
He gets paranoid. That friend of ours,
Jimbo.
He should switch to something else, man. Maybe like another type of weed.
Could be.
We've got a Lilacoid that's taking.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I've been doing this for a while too, and I don't know. I still am getting used to it. Like I guess I get to kind of be a panelist now, and not really. I don't know. Try not to care too much about all the little details or whatever. That's good. I just think it's interesting. I don't know, whatever. I'm learning about temperature out here, but I think temperature is a pretty important thing on this whole Earth thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
But you
yeah,
have a dry heat, so it's not that bad.
Well,
But it's all-
what's the difference? Well, they say that, but like, what's the difference between a dry heat and a wet heat? And what wouldn't I enjoy more humidity here?
The humidity is the difference, yeah.
If I had more humidity, right, is a good chance it would provide more cloud cover, so it might make the sun a little less intense.
Good chance. Are there trees there?
They're Joshua trees. Nothing with regular leaves on it. You don't want to.
No
You don't want to
shade.
sit under a Joshua tree either, because like a lot of other things have already like made it somewhere that they can be.
Is there any really big ones on that land?
There's a pretty decent one right. I guess about 75 feet away from Snack Shack. Um, it's pretty. I've been underneath it. It's really cool because like the winds out here can be so high. That's another thing I've been learning too, how wind works and how like there's some things you can't build. Like you just the nature wants to kill it. You know, it's gonna rip your whole shit down if you build it a certain way. That's
Yeah.
interesting though. But the oh boy, there's nothing more abnormal or stilted looking than a Joshua tree. They're fucking weird. They look like they shouldn't even make it. They look like they should. They took the short bus on the evolutionary school trip or something like that. But they're incredible, man. They don't really have much like wood to them really, but they hold together in this high wind because all like every leaf on a Joshua tree helps to shape the wind. So when you stand next to this thing and it could be like I don't know 20 30 mile an hour winds, and it just sounds like it just deflects everything around it. Like it's so weird, you know, geometrically that it the wind just can't even figure it out, and that's so cool. There's a lot of interesting life around here, and everything around here's got to be like tough as fuck to like make it basically because it's pretty harsh, man. Even these little mice, man, they kick the shit out of your right. Like if you got mice in your house, man, like these mice can jump like 4 or 5 feet. It's crazy. Little tiny mouse, little tiny mouse.
Bastards.
It's crazy. I've never
Seen
seen
any
like
scorpion snake?
uh no, I haven't seen a scorpion yet. A couple tarantulas, but they're like little pink
Nature.
ones. Seen tarantula hawk out here. Ooh boy. I didn't know what it was. I was just like, that's a big hornet.
Hey, I was in Phoenix one time and it rained.
You know
And
anything about the tarantula hunters, Jim?
Tarantula hawks. Yeah, they're
Tarantula
like
hawk. I'm sorry.
they're these big black. They kind of look like dragonflies, but a little smaller, or maybe about. I haven't seen one for a while, but they're like black and they have like an orange dot on them somewhere, right?
I have not been that close to one.
Yeah, they're fucking annoying. They come out around evening, um, early evening, and then they're gone, right? Usually.
I don't know. I've only seen one around here.
Yeah, I was in Baker over there. CCF Baker.
It's supposed to be the second most painful sting of any insect.
Tarantula hawk?
Yeah.
Uh,
If basically, yeah, you can watch like there's some guy, I forget his name, Coyote something. He's like this doofy guy that runs a YouTube channel, and then he just gets stung by different animals. Shit.
yeah.
And he's like, "Ow, ow." Yeah, I don't want to get stung by one of them things, but
Um, yeah, you got like chuckawallas out there. Those are those big ass lizards. You got rattlesnakes, but they
yeah,
usually they like heat usually.
yeah, I haven't heard any rattles anywhere, which I'm thankful for, because that will fuck my day up. You know what I mean? That will like I could get stung by a tarantula hawk and sleep it off. If I get hit by a rattlesnake, I got a hospital real quick.
Like they'll hide under like a dryer.
A dryer. Well,
Yeah.
good thing I don't have.
They like the heat.
Oh, I like the heat. Okay. Yeah, I'm just keep everything cool around here, man. Like I do. Yeah. Yeah. I haven't. I didn't see it, but I know there was like some giant ass snake around here. I don't really know. I don't go fuck around in the desert really. I don't go like take joy walks out there by myself anyway.
Isn't it like if it's a pattern, it's not good? If it's a solid color, it's good.
Yeah, it's some kind of striped looking red and black snake or something like that. People are like, I don't know, that might be terrible. Probably is.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought it was like if they have a pattern, like a crisscrossing pattern, they're venomous. But if they're like a solid color, but I don't know about stripes.
Oh no, like a coral snake, I think is pretty like a sea snake, but kind of like the same. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, no snakes. I haven't seen a single snake. I've seen one of those Pikachu.
They'll come out like the
things.
hottest days ever, like August, late August.
Okay. Is that when it gets hot out here?
I think it'll be a late summer, dude. This is a mild summer right now.
Oh, really? Shit.
So like late August or September, it's gonna be hot as fuck.
I can't imagine it getting like much hotter here. You know, it just seems impossible.
Last year it was like 110 for like a week straight in Orange County.
Wow, that sucks.
Yeah, it was like the hottest summer on record, I think.
I like the evenings here and the mornings are really beautiful. The weather's really wonderful. But after like 10:30 all the way to about like 5, it's like maybe it's 11 o'clock, but it's like you just really can't do shit out here. So it's like it was limiting me for a while until I discovered like how to beat the heat and get work done. So, yeah, man, I don't give a fuck. It'd be 120 degrees. I'll be all right.
Yeah.
I think so. Well, shit might catch on fire or something, but I'll be all right. Well, if I run out of water, I'll die. But yeah, but I'm not gonna do that.
How much water you got right now?
I just counted it today. I think it's about 400 gallons I have.
That's a pretty good amount. What do you have to buy water or something?
There's probably like no main, you know what I mean? There's no main line to get water, so you got to truck it in, right?
Yeah, that's what I gotta do.
Yeah, a truckload of water. It's like $100 or whatever it is.
No, we just drive in a vehicle from here and go fill up a cube.
One of those little water tank things that fits in a pickup truck.
Yeah. So that's good, just take that, fill it up. Like, I mean, there's not that many people here, but, if there were like 4 or 5 people, we'd be going through a lot more water. I use a lot less water, though. I'm kind of happy about that. I think I was pretty wasteful with it. Not that it matters, but it's all full of fluoride.
Do they have fluoride in the water in California?
Yep.
Really?
Yep. There's a website you could find, type in any city and it tells you. Yeah, pretty much everything here is fluoride. I think there might be a couple cities that got rid of it, but somewhere in the U.S. there is a movement, but it's not a big movement, but they are doing some shit.
I seem to remember Felix saying she helped keep the fluoride out of their water or something.
Yeah. If you Google it, that shit'll come right up. It's like something anti-fluoride network or some shit like that. I don't know.
I heard they were trying to put fluoride in our water out here, and it would add to the cost of it. You know, it's like they would have to ship the fluoride in, even though it's just trash that they're putting in the water to get rid of. They would have to ship that here and then put it in the water at great expense. They're still trying to do it.
So all the fluorides from like a waste product of the aluminum manufacturing industry.
That's the rumor that I heard. I'm not an expert by any means, but that's what they were saying.
Are we like going a little too crazy with having aluminum then because it's recyclable and stuff? Like, don't we already have enough? How much more aluminum do we need to like purify? Because I
don't know. I seem to remember that helium even comes from some sort of industrial process, like making aluminum. I don't know, or mining. I forget where it comes from, but it's like
Isn't the moon made out of helium?
I don't know.
It's got helium-2 or some shit.
Yeah, because when I was reading
3 on the moon, they say.
When I was reading about the Picard, the Picard story, the balloon, and it turns out there's 2 twins that are Picards, and the one guy first went up, and then he gave the balloon to his brother, and then he took his wife up in like Cleveland or somewhere. But I seem to remember that was like sponsored by like an aluminum company or something that gave him the helium.
Huh. Oh, interesting.
I think the highest they ever went up was 70-something thousand feet. So we already had a balloon that saw a flat horizon at 120.
Yeah, the very first one.
So, fuck that whole story.
And he had like a capsule in the below the balloon that was like had to be pressurized, and they were having problems with the holding the pressure and having to put like caulking compound in the cracks and shit while they were up there.
Yeah, he was good friends with Einstein too, right? They went to the same college or some shit.
Picard, I don't know. Yeah, he was like an Austrian or something, I think.
You think he's a shill? You think maybe that shit doesn't matter or something?
Yeah.
It's just weird there were
Royal
Picards.
Society. Was he Royal Society?
You're making me think, man.
Because they did that. They used the balloon first in Europe, then they brought it to Ohio. Through the university system or something.
A lot of people won't let you talk bad about August Picard.
I'm not saying anything bad about him. I'm just
all right. Well,
saying that they, went through the whole process. They had that balloon and they went up.
There's like a collector item. Like I think it's like a Popular Science from the year that Picard used the balloon. I think it's like a $400 like magazine.
Wow.
It's like a flat Earth collectible or some shit. There's only so many copies.
Are you selling it?
I don't have one. I'm sure it's not that good either.
Yeah. They'll just have a good story. That's what that physicist was saying. He was saying the guy with the best, like as far as the stories about how the universe was created, he just says the one that with the best, most entertaining story is the one that they choose. And it's kind of true. There's all different stories. He just said they were just stories.
I like that you said choose, though. It's an interesting thing. It's not that it's completely without any kind of sense of argument in it, like
it's a subjective choice. I like this theory over here. That must be the right one.
I don't give a fuck about that dude and his fucking balloons and shit.
Yeah, right. What? Yeah.
Y'all talking about the guy that saw the Earth with upturned edges, supposedly?
Yeah, some concave shield.
Yeah.
Flat. Yeah, he called it flat with upturned edges.
Concave shield. That's funny.
No, I was talking about the physicist that was saying that the theories, the there's different theories for how the universe was created, and the one they just choose the best story. He said they're just stories, and they like the most entertaining story. That's what they go by. And that's
Yeah,
like a
that
real
reminds me.
physicist saying
You,
that.
you guys ever watch that channel, John Thor Flat Earth channel? His last video or two is basically the Neil deGrasse and those guys saying their bullshit and just listening to it. And it's what you're talking about, kind of, you know.
Yeah, I like that channel. I haven't seen that one yet, though.
He's got it come out a couple days ago, I think. But
Did you see that moon
Right.
one? That 2 hour moon one? That's pretty good.
yeah, I didn't see all of it, but I watched most of it. Yeah, that guy does some good shit. It's well put together, too. Shout out to John Thor.
Yeah, he's got good clips, you know.
Shout out to the moon. It's almost full. I'm just seeing it rising right now.
I've got nearly a full moon over the skies in Kentucky here too right now. How's that work on a globe, Dave?
I don't think it does. Can that globe? Get rid of it.
If it does not fit the evidence, you must reject it. I'm on the way to Cookout to pick up a burger for somebody if anybody cares, but I'm sure nobody does. I think I dropped. Did I drop her?
Snack
I mean,
snack left, I think.
thank dropped. Okay, I thought I did.
Testing 1, 2.
Yeah, all these smart physicists got everything figured out, man. Why are we worried about this shit? Moon over Hawaii.
Do you see it? I can't even see it in my
I don't see
screen.
anything but a tree and power line.
A tree. That's weird. It's actually not. It's next to the tree, above the palm tree, straight, only like an inch above the palm tree. There's not enough contrast to see it.
Yeah, you can't see
Directly
it
in the
on
middle of the
no.
screen, above the
Yeah, right.
palm tree. Yeah, never mind.
We believe you that it's there. It's funny how your eyeball can see it, but the camera can't.
It is funny, isn't it?
What was it?
I
Welcome
was
Hank Hill to the panel, live
trying
from
to show the
Texas.
moon.
Dave was just trying to moan us, Hank. What's up, man?
Just waiting on my next victim. I mean, customer.
Okay. Come on.
The hoity-toity people call them
Somebody on
coneheads.
Uber Eats.
No, I don't do Uber Eats. Is that what you
Easier to
said?
haul food around than it is people. I do Uber and Uber Eats and Lyft. So.
Yeah, how much money you make on that? How much you make on that Uber Eats?
On average, most people tip when you're bringing them food, so between $8 to $10 a delivery, somewhere in there. It ain't too bad. Usually takes 15, 20 minutes at the max. GM knows that shit. He delivers Uber Eats in LA, right?
Yeah, it's okay. About half the people tip, I'd say.
Yeah, most people around here, of course, California people that say fuck you to too many people, but around here there's friendly people and they give people tips.
Yeah.
You probably got friendly people in Texas for the most part. Everybody's got a gun, but they're all friendly, right?
There's friendly people out here, but there's a lot of assholes too. So
Yeah.
Seems
There's
like
no asshole.
whenever I deliver a pizza through Uber Eats, I get a tip like every time if it's a pizza for some reason.
Yeah, people assume the pizza guy definitely gets a tip. You know? So you just sitting somewhere waiting on the next ride to show up on your phone, Hank?
Yeah, kind of. Something like
What I
that.
used to do, sit at a convenience store or something, someplace that's well lit, not some sketchy part of town, right?
I like sketchy parts of town. They don't bother me none. Other people are like afraid to go into some places, and I deliberately go there because nobody else will go there. I know I can get a ride.
To me, in general, the fact that most people know that a lot of people have guns, it would keep crime down there. But is that how it works or not?
Yeah, if it wasn't for all the immigrants coming into Texas.
Yeah.
I mean, Texas is the fastest growing state population wise right now. And it's because of our economy and we don't have a state tax. Our economy is
Damn, I'm
pretty
moving
damn
to
good.
Texas. I'm moving
It
to
wasn't
Texas.
really it wasn't really affected so much by the 2008 bubble crash thing. But thing about it is that so many people are moving here that it's starting to kind of counterbalance all that shit.
It's really been since 2008 since the big crash, so that should be happening at sometime soon. When Trump will get on there and say we need like $800 billion to rescue all these banks or whatever. I don't know what the whole story was. Y'all know what I'm saying.
Right.
Didn't Bush get on TV and say we need like 700 billion to these places are too big to fail or whatever? I forget the bullshit. Because in 2008 I was well awake, so I knew bullshit.
Damn, that dude's driving like an idiot. I'm sorry, I was watching what's going on around me. It's like, damn, people are stupid.
It's always good to be aware of your surroundings when you're out in public.
Yeah, I'm definitely eyes wide open.
Especially in your public if everybody's got a gun.
Yeah, I hope everybody has a gun. Shit.
Welcome back, Snack from live from the Snack Shack.
Yo, what's up, Dave? Hankle.
Hey, what's up?
Chatting with the Hankster and GM here, and I think Dave's still
Oh,
around.
look, it's
Y'all
Hank.
continue.
Again, I'm still here.
What's up, man? You're making a habit out of coming around.
Yeah, I'm addicted again.
That's all right.
Right when Hangouts is going away, you're going to get addicted again, Hank. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, it'll be all right. I didn't even know Hangouts was going away until I came back.
Who knows what's going to happen? Some people are saying it's going till 2020 or whatever. I don't know. I haven't looked into it.
Well, that guy, I was on his channel today, and I downloaded this Meet app.
That's pay to play, right?
No, I didn't pay nothing for it.
I think to broadcast you got to pay. I could be wrong.
That's probably right. That sounds fair, don't it? They take away the free one and they offer you a paid one?
Well, you know, if you're dealing with a corporation and they see people participating somewhere and they're not making any money off of it, they're going to want to make money off of that, aren't they?
Oh, yeah.
Here's a missed opportunity to increase our bottom line. Cha-ching. What you got, Hank? You always bring an interesting topic to the table.
Um,
I'm getting ready to order some food, so y'all continue.
um, yeah, my kid was telling me about the whole Area 51 thing, and I think it's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Like, let's give the military an opportunity to shoot civilians. That's what it sounds like to me. And it would be justified too, right? Because it's the civilians coming up on the military. Or it would seem justified. I just think it's a big stupid ass psyop.
I feel sorry for anybody if they actually physically show up there and try to do something. Who knows?
I mean, what do they think they're gonna do?
I
Pull out the
know.
smartphone and unlock the doors and get right in?
Yeah.
I tell you what, I wouldn't be over there fucking with those motherfuckers.
Hey, you just said I'll tell you what.
I know I did it on purpose. Yeah, sometimes I kind of pop into character and pop right back out. I'll try to be funny because the things I talk about are so fucking serious. It's like Jesus, it's Hank again. Fucking sandpapers in my ear, just raping people's ears with serious bullshit. I mean, I wish I could talk about unicorn nipples or whatever and just happy-go-lucky stuff. But when I look at the world, that's not what I see. I see like that's fucked up, that's really fucked up, and that's fucked up. So every now and then I try to throw the audience a bone. Is it just me, or a lot of us are doing like Uber and Lyft? And it's not even really that great unless you got like a really small engine, like a Prius.
Yeah, I just do it when I need extra money. I have another job, so it's like
Oh, gotcha.
I haven't done it for a few weeks, because I just don't need to right now.
Right.
So if shit slows down, I could always do Uber,
Hmm. It's nice having that backup plan.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I need $100. Well, I can spend 20 and make 100. So. Might have to reposition myself. I'm gonna look at the passenger app. Oh God, this place is crawling with them. No wonder I'm not getting any rides. Let's see, where would be a good place to go? I'm repositioning. This is crazy.
Did GM have to leave?
Now you're stuck with me, boy.
Hank Hill?
Yeah, now you're stuck with me.
Uh-huh.
I don't always drink beer, but when I do, it's Guinness.
Are you drinking tonight?
No, I'm working.
Hmm.
Yeah, I rarely drink.
Are you on the
Okay,
job?
so my birthday's in September. I still have one Guinness left from September. And it's almost September again, and that was just a six-pack.
Not much of a
Hey, guys.
drinker. Hey, Manny.
I just came in to tell Sasha. She asked if she's the only one that doesn't do drugs. The only flat earther that doesn't do
And
drugs.
you're also another one, right?
Right. So I just jumped in to tell her I am a flat earther that does not, do drugs. Don't smoke weed, tobacco, or don't vape.
Wait a minute, you drink soda and like eat syrup and stuff, right?
I don't drink soda either.
But you eat sugar, right?
No,
You don't eat sugar?
no.
I'll be damned.
I do, but if we count fruits, like sugar drinks, no.
Good for you.
Yeah, but yeah. I just jumped in to say that to her, but how are you guys?
Pretty good. I'm about to eat dinner.
What are you having for dinner?
Sushi.
You and your wife, or just by yourself, or what?
Wife and our this 5-year-old that we're taking care of.
Is your wife from Hawaii? Or is she from
Connecticut.
Florida? Connecticut? Yeah, you're from Florida, right?
Yep.
That's strange.
I'm actually from California too. I'm from both.
You were born in Florida, so you're from Florida.
No, I was born in California actually.
Oh,
Sacramento.
you lied to me. Then I I don't know.
I am from Florida. I grew up there. I went to school there. Graduated high school there.
Wait, you were born in California though, right?
Yep. But I went to college in California too.
But then you were raised in Florida and then came back to California for college?
Yep. Then I went back to Florida and then I came here.
Okay, now I got it. I was confused because I thought you said you were born in Florida. Okay. So you're from
Just that I spent my whole childhood in Florida. I grew up there.
So you're from California and your wife is from Connecticut?
Yep.
And now
my parents are from the East Coast though, so that's why I say I'm from Florida.
I got it. So basically, you guys are from the lower 48 or whatever, and then you guys just moved out to Hawaii, to the Tropic of Hawaii.
We met each other out here in Hawaii.
The island of Hawaii.
She came on her own. I met her after she lived here for a while.
Oh, that's cool. What up, Dave?
Hey, guys.
Where are you at?
Hey, Dave.
You outside your saloon drinking beer or something? Oh.
Am I here? I'm not even here.
No, you're here. Your face is here, too.
Oh. I just saw the Chad Ian once on the panel. Anybody got any ability to link him?
Just throw the link in chat.
Yeah, I got that bitch. Hold on a second.
Snacks in the future, pounces. Wonder if he ever snacks to the past, only to the future. Anyway, I interrupted an important conversation with Manny and Dave here.
No, that's all right. Where are you at?
It was not important at all. He was quizzing me.
We're just talking about Dave's life in Hawaii.
That's important.
He's having sushi.
Dave lives matter too.
Huh?
Dave's lives matter. Dave life's matter.
He's about to put sushi inside his stomach.
Sushi.
Right. He's gonna
Sushi is my favorite food besides brisket.
to later poop it out.
Is that a healthy thing to be eating sushi?
I don't eat it.
If you call raw fish healthy, then yes.
I eat vegetarian sushi.
That sounds good.
What's in that?
It's usually like cream cheese and avocado, or like cucumber and other stuff like that.
It's rice wrapped in seaweed with stuffing, like different
Yeah.
vegetables. You could put carrots in there, cucumbers. Okay, we're eating. I gotta go.
Bye bye now.
All right,
Enjoy.
enjoy your sushi, sir.
Buen
Take it
appetit.
easy.
Enjoy your dinner. The sushi. Tuna, I didn't even ask him what kind of sushi. Maybe he's having tuna sushi or something. I like tuna sushi, though.
So Hank said that was his second favorite food. What's his first?
Smoked brisket.
There you go.
Yeah, I love me some smoked brisket. Oh man.
Can I get one of them plastic bags for it?
Where you at, Dave?
Cookout.
What are you doing, Dave?
I'm delivering some food to Cookout.
Ah,
It's still
What are
going.
you doing, man?
I'm chilling. Just here with you guys. There's nothing else to do, I guess, for tonight.
I think I'm gonna pull over and just give up on the repositioning.
So everything is in constant. What's that?
Go ahead.
So everything is in constant. Let me put on my headphones on.
I didn't understand that.
What's that?
What'd you say?
I'm gonna put on my headphones.
Okay.
So the reason
I
why we don't
understand.
feel. What's that?
I can't hear you, Manny. No,
Can
I
you hear
hear
me?
you now. Go ahead.
Can you hear me
go
now?
ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna make a joke about why the reason why we don't feel any ourselves move, even though we're spinning at 1,000 miles per hour,
At the
and
equator.
at the equator, yeah, and slower, faster as you go up or down. Yeah, it's because of constant motion. We're all we're always moving the same. We never change speeds. We never accelerate or decelerate. So that's why we don't ever
We
feel
should
anything.
though. Why don't we?
It was a
I was
joke.
waiting for the joke part.
I'm done. That was it.
Okay.
That was a joke. It sucked, man.
I know.
Okay, letting you know my
I
opinion.
got to work on my jokes.
I am joining this call live from Canada.
Live from Canada. Who called me Canadian?
What's up, man?
Hey, what up?
Hey, what's going on, you guys?
What's up?
Just hanging out. I thought I'd jump in.
You sound like a ball earther. Are you? Am I wrong?
Do I sound? I sound like a ball earther. What does a ball earther sound like? I've been a fence sitter the whole time.
What's that?
I've been a fence sitter the whole time.
All right, just
You're an agnostic Arthur, right?
Yeah, that's right. An agnostic.
Okay.
Yeah,
you're kind of nebulous. I got to warn you guys. He's kind of nebulous.
I am kind of nebulous. Don't try and pin me down.
Okay.
You making any coffee tables for Donald Trump or anything recently?
No, but I did make some for. How do you know that?
Oh, dude, come on.
Oh, all right. Yeah, that's
I
old.
worked
You're
for, I
old
worked for
school.
the CIA. Come on.
You work for the CIA. Yeah, I did make some. Well, it was
Well, who else has got your contact info to give you an invite? Anyway, keep going.
It's all right there on the internet. Like nothing's a big secret, but yeah.
It's an open secret.
Yeah, it's an open secret. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I'm just like hanging out. I don't want to interrupt the conversation. I mean, I have my own machinations. I'll
Are you
deliver them.
from Europe or America or somewhere else?
Not from Canada.
Canadian.
No, I'm just asking where
No, I'm from Ohio.
Natural.
Oh, okay,
Canadian.
cool, man. No,
Yeah.
I've never talked to you. That's why the only reason why I asked.
Oh,
Because there's a lot of like people from Europe too, and Australia.
oh
Yeah.
no, I'm.
Yeah, Manny. I think I met I met Ian, and don't call him Ian.
Yeah, don't call
Don't even
me.
get it. Don't even fuck around with that shit. Next, yeah, I think I met Ian. Maybe when around the time I met Dave Hinkle, which was
Years ago.
4 years, 4 years ago now. I don't know.
3-4 years ago.
Oh damn. Well, I'll be darned. I thought I haven't been around that long.
He's sort of he's just sort of on the fence. He's got baller tendencies for sure.
I do.
But I'm not trying to judge you on that.
It's all right. I'd rather hang out with the flat earthers, to be honest. Like the ballers.
There you go. Yeah.
They're so fucking boring. Yeah. Just a crushing bore. Like, let's read from Wikipedia. That's the problem with them. But yeah.
Give us your number one legit thing you bring from the heliocentric model. Go.
Oh boy. I don't know. It's hard to make. Well, you can't make the pole stars work, but you can't even really make the sun work. I mean, not really. Like it's you almost need 2 suns, and there's a great many problems. But yeah.
There's your baller side coming out, man. You went straight to the sky. Go ahead.
I know, and that's a problem too, right? I don't deny it.
Yeah.
So, right. It's a problem too.
Got repressed baller tendencies. I mean, what? It's okay. I mean, it doesn't make you a bad person.
Right.
It doesn't.
Thanks.
We still love you, man.
Right.
I'm sure. I know. I'm almost certain it doesn't.
Oh, are we in group therapy?
I'm like 90% sure it doesn't make you a bad person.
This is Helio Anonymous, man. You didn't know you're signed up for this?
Yeah, group therapy.
Hi, my name's Ian. I'm from Canada, and I'm a baller.
Right. Well, right. I have oppositional defiance disorder too, though. So I've been on some of the ball.
Whoa,
right.
What is that? Oppositional defiance disorder?
Yeah, you've never heard of that?
I think I
probably
have that
have
too.
it.
Yeah, it's a sort of it's a recent
familiar.
phenomenon among the psychological community. Some people are just opposed to authority. So if I go into like a baller hangout, right, like I'll just argue with them just to be a dick. But yeah, all right, oppositional defiance disorder.
Wow,
I think I
probably have that.
seriously. I do
probably
not like
straight
people
up,
telling me
like-
what to do.
So you're like the rest of us. You don't fit in anywhere.
Yeah, that's about right. Snack thinks he probably has it, just like Hank. You don't say.
Yes.
No, I think it's hereditary because my dad's a Vietnam veteran, so like.
I think it's a
Dad's
human nature of a huge part of the population. They've just given it a name now. Sorry.
Maybe.
No.
That's
Yeah,
interesting.
Wasn't
That's
happening.
not what she said.
What's
Like
that?
it's regular human nature to think, why would a human be able to tell another human what he can and can't do? So they gotta make it like it's some sort of
Disorder.
psychosis.
It's a disorder.
Yeah,
Something
it's some
wrong
sort
with
of
you.
there's something wrong with you if you don't bow down to authority. You have mental issues.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. They did it right. It's a codified like you're a troublesome person, you know what I mean? Like it's a problem, but you're not wrong. Yeah. They've codified it at this point, and they could, well, I suppose it's sort of so broad that like you could point it at any direction. But yeah.
Yep.
And think about this. Okay, so if your mom dies and you're really sad, right? And you go to a shrink, he's going to diagnose you with depression. Like, it's abnormal for you to be fucking bummed out that your mom died, right?
Yeah.
So he's
Yeah.
going to he's going to say you got some sort of psychosis, like you have mental issues. What is wrong with you? Why are you depressed? It's clinical depression. Take
Or
these
what, you're
pills.
still depressed 2 years after she died? What, you actually still miss her? No, there's something wrong with you.
Well, usually they deploy the pharmaceuticals is how that works.
Yeah.
Like, here, take this,
Mm-hmm.
and that suppresses
Don't
it
heal
for a while.
yourself because you're
Yeah,
useless,
right.
and don't deal with it, or don't just accept it and just go through it, because that's what happens when someone dies.
Yeah.
Suffer a lot.
Yeah, it's
So
not.
my dad passed in like '08, and he wasn't even around after I was 13. But I still miss him. That's normal. Like I would think that that's like fucking normal that you want your pops to be around.
Yeah, of course that's normal. I mean, in some ancient traditions, like once somebody dies, though, you no longer mention their name. It's a sort of taboo, right? Mentioning their name is it's unheard of. So I don't know who that's supposed to help, but there is that tradition. I suppose it's to help you get over it. I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah, it's another psycho idiot that's just come up with this story and then forced it upon everybody. Oh, look, this is in your better interest if you just don't mention them after they die, and then now we'll make it a rule. We'll live under that for a while until someone points out that it's stupid.
Well, I think like I said, I think there's a sense to it. I suppose it's to help the grieving. I mean, I don't want to go too far down that road, but again,
I wouldn't think if there's more. I wouldn't be surprised if there's more to it. Like the Aboriginals won't let you take a photo of them here in Australia. The elders wouldn't. And now I'm starting to wonder if that's got something to do with technology.
I'm about the same, but I'm not Aboriginal.
you don't let people take photos of you.
Oh, yeah, I have given people shit for taking pictures of me. Wow.
Is that right? Yeah. Well, the American Indians believed it took your spirit, some portion of your essence away.
Aren't you doing that though? Isn't that what is actually occurring in a way? Like not literally like I can't get it back, but you are just using me in a photo to be something that you think I am, right?
Well, and to store an image,
Yeah, a metaphysical way. I get where you're going with it. Right. There's some essence, like you lose some portion of you, maybe if they take enough photos of you, right, you disappear. But yeah.
Well, maybe if they take enough photos of you, the AI can make a digital copy of you and then run around in the AI world with you. I don't know.
Well, we were going to the ancient traditions, but yeah, I mean,
I wouldn't be surprised if the ancients had all this technology. So maybe. I think there's a strong case for that we were more advanced in the past than we are now, or at least as advanced, but I'd go more advanced. So I have no problem with giving the ancients computers and all this technology that we have now.
Yeah, I'm not a different sort of technology, perhaps, but not technology as we understand it.
I don't know. I think lifting heavy rocks, cutting them, and all this shit that we can't do is more advanced. And there's no reason
a different sort of technology, but not a computer or something like that.
Hey, well, they would have to have. They would have had to be able to store drawings to even be able to build the bloody things they built. They weren't doing it on papaya leaves. Like it's a pretty high tech building. Anyway, that's just my opinion.
What were you going to say, Snack?
Were we talking about technology, circuits, and computers and shit like that?
Well, different sorts of technology.
Right, different sorts of technology. I was having a kind of conversation earlier today with somebody like about the Seals of Solomon, like I don't know, they're supposed to be like sigils or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Right. I don't know if you've ever seen them. I'm not suggesting you do if you haven't seen them or whatever.
No, I have.
People think it's all weird, but like to me, those things look like circuit schematics.
Oh yeah.
Like they've got a logic and a shape and a function and things route to certain places. It's kind of like a diagram for like an order. I mean, and to that idea, like you could take that and if you're the manager of a city, right, you could kind of build it around that, almost like you create the city grid like you would make like a circuit, basically. It's like, it's not that, I mean, it seems really advanced, right? Because I'm like talking to you over Wi-Fi signal on a little phone that's charging. It's like so many different technologies that are all. It's impressive, right? Like I don't know if they had this technology, but maybe they had something that did all the same things, but a little, didn't cost you a monthly service fee or something.
Yeah, well, I don't know why, but somehow when you say that, it reminds me of John Dee and the Enochian language. I don't know if you've ever seen that before, but it has this sort of really unique character to it. But it's do you know what I'm talking about?
I do. Regarding what? Oh, the symbols and stuff.
Yeah, the symbols, right? It's highly symbolic language and right, the Enochian language. So I don't know, for some reason that's what it reminded me of. So right, I guess that's the sort of biblical. We're going back to that. But yeah, it reminds me of the Enochians.
Yeah.
There's also like little things like languages, like they say that hieroglyphics is a higher form of writing than English is today. So instead of we thinking that our writing is more advanced, maybe their hieroglyphics was more advanced. Not us, the other way around.
I've heard that like basically the Egyptian language, the Babylonian language, the Chinese language is all based on these like 24 and in English too. But it's based on like a 24 character set. And that like, I know like we're always told like, oh, there's like a zillion symbols. They have a symbol for everything in China, right? That's nonsense, right? Like they do, right? They do, but that's like it is nonsense that happens. It's basically to keep Westerners from mingling with Asians. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, just like segregating a population. Like, oh yeah, you don't even worry about the Chinese. They just like they eat dogs and they've got too many symbols. Like, be a Westerner.
Yep.
Well, I mean, I will say I had friends growing up, when I was a kid, right? And they were Chinese. And if they met somebody from some distant part of China, they literally could not speak with them. So does that make any sense?
That's interesting. I know. Maybe it's just part of what makes dialect get so far away that you like anybody in the United States, I can understand what they're saying, even if they've got a crazy thick accent,
No, have you been to Scotland? I went to Scotland and could not understand the waiter. I couldn't understand a word he was bloody saying, and he couldn't understand me. It was like we were speaking two completely different languages, and the English guy had to translate for us. And they're speaking English, for God's sake, I thought. Right. But,
I can usually, if I listen for a short period of time, like I can usually get the gist of it. It takes me a moment to sort of tune in, but yeah, even the Scots or the Irish.
So you can imagine it happening there. I can't imagine it happening in England in such a small place.
Well, you can imagine China as being it's pretty vast, and I guess I was thinking what Snack was saying, but yeah, he was also saying that they have a sort of I don't know, a core root of their language, right? And like always, that's useful to understand. If you can sort of hack down to the root and understand the bare bones basics, there's a value in that for sure, right? Anyway, sorry.
No, it's interesting. I like this kind of info. I'm not an expert. I don't know a lot about it.
Well,
can I butt in for a second? I don't know shit about what y'all are talking about, but E1 wants on the panel too.
Yeah, let E1 on there.
Can anybody link him?
Yeah, I'll chill him up.
Yeah, I like looking into the past. Like everybody's looking into space in the future, but I still think there's a lot more information on Earth that we could learn. I just think there's too many anomalies in the ancient buildings and things. Yeah, so I do wonder if it was advanced here once. Because I definitely don't believe in evolution. That's gone ages ago.
I don't believe in evolution either. I believe in rock and roll mutation.
I have no idea.
He's talking about rocks banging together. That's what he's talking about. Rock and roll mutation.
Well, you know why it's called rock and roll? Because it's about getting down.
Why is it called rock and roll? Do you know?
It's sex music.
That's it? Rock and roll is somehow a euphemism for sex? Oh, you're bullshit.
Well, you rock the bed, you roll over.
space science is all
Rock
about
the
space.
bed and roll over.
I was told that. I don't know.
Is that true? I don't know. Maybe.
I was told that by gold record people.
Oh, maybe. I was like, well, Rolling Stone gathers no moss. You know,
Right.
that's
Oh, so
right.
what's the Rolling Stones? Right. Start with that.
Yeah, right. That's right.
Where's your Rolling Stone reference coming from? The Bible?
No. You know the euphemism, right? A Rolling Stone gathers no moss. I assume it's older than rock and roll. I don't really know. Right? You know that one.
Speaking of rock and roll, I've always wondered why the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is in Cleveland, isn't it? Why?
It is there. It's funny. I've never been there.
I mean, even like the Rolling Stones. Yeah, we got a family reunion here. Last thing, the Rolling Stones, right? Are they talking about planetoids when they're trying to talk about the Rolling Stones?
No. A Rolling Stone gathers no
I
moss.
know. Yeah, that's Go find the lyrics in a Rolling Stones song and tell me that that's why they were called that.
Oh, I see.
You know, the one where it makes like a Rolling Stone gathers no moss. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
That song. Point me to that. But anyway, I just want to welcome a little. We could have a little nebulous reunion here. What's up, Hitch? Hitchhiker.
Oh, Hitch is in here.
Yeah, what's up?
What's up?
I thought he was muted, trying to like get a good impression going of you.
Here you go. I got some info.
Getting it warmed
up. There are a lot of components to a good Ian impression.
Hey, I just googled rock and roll, and it said Alan Freed, disc jockey Alan Freed is widely credited with coining the term rock and roll.
Did you say fist jockey?
I'm pretty sure she didn't.
Disc jockey. Sorry, I missed. Okay. Disc jockey.
Lisp jockey.
Come on, use your words, Mike.
He's not saying why he named it that. It's just saying who did it.
Let's see.
Bullshit anyway. Oh well, sorry. Thought I found something.
We need rock and roll entomology.
I mean,
etymology.
Or
I'm not
etymology.
slamming my fist on the. I'm not slamming my fist on the desk saying it's flat.
All right,
it's flat.
You picked that up. Are you just here to fucking troll me, dude?
No.
All right. Well, that's good to know. Like I don't want to go.
No, I remember
counter troll.
I remember. I like you. That's why I have the. That's why I've got the memes.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good to know. Yeah, I'm still not here to pound my fist on the desk and say it's flat. I didn't announce it to all my neighbors. Right, none of that stuff.
Well, we're going to need to change that real quick.
Okay, do your worst.
Yeah, you said something about the star trails, but you don't see how they could possibly.
Well, all right, yeah.
You want to see how they work?
Wow, this is fucking such a good. Can I just fucking interrupt you, wonderful people, for a second? Be like, Dave Hinkle, E1, Kenny, you're new. Hank, Hitch, Ian, Kenny, you're new. Manny, you're new.
What's up, dude?
And Trouble, you're new too. But this is a very old panel, and yeah, shout out to y'all. I'm gonna mute and do some shit.
I mean, where's your gravity engine? Where's your gravity generator?
Where is your gravity generator? That's right. Where's your gravity engine? Let's bring it forth so we can see it. Right, the gravity.
No, I started asking for like, okay, where's your scale model? Like, no, you don't. Right. I don't need the whole solar system. Just like the Earth and the Moon.
Right, just a couple simple objects floating in the ether, sort of spinning about, and right, yeah. Like, and then they're always like befuddled, like, well, we don't need it because we have it. And I'm like, no,
we don't. Yeah, you're standing on it, dumbass.
Yeah,
like, right. You can't possibly do it on Earth.
And then I would be like, well, it's so well understood. We understand all of the physics so well. We should be able to replicate it in a. I don't know.
This one too.
Would you not expect that like that's what they would be doing on the ISS, being like, oh yeah, let's play and make orbits. Yeah, I love doing that. Cool, let's do it again tomorrow.
They did it with like a drop of water around a pen, but that's all I saw.
Yeah, it's got to be a pen, right? Because the pen is mightier than the
penis. Yeah. I forget. There's a space there between pen and is. Yeah.
I know. Well, it's like there's people that live on Penn Island also, but
Yeah,
Penis
Spaceman. Do you guys remember him? I posed that. Is he dead?
I just hope he's dead. Yeah.
Oh, worse things have happened.
I mean,
but yeah, I posed that question to him, and like he stuttered for a minute. He was like, "Well, I don't. I just yeah, right." And that's where he went. Like, well, you're standing on it, and I was like, "Fuck that! Come on, man. That's what you got." Well, anyway,
I prove the Earth every day when I watch a sunset.
I don't think he's dead.
Oh, Spaceman? No, dude. He's out like torturing
I
little
just want to go to
woodland
fucking
animals. Or something.
I
that
just
guy
want
used
to
to
fuck
pound some
primitives.
beers, man. I watched him drink a 12-pack in like 2 hours.
Oh yeah, he fucking smashed my. I'm fucking just gonna have a sandwich.
I'm just gonna smoke some black tar heroin. Hold on a second.
Yeah, I fucking save some money and go down to Nicaragua.
You guys think you're cool?
A couple of good hookers.
Yeah, he's quite the character, actually. I mean, he wasn't dumb if you talked to him, though. I had a couple.
No, he was a smart dude, but he was just like not a wise person.
He was the first guy that I debated.
Really?
That was the first guy I saw Hitch debate, and this one made me friends with Hitch.
Yeah, him and I think Negator.
I think I had Spaceman on one of my channels broadcasts back in the day, if I remember right.
See if we can get some flat tards on here.
You know, you gotta love these flat tards.
Yeah. Yeah, Nate shows
Nathan
up in a
Oakley,
panel.
That Nathan Oakley, he's a psychopath. Oh, remember he used to call him psychopathology. You think I'm psychopathologistic?
What do you know about psychopathy?
Oh my God, did you see Ken Wheeler's latest video about 4 or 5 days ago? He was talking about unicorn farts, and I just thought, shit, have you been watching Nathan Oakley?
Oh,
and he's not a flat earther or anything, but he disagrees with atom science.
Yeah.
Atomism, yeah, that's a good one.
Funny. Oh my God, he was funny.
Yeah,
that's Einsteinian, right?
I'm actually
no.
the first
Atomism
person
is
to,
I call it a pathology, but it was a philosophy, so it was sort of versus animism. So there was animism versus atomism, and eventually atomism won out. And so it's a sort of cosmological idea. It's turtles all the way down. Are you familiar with turtles all the way down, the cosmology?
Yeah, and clearly Hubble studied this shit.
No,
well, it's
from Super Mario Brothers.
No, it's the ancient cosmology said the Earth was sitting on the back of a turtle. Well, what's that?
Yeah,
what's supporting that turtle? Another turtle on into infinity. Turtles all the way down. That's what atomism is. It's sort of like atoms all the way down. This is why they.
Oh, but I thought it was 4 elephants on a turtle. Okay, so now we've got turtles. Okay.
Well, I'm simplifying it, but it's turtles. Yeah. It doesn't matter, what's supporting the elephants and right. So this is where they're getting all these atoms from, virtual atoms, and there's all kinds of fantastical stuff going on if you look at quantum physics and.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's just an attempt to quantify everything, and
right. They got to have the answers, right?
Yeah, and just like I'm saying, like they did this a long time ago, and it's just they always seem to like, oh yep, we were right. We had a model, we made some predictions,
so they can measure it. I think that's what I sort of got. It couldn't be just light and not solid. Everything has to be solid, otherwise they can't measure it if it's not solid.
Right. They did away with the ether. That has a lot to do with it, I think. So if you take a piece of DNA and you put half the DNA in New York and the other half in Japan, and you burn one part of the DNA in New York, the other half in Japan responds instantly. It defies the laws of physics. Do you understand what I mean? So,
sounds like bullshit.
You think so? Go look it up.
If it's not,
how the hell are they splitting the DNA and then separating it apart to thousands of miles? I don't understand how they're keeping
I don't know.
alive.
I just read the experiment. I mean, this has been years ago. I'm reading the results of the experiment, so
it's almost quite nebulous.
It is quite nebulous. Shut the fuck
It's
up, bitch.
Ned Beatty.
It's
Shut the
not,
fuck up, bitch.
not very well understood.
But I mean, seriously, really though, this is like, go look it up. I'll find it for you. I'll stick it in the chat.
Yeah.
Well, we've seen bits on it. That's
Citation.
why
I'll cite it.
we're one. We're
Like
we're
citations.
calling
Can you
it
citate
I don't
that,
even want to
please?
go
Thank
into.
you.
Yeah, I could talk about citations, which are actually even worse than quotations. There's citations. So a citation is what you do is when you cite something, you distill it down into its constituents, components, and you basically dumb it down. A citation, there's nothing profound about a citation. That's quantum eraser crap.
Well, it's funny thing about citations. This evening, I got pulled over for the first time in like 5 years.
Oh.
And the guy, the fucking officer, dickweed, he's like, I didn't see the medium. I was trying to make a left turn. I didn't see the median there. And I was like, oh, fuck. Like, it was super dark and like really rainy. So I almost like, I was gonna go over it. Like, I've got a 4-wheel drive vehicle. I was just like, all right, I'm just gonna fucking go over it and turn it. And I didn't. Like, someone was honking behind me. Anyway, as soon as I reverse and I'm like, go to fucking like correct myself, I get fucking lit up. And the cop, he's like, what are you doing? And he fucking takes my driver's license. I'm like, yeah, my registration's expired. Here's my insurance and shit. And I just didn't go do the registration. But goes to his car, comes back, and he's like, I could be giving you a couple of citations, but it's raining. So he fucking gets in his car and drives away. And he takes my goddamn driver's license with him.
Oh. And you're like, I gotta go track him down to go get him.
Yeah,
Right.
like, and this is 70 miles away from my home, so I gotta fucking like call the department and see if they'll mail it. I don't know. He probably fucking. I don't even know who the guy is. I don't even know what department he works for.
He wasn't a real cop,
But
bro.
I didn't want to come off as like a sovereign citizen and be like, "Hey, can I get your badge number? And
Right.
am I being detained, etc., etc."
Yeah, right.
I'm traveling.
Like I have a copy of the
You
Constitution.
should give him
right
the
here.
ESA speech, man. You had a perfect chance for the ESA speech.
I'll conditionally accept your offer to give you my driver's license if you give me $10,000.
Oh, I'm pretty sure Poncho Pete tried that.
Oh my God, we're cleaning out a drawer yesterday, and my daughter picks up a book and she goes, "Oh, the Australian Constitution. There's a book everybody needs." Not. She like
Right,
frowned at me like, "What is
conditionally
this?"
accept. I'll
Sorry.
conditionally accept your knee in the middle of my back if you don't put me in jail. No, I don't know. What was that Poncho Pete trying
No,
to
he like
contract?
it was just super fucking annoying, Like, hey, what are you doing?
Yeah.
And I had a gun on my hip. I like it. It could have been weird, But
You have a permit, or you just you can you just carry there?
it's like you can open carry here.
Oh, you can open carry. Okay.
And
Well, even in states that you can open carry, you can carry it in your car.
Open carry sounds like legal drinking and driving, but I know it pertains to guns.
Well, I
It
do
just
that
sounds like
too.
they should call it something else, like gun carrying or something.
We get those. I don't watch telly much, but we get those cop TV shows, and the American cops look totally scary until they're dealing with a drunk person. Then all of a sudden, the drunk person like has all these, like they're allowed to walk and do all these special, tests and.
Oh yeah.
So weird.
Any other
Extreme to the
situation?
other.
Get your fucking hands and show me your fucking
Yeah,
hands.
the other thing is
Yeah.
shot dead. When they're drunk, it's like, "Oh, come out now, we'll just play with you for half an hour." It's like, fucking one extreme to the other.
If you have a permit to carry a pistol here, that's the way it is. Like you have to put your hands out of the window when the police pull you over and say, "I have a permit to carry a pistol.
No, I
Please
would never
don't
do
shoot
that.
me." Oh well, I'm telling you, that's what you're supposed to do.
That's why you don't get a permit.
We call it
I was gonna say,
constitutional
you
carry.
should never have a concealed carry permit. It definitely puts a target on your back. Like you said, you have to tell them when they pull you over.
Yeah,
You
if
have
he
to
because
announce it.
that could have gone way different. Yeah, if he pulled me over, ran my plate, and had a fucking CCW attached to it, then it would have gone way different. But he was like, he's a fucking nerd. He was just like, "What are you doing? You been drinking?" I'm like, "No, dude. Like, just going home." And as soon as they see that you're not nervous, it's like, "Oh, okay. Am I going to give him a ticket?" But he saw I had my family and my fucking dog in the car. I'm like, "Dude, I'm trying to go home."
Right. Yeah.
But I'm sure he would have given me a ticket if he wasn't standing in the rain talking to me.
Probably. Or if you had cried.
He would have given me a ticket if I cried, you're saying?
Yeah, well, that's a girl trick. Women do that all the time. I just started crying. I think they pat me on the head with their billy club and drag me downtown. You know what I mean? This dude started crying. But yeah, I know girls would do that all the time.
CWD, crying while driving?
Yeah, something like that.
You don't want to cry when you're getting a ticket, but if you can provide some kind of heavy breathing, sometimes that will assuage them.
Oh yeah, if you breathe directly into their nostrils, they'll let you off.
Heavy breathing. Tell us more. How do I deploy this?
It's like this. It's like
sighing, you can fuck them up. You can mess with them a little bit.
Every time they ask you a question, before you answer, you must sigh heavily.
I'm pretty sure there's a reason why Snack's not in jail, and this is not it.
I like the sign thing, though. I'm going to use that every question.
The sign,
and then answer that. That's perfect.
Oh, really?
Is there a problem? Is there a problem? Why you don't want to answer the question? No.
Yeah.
Just they'll be like, all right, I'm gonna let you go. I'll be like, okay.
All right, yeah.
Go.
Maybe the long pauses are sufficient to drive them away. Just long pauses in general. Hold on, let me think about this.
Sarcastic, just roll your eyes. Are you gonna give you a ticket for eye rolling? Oh, come on.
Eyes roll. Yeah, that's a good one. I'll have to think about that. Somebody else will have to try that and let me know how it turns out.
Yeah, this will help your authority complex or whatever new way you're talking about it.
It reminds me of this self-defense dude on YouTube, John Correa. He says just in reference to being in a situation where you're dealing with other people, he's like, yeah, the eyes may be the windows to the soul, but the hands are the windows to the intent. So
if you hold your hands in front of your face, maybe that's telling, right? Oh, wait.
Yeah, no, that's
cops hate that shit. That's another one you want to do when you're signing. You want to hold your hands straight up in the air as soon as they walk up to you, because they're like, no, put your hands down. Put your hands down. You're like, no.
Are you kidding me?
Are you sure? Are you playing a joke on me? Are you sure to put my hands down?
Every time they ask you a question, you put your hands up and sigh.
Oh man, I'm writing all this down right now. I'm going to look it up.
I can't wait to get pulled over.
I learned all this off the internet. I was talking to these guys, and they were like, "Yeah, do this." And
yeah, you're down Google Hangouts.
No, kick my door in, bro. What is that loud banging noise? That sounds like a battering ram.
When I get pulled over, I put my hands on the steering wheel and I point my fingers towards the glass of the windshield, and I just don't move until I ask for permission for everything that happens after that.
Yeah, don't be a faggot.
So I did have a buddy that got pulled over all the time, and I'm telling you, you know what he did every time? He would get out of the car right away and walk back to the police car, and they arrested his ass.
I used to do that too, and you're not allowed to anymore. I used to get out of the car so they could see, look, it's just me. It's just me.
I only get out of the car
until the last 10 years, and now you're not allowed to do it anymore. They want you to stay in the car. Or they only want the driver out of the car after they've asked them out. Everyone else stay in the car.
Honestly, if you just and this is I'm being 100% serious. If you just act like it's a little bit silly that you're pulled over.
Right, yeah.
It just it disarms them.
Oh, why? Because they've got so much self-confidence. They're totally all right.
No, if I'm not talking about this is stupid, you're a dumbass for pulling me over, but just yeah, because when I did that, I was just oh yeah, man, I didn't see the medium, whatever, or the median, and I didn't do anything particular with my hands.
My favorite song was on the radio, and why are you bothering me? Yeah, mundane, right?
And just it's not a big deal that you were pulled over. I think that's super important to portray that. Even if dude, I had fucking an AR in the back. I had a fucking weed gun on my hip, like you know,
and
like
40
fucking
pounds of cocaine and right, yeah.
Well,
Well, I
like
had like
your lights out in the back.
like 10 mags, like fucking like ready for war, and this fool's just like, "What are you doing?" No, the reason I brought it up was because he was just like, "I could have given you like a couple citations, but it's raining." So the whole citation thing.
Oh,
No, I
size.
get it. I
Right,
mean,
again, size. Size
Right.
or Haitian. Size or Haitian. Size or Haitian.
Citation.
I got pulled over when I was like 21. Let's see, I'd been drinking. I was racing somebody on the freeway.
Nice.
I was driving a vehicle that had expired tags on it that wasn't registered in my name. The only thing I had was a valid driver's license, and the cop let me go. Like, I don't even know if they do that anymore.
They
but
should have let you go. Like, it's fucking stupid. They don't even belong. Fuck cops, dude.
Can
Well,
I
Tell
make
you
a
what,
rainbow
I
at
went
night
to.
with the moon?
Fuck that shit.
Yeah,
Can
you
I make a
can.
rainbow?
Yeah, yep, you sure
You can
can.
do that?
Rainbow it. Yep, you go out with your spray,
Moonlight?
your nozzle or your
Wait,
hose, spray it
What
at
the
night
fuck?
with the moon to the back of you, and you'll get a rainbow. It's very faint, but it's there. It's got to
I'm
be a
gonna
pretty
try.
bright. Over
Do I
half
need a lot of
half
water or
the.
what?
No,
It's
no, you
bright
could use
enough.
a spray bottle. A spray bottle will work too. It just has to be a
I'm gonna
fine
do
mist.
it. I'm gonna prove this once and for all that I can see a moon rainbow.
Why are we doing
You
this?
can.
You're talking about a moon? Oh,
I
night
mean,
moon
I've
bow.
seen them. I've seen them. If you just like they show up, if you just like look
Like
at the
I know
moon
you
and
can
it's
do it
sort
with a
of
garden
cloudy.
hose with the sun.
What
I've
does
just never
that
tried it.
prove?
Yeah, I don't. Nothing.
What do you mean? What does it prove?
Well, what does it prove? I mean, ostensibly, what does it prove?
It proves the way that the light's being lensed from above us. Because if you take any other light, if it's incandescent electric light or a chemical light, so like, you know, all those different types of lights that you can make, or those types of ways you can make light, the only way to get a rainbow off of it onto a medium in front or behind is to have a curved reflective surface behind it, or you can have a parabolic lens in
You
front of
mean
that
like the
surface.
atmosphere?
Well, you
Well,
could
right,
have, you have to have something that does it, but it's not just atmosphere that bends the rainbow. It can split the spectrum to where you're seeing the rainbow or the spectrum split, but in order to curve it to where it's curved in three-dimensional space onto a medium like rain or mist or something like that, it has to, at least from what I found with my research, I had to have a reflective, curved reflective surface behind the initial light, or I had to have a parabolic lens.
So if you go out and put your hose on mist, right, you can see a rainbow. You've
Correct.
done that before. That's obvious,
yes.
right? So you
Right.
can do it in the moonlight as well.
And the
So what is
sunlight. But when you use your own light, when you use your own light other than the sun and the moon, you have to have a curved surface behind it, a
Oh,
reflector.
I see what you're saying.
Well, let me just put this
You
out.
can't
So
do it in your garage, for example.
Yes,
like
you can, but you have to have that curved surface.
Yeah, but I mean,
behind
like,
it.
I can't just walk out in the shop and like spray the hose with the halogens going or whatever.
Your individual, like local sky, your celestial sphere for you is like, from your perspective, curved, right? It's like a parabolic arc around you. So, like,
but it's
sorry.
It's like if the moon is at 12 o'clock position as far as what the sun would be directly above your head, you get a perfect circle. As far as the circle's a little bit better than if the sun or the moon's completely on the horizon and you're doing the same thing, the circle's going to widen out on one edge is a little bit. The thing that I'm starting to realize, though, when I'm looking at this stuff, I was going to show Ian how I think the star trails work. I think it's more a matter of, it's not so much lensing the light as it is the magnetics, the electromagnetics that's coming off of the poles of the North and South Pole, and the sun itself are creating a magnetic flux that's actually showing us those sun dogs and things that we're seeing in the sky, which is the rainbows themselves. Because when I start splitting it up, you know, I've got pictures of rainbows that are just outrageous because of the spraying that's going on in the skies. I'm talking 7 different rainbows.
Yeah, I saw some pretty fucking awesome ones today.
So if you think about it, you're getting more than just a lensing. It's more of the if I took For example, if I took a magnet and spun it as fast as I possibly can, you get the spider web looking or a spider looking design of magnetics that comes off of it if you threw iron filings at it. And what that I think that is exactly.
Wait, you're saying the rainbow has that sort of effect?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it.
Well, it is like
so
on
if you
the
go
spectrum.
up to
yeah,
if you go up to like 40 below zero and up to an altitude of about 10 to 12,000 feet, usually up in Alaska, when you got down that cold, the ice crystals went to octagons, and you got this what was called it was like sky dust is what I mean. It just looked like crystals. Everything was glittering, but what you saw was the entire sky would have a ring around the entire perimeter of where you could see, and there would be 3 suns in the sky. There would be the real one and 2 fake ones exactly in a triangle behind you, so it made a triangle. And then off of that, you would have not only the rainbow that goes around the entire sun with the sun dogs, but then it would start splitting to where you could look directly up and see eyeballs, like an inverse rainbow completely around your entire perimeter of what you can see above you.
Holy shit, you just fucking lost me, bro.
You've never seen those pictures?
I have not.
Oh,
Well, maybe everybody else has. Maybe I'm a novice.
Has nobody else seen those pictures I'm talking about where you got sun dogs and... No? Okay.
I've seen them. Yeah, I've seen them. I've taken them.
I mean, I'm not saying no. I just haven't seen them. I'm ignorant, perhaps.
And I've seen rainbows that do complete circles.
Oh, and by the way, E1, it's pronounced iron.
Fuck off, Mike. Shut the what a dickhead.
Well, he should spell it I-O-N.
I-N. Like, why are you eyeing me? That's a good way to remember it.
Yeah, that's how you do it. Yeah, you're like, no, are you eyeing me? That's how it's pronounced.
That's how it's pronounced. That's right. Go ahead. So explain
this.
That's
all love, man.
Yeah, you lost me. So go back a little bit. Just go back like 30 seconds, E1.
Okay.
Can you rewind 30 seconds and explain this to me again? I'll
as far as the rainbows themselves and how it works?
Yeah, please.
Okay,
some type of queer or something. Sorry, go ahead.
Let me show you something real quick, okay?
Yeah.
You can look at your screen, right?
Right.
Okay, let me make sure I'm showing the right shit here. Okay, so you know that star trails look like this, right? This is what you get if you do a time lapse.
Why are they square?
Well, it's because you're looking at this is a time lapse of what it looks like from the equator. You get the northern poles and the southern poles, the star trails, and they meet in the middle, but the stars don't go together; they go around, and they don't actually meet. So I was looking at a lot of different things.
It's a sort of toroid, then, is what you're describing.
Yes. So if you start looking, you know what a magnetic or electricity going through a coil looks like?
I do, yeah, right.
Okay, let me pull that up if I can. Oh, it won't let me. Oh, that's the wrong way. There. Okay, so you know that if you have a coil and you have the positive flow, which would be the southern pole, goes all the way around the rule of thumb, the energy flows through this way, and you have
the right-hand rule, yeah.
The magnetic lines of flow will always run this way around the positive and this way around the negative. And if this was the North Pole and this was the South Pole, the sun would go the correct way around.
Dude, I get it. That's pretty cool. Okay. So, yeah, I get it.
Hold on.
That's the best explanation I've ever seen. I've been asking for like a year and a half for somebody to explain it to me.
You start looking at the coils going through, right? Yeah. You start looking how they would actually spin. And if you look at magnetics, if you actually do this with the wire, you run about 18 volts and about, I don't know, I ran about 50 amps through, and you put a piece of paper right here on the wire itself, and you throw iron filings at it. You get 3 rings. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, right? So if I take this and I go and I start looking at how electricity runs through, and I take, you know what this is?
The analemma?
The analemma of the sun and the moon. And this one would be looking west, This one would be looking east because that's how you have to get the analemma for the sun. You have to do it in the morning to get your analemma the correct way because it'll lose its distortion on the night. You have to do the moon at night in order to be able to catch it, because the way that if you turned west, the lining up of it wouldn't work. You wouldn't catch it. So you have to do it in this fashion. And that gives you that there has to be a circle in between these, here, here, and here. And in my mind, what it is it's positive and negative, or it's just the distance of how the magnetics is getting weaker on the out. And that's how the sun travels, is through these bars of magnetic flux. And it does that analemma. And it's the moon, that's the trippiest thing. So the moon does this once every month. It goes through its entire cycle. It's 29.5 days. It's a lunar month. And Jibby is the one who helped me out with this. So it goes through its cycle once every month, and the sun goes through its cycle once every year. And this is where it starts getting trippy for me, is because if I can take it and do it to where there's 3 lines of flux, and the sun and the moon both ride upon these lines, and they do a positioning of one on bottom, side, top, side, top, side, top. That's 7. So if you take it and you start from 1 and start going through and come back, it actually gives you 12, because you discount, or 13, I'm sorry, 13, you discount the first one because it always resets itself back. So you'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then you start back over. Just because the way that it works as you're coming down. There's 12 lunar months. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry.
Well, there's 12 lunar months in a approximately, it's a little over 12 lunar months in a year. And what I think is happening is the moon goes through its cycle once and pulls the sun up 1 click, 1 lunar month. Goes through its cycle, pulls the sun up 1 lunar month. You know, and if you look at it the way the rings are, if you're from the top, if you did this at noon, there would be you wouldn't see the analemma. Just like if you were on a ball, you wouldn't see the analemma no matter where you were, because the way the sun would circle around, or you would circle around the sun. But if you look sideways from your observer's viewpoint, you always get the analemma of the sun, the moon west of you, and the sun's analemma east of you on a flat surface. But the problem is that everybody thinks that the flat Earth doesn't have 2 poles. It has 1 pole. You know, everybody looks at it like this and everything circles around. But I think it has 2 poles. And the star patterns are held within this magnetic flux.
Yeah, kind of like Titty's Earth.
Exactly.
And, I've considered that as well.
One more thing before I go.
Yeah, go ahead.
One more thing. Okay, so if I look at the distance, and this is just my idea, if I look at the distance of how far this is from here to here, on my map, it's approximately 4,250 miles. It's the same distance as that is from Egypt or Cairo to the North Pole, 4,250 miles. So if I look at that and I look at the analemma that happens as it moves through, in my mind, I know that the moon and the sun have to move 4,270 miles from here to here, this distance. So if I can know that, I should be able to know exactly how big that moon is and how big the sun is, because it goes exactly 4,250 miles, approximately. I mean, that's just what my figure is. But if I take a regular map, and I take the distances that they show me from the Tropic of Capricorn to the Tropic of Cancer, and that's where the sun would rise from, that's where it would be. That's approximately 4,250 miles.
That's kind of interesting. It looks a little bit like the the shape is like a little bit like almost like you've spherized the continents themselves and then made it flat, kind of.
So what I did was I looked at a bunch of weather maps, and the United States was always skewed completely off 35 degrees off of what it should be as far as what they showed. And then I started drawing it, and what I looked at is I could take a clear, like a see-through globe, and if you look at my map, it's almost exactly like if you took the globe and had a see-through globe and held it at a certain degree, and all land masses are visible.
Mm-hmm. So, and I'm going to, I'm like going to try and poke holes in it. So, why can
please do.
People in the southern hemisphere see the same stars? Like, how would everybody in the southern hemisphere be able to? And I guess I can kind of see it on your map. Maybe I should take a screenshot of it. Would you put it up again? Just for a sec.
Man, E, where were you
it's
a year
this guy,
ago, dude?
okay. It's this guy. Okay.
There's the weather patterns.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I see exactly what you're doing. So you've put your point of azimuth, and it's almost like how people were saying that, like Cairo, Egypt is
the center. It is the center. So what I did is I took 33 degrees north and 33 degrees east, and that's where it came out to be.
So this is what I'm saying. So like your map allows for, and it answers my question. If I was in the southern hemisphere and I was looking south, I would see the like Southern Cross or whatever, right?
Exactly. And the other problem that you start having too, as far as the magnetic flux, is that it wouldn't be directly out like you would think, because if you take a magnet and you put what I'm showing you on those rings, I think that's what has to be. If you see those red ones right here, I think there has to be 3 rings of approximately, I don't know, it has to be really thick of iron plates that are covered with some type of a metal, gold, silver, like veins around the mountains and stuff. That's what I think it is. It's creating an engine, like a coil underneath.
So what about the distance between Australia and South America?
As far as this way?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. As far as this way?
No.
Or you mean from here to here?
Yeah.
What's wrong with it?
Is the distance correct? Because I mean, like obviously it would have to be because it's warped, and the distances would change.
It's almost the exact same as what you would find on the regular map. Is my mic on? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It's almost the exact same as what you'd find on the map, except for one thing. I think it's wrong. I think that Australia here is actually twisted a little bit more, but I can't do that with the program that I had to do this with. I think that this should be twisted out a little bit more from Philippines, and I think Antarctica should be another 4,000 miles down. So I don't think this circle's right either. I think it should be a lot bigger as far as the area we're dealing with, because of the way how far the sun moves around the equator. This line right here is the equator, and that's where the sun moves at the equinox. And then it has to be this much distance out. So if that's true, you would have to start Antarctica about here instead of here. I don't know if you guys can even see that stuff.
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
That's interesting. So, did that begin as a different type of map, and then you just kind of like
you moved the point of azimuth? Yeah, it looks like that's from null school. Actually,
so it's like a azimuth.
That's exactly what it was
on Cairo. You're saying?
Yeah, it's close. I mean, that's 33 degrees. It's about 52 miles off into the what would be the west of Jerusalem.
But that's your prime meridian, basically, right?
Yep, that's the center. And it's like this. If you Here. I'll show you something too if I can find my other part of my map. Oh my God. Okay, so that was the other thing is that I did with this map was that when I started looking at how to figure out the center, I went, what would I start with? And what I started with was
this is like shit I used to do. That's crazy.
I started with all the major. Can you guys see that map at all?
Yeah.
Okay, I started with all the major megalithic structures in the world: the Easter Island, the Aztecs, the Incas, Stonehenges. There's a bunch of them, but I just picked the major one. Egypt, Petra. There's megalithic places in China, the Philippines, and Tonga, as far as on my map. And the funny thing was is that it made an exact line straight through the center of my map. And that was what tripped me out about it. And then I thought, well, what would that be for? And what it was is if I took the line of the center of the map and I drew it, the eclipse of the sun, winter, the solstices, the equinox, and then the summer solstice, it made it to where I thought I could take Pythagoras' equation and tell myself exactly how big the circumference of how the circle was going around the sun, no matter what time of the year, because every point hit a spot of where the sun's arc was. And the funny thing is, if you take that and you put it on the regular map, I gotta move the camera.
This is brilliant.
You take it and you put it on a regular map, it's a triangle.
Huh.
A pyramid, actually. It makes a pyramid.
Yeah.
But on mine, it's perfect. Oh, it's perfectly straight.
Something to that.
Yeah, that's good shit, man.
Like a dartboard.
Good work.
Thank you.
It's like a dartboard a little bit.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, exactly, like a bullseye.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
But now I think the sun is a magnet, and if you take a magnet over the top of a coil or a copper plate, and you spin it with opposing magnets facing down north, south, and then the third magnet is facing sideways. It doesn't matter if it's counterclockwise or clockwise. And you spin it at a certain revolution. I'd say it's approximately 3,000 revolutions per minute. You don't have to hit electricity to it. All you have to do is spin it, and it levitates. They levitate. So
the
now
third magnet. Where's the third magnet?
So you have south, north. They're just regular, like permanent magnets is what you would have to use. So you would have one facing up, one facing down, and then the second one would have it to where the magnetic pole of north be facing to the left, and all of them would have to be facing to the left. You see what I mean? So that's alternating south, left, north, left, south, left, north, left, south, left, north, left. And then that's got to be on a disc that's facing down at the coil or the copper plate. And once you start spinning, you can levitate. But here's where it starts getting.
I mean, we're talking about a sort of armature then? I'm trying to imagine.
Yeah. In order for me to do it, I'd have to have it on the end of a spindle of a motor and start spinning it at least 3,000 RPM straight down.
Armature. Okay.
On the plate itself. And then you have to have 4 of them really in order to make it to where it's level.
You can do that fairly easily with like a good impact.
Exactly. But here's where it gets down to.
Wait, you guys lost me. Back up. What do you mean?
An impact done like a drill.
Like air tools.
But that's not. Well, that's air driven. That's not right.
Yeah, but that's
right. So the driver in my mind is this: if you take a dish of mercury, and it's more of a channel, a dish like a bowl with a little bit of dimple in the center of it, and you hit that mercury, you fill the bottom of it with mercury, and you hit that mercury with electricity on the positive pole on the inside, negative pole on the outside of the dish, it spins. And it spins fast.
With mercury?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Now, this is the thing.
But right.
So if you want to create a fluorescent light like what you see, what I think is happening in the sky is that the sun is ionizing the sky and pretty much exacerbating a fluorescent light within inside the atmosphere is what I think is happening. It's just ionizing the gases.
Did you just say ionize?
Ionize, I did.
Fuck off.
But it's ionizing the gases,
When I make
and you have to have mercury for that reaction to happen with inside of a fluorescent light. That's the catalyst that drives the electricity through the light itself.
Hey, E1, do you got a website describing all of this in sort of detail so it can?
I'm working on it, man. I just figured this out 2 days ago. Somebody showed me 3 days ago. Somebody showed me that star trail, and I went, I know what's happening.
Okay.
Yeah, I've thought the same thing. Like just with regard to the star trails and the opposing motions of the poles on a magnet, and like when I look at Ken Wheeler's work on like putting a magnet next to a TV, he'll put that like grid on there, like on the TV, like on the screen, actually like playing it on the screen, and then he puts a magnet up to it and shows like what it does.
So you guys know what ley lines are, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think ley lines aren't anything what they think they are. I think it's the same reason why I was talking about the rainbows and how they split spectrums, and you have 7 different rainbows that all intersect on the sun, and then they go inverted, and you get these patterns. And it looks like, if you put it on my map, it doesn't look like this ribbon that goes across the center of the earth. To me, it looks like a donut that's a braided donut that goes around mine. It's the same thing that if I had that same magnetic flux, that same pattern in the sky, that's what the sun dogs would do.
If you would, I think I have your email address, but if you put it in the back chat, I'd suggest being sort of careful with this like work that you're doing. And I'm not trying to say it in like a...
Oh, he's cock blocking you. He's trying to cock block you.
What?
No, go get yours, bro. Yo, let me just say, can I cut in for just a sec? Like, I like what you're talking about, right? And the dynamics of how you think it works, electrically, magnetic. I like it. I like where you're going with it, right?
Sorry about that. I got a phone call. No, the reason I say
I just wanted
careful,
to say the last thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is there something within your model that has like a predictive power, or could potentially, that we could use to kind of like?
That's what I think it is. I think that's what we are, as a timepiece for whatever it is that created this, is so that it can look down like the comets. The comets always go through the center of the Earth as far as between like 2 poles. And so they always follow that equator. So you would know every 75 years when Halley's Comet comes through, or every 72 years, whatever it is. And if it's a perfect chronological timepiece, then why couldn't I use it as a calendar? Like, the next magnetic wave is going to be coming through, whatever its plane of existence is, that the machine that we are is helping them be. Because I just can't figure out any other thing that we could possibly be besides either an alternating generator or a motor that's spinning, but then we'd have to be a part of a huge other machine.
It's like you're limiting it to electromagnetism, and there's a whole bunch of other shit at play. Like and
and
I throw a crazy idea at you. Like what if there is no North Pole and there is no South Pole, and they are just apparent poles?
That's exactly it.
Apparent, right? But they don't really exist. Okay.
They're just spatial distances within the magnetic field,
like a field, I guess.
I like it when you talk like that.
It's not.
And I would suggest
this is not the place to talk about this. I'm like.
Oh, okay.
I'm just being honest. Like,
What does that mean? This isn't the place. What are
The
you?
limited hangout, bro. It's gonna get
Oh, this is the
trolled, or it's
limited
gonna
hangout.
get, or if it's
Oh.
anything that's good and right, somebody else will steal it and fuck it up for
They're
you.
not just going to steal it or fuck it up. Like that is true. But I think you're onto something, and presenting it before it's ready is not a good idea. And like being careful how you present it and to whom you present it is extremely important.
The one thing Jibby said was when I started going on the sun, but I think how it works, he said you better be careful if you do that. And
yeah, it's
if Jibby's listening, I'm working on it, man. I just don't think I have anything with 100,000 watts of power. I just don't think I have anything like that.
Well, don't even go down that. Don't even try to say, you know, what's powering the Earth and how it all works. But if you can at least model the directions of the sun and the moon, if you can do that, that is a crowning achievement, because there's not too many people who have been able to do that. And I've seen a lot of fucking people step up to the mark with this and fail. So try to keep it simple, because I'm involved in it too. It's a big undertaking.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Well,
and I want it to be right,
making something
too.
that's geographically accurate, right? That's why it's difficult. Like within a range of error, right? Like your model works, but like, right? If we take it, is that what you're saying, Merle? Like you take it to the next level, try like really proof it up, and be like, "Yo, here it is."
Yeah,
it's got to be mathematically precise, right?
Yeah, mathematically precise, but first things first as well, you know.
For sure. No, and I'm not trying to prove that I'm right either. I'm just saying this is what I think.
No,
when the
you're trying
light
to figure
came
it
on,
out.
Yeah.
when the light came on for me, it just looked so right. I mean, I just went, this is the path I'm going to start looking into. And just things started compiling on, and New Perspective gave me a bunch of different images of the moon and sun analemmas, and it was just really cool. Yeah, I hear what you guys are saying. I definitely, I'll take that to heart.
Well, for my part, I just want to say, like, that's actually pretty darn impressive. So, you know,
it really is.
It really is. The globalists don't even have a monolithic model. You know, there's contradictions and all kinds of stuff that happens. They don't have a unified model. So, right, I'm just saying that's pretty impressive. But yeah, my 2 cents.
Yeah.
You can tell that Ian is being honest because he's breathing hard out of his nose.
My hands are in front of mine. I'm just kidding. No, but seriously, I was thinking, yeah, right.
Psychology.
You guys are such fucking assholes. Wait,
no, I think you're fucking great. I think you're quite brilliant, Ian.
Oh, I appreciate that. But yeah, I dug it. I appreciate the presentation, and yeah, I hope you keep working on it, bro. Really, I do.
Oh, I'll never stop working on this. It's hanging on my wall all the time.
Yeah,
actually, I'm
going
to make a video too.
I just want to take this moment to bridge build between our two worlds, Ian. Like, and I'd spoken to somebody from like the skeptics group out here. They do the Salton Sea. And there's like one head skeptic guy that's got to be right about everything, you know, and he needed to talk to me, you know. So it's like and stuff. And boy, you can imagine my authority complex kicking in right about now, right?
Yeah.
And also, I had no respect for him. So like I just cut his whole world, like all like just with a pair of scissors, like shoot, 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 shoot. Everything he said, like it was just an argumentative shit tirade he wanted to bring. He thought that's how to have a discussion with me, but that's really not true. Because if you're just discussing ideas, and we're not talking about like fantastical unicorn farts, right? We're trying to work within this system, understand what it is, what the potentials are. Not coming up with like mystery forces or things like that, you know, just really trying to have a hypothetical concept built within what we know works. You know, that's thing that like any scientist, global type personality, they can like really get into that because it's something you can kind of sink your teeth into. It doesn't involve you know, holy books. It doesn't involve, you know what I mean? It doesn't. We're not even talking about conspiracy theory. We're just kind of speculate. It's speculation, right? And that's awesome. So this bridge building moment brought to you by.
The funny thing is, Snack, I know exactly what you mean. How about that? So yeah, right. It's a epistemology, which is a lot of people don't have a nice strong base in epistemology. They just believe what they've been taught to believe, and that's it. But they don't know where it came from, how they came to those conclusions.
Yeah, they don't know if it's even something that you can know.
Yeah, no, they really don't. They're like, you don't believe in gravity? You must be retarded. Like, you get that kind of stuff all the time, you know? And I'm like, well, gravity, what does that mean? You know, you talk to them, and they don't even know what it means, but right.
No, but who the fuck are they? That's like I won't even talk to somebody like that. Oh, you fucking stupid.
It's as if we didn't believe in density. Can you imagine that? You're flat earth. You don't believe in density? Oh my god. Whoa. And we believe in gravity. And they're like, fuck.
Yeah, but then you get into like
what
is density?
You know? They're fun to wind up because I'm like, you've never been on a hangout, have you? Like, you've never talked shit with the panel full of 8 people, have you? Because they get all mad and they're like, right. Well, anyway, sorry, go ahead. I've talked to people like that, and all of a sudden they're like explosive anger. And I'm like, what's wrong with you? I just posed it as a question.
Where has your coherence gone?
Right. They like, right, jump off right off the deep end. You don't believe in science? I've had people say that to me before. You don't
as if it's a religion or if it's God.
Right. Like, it's like saying you don't believe in Jesus or something, you know, like, no, that's not what I said. I just, you know, relating.
I was a mark on that kind of, just on that note is like, I read a sports blog about basketball. There was an injury, right? Some people were like, thank God. And like, Jesus, praise Jesus, right? People were like that. And some people made it a point to be like, praise science. And I was like, what are these folks?
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah. I'll mute myself. Praise Jesus. Well, if you get in a car accident and you're fucking mortally injured, you're not like, praise Jesus. You're like, Satan must have done that shit. You know what I mean? How's that work?
No, you're like, oh, science, please help me.
Right, science, please help me. Put my bones back together. Yeah, science is... Well, people cherry pick information. Ooh, my beer can just went pop.
Well, I think it's getting late, Ian. Man, you're gonna have to
people like to cherry pick.
Get on your knees and say your prayers to science before you go to bed.
It's baby Jesus in science. I'm gonna say
baby Einstein. Where's your baby Einstein, bro?
I'm gonna hedge my bets. I'm gonna pray to
I don't care who helps. Jesus,
Jesus, Allah, Buddha. It doesn't matter. Anybody will
help.
All right. Yeah, right.
Yeah, science. We should just like make a huge campaign to like turn Einstein into like a guru, like among the devotees, right? Like you know what I mean? Like yeah. We need to elevate Einstein to Krishna.
He already is a saint,
but in a mocking way. But in a mocking way, because
he should be floating in the ether, like in the lotus position, right? Yeah, no doubt.
Is that kind of like the missionary?
I don't know, Mike. You tell me, bro.
I don't know what the lotus position is.
I don't think the lotus. Dude, the Buddha's sitting in the lotus position. Don't be naive.
Oh, with their legs all. It's like Indian style, but more extreme.
Because that will piss off. That will piss off all the Indians. It will.
I want to see Einstein with a halo around his head.
Right.
However,
we're like, yeah,
I'm sure if you Google it, it's there.
I'm gonna that's actually a good meme. I think I'm gonna do that. Like, I'm gonna make a video about that. Like, that's gonna be Einstein floating in the lotus
Einstein,
position.
like basically just doing basic yoga. Einstein in a basic yoga, you know, but just put him in context with like all that other stuff. Like, yeah, he's just like a god.
I'll have him saying profound things like
all of India will be so pissed they'll all become flat earthers.
I'll have him. He can say profound things like. Now, you could say that when you're standing on the road,
well, then what
the cart moving by you is moving, or you're standing.
Everybody's got an authority complex. If we just play to the authority complex, be like, yo, it's cool, Einstein, he's cool, he's better than your gods, and your gods are primitive. You know what I mean? Like, come to this. Like, they'll be like, no, fuck you, our gods are awesome. Einstein is bullshit, right?
Yeah. Yeah, dude, there could be like a
We
nuclear
could trigger
holocaust.
India with this
Yeah.
meme. It could happen. Somebody make it happen.
Holy shit, dude, you're off into Never Never Land for sure now, bro.
I have like a
You
lot of
ran
weed.
away with it.
I have a lot of weed, bro.
You picked up the ball and just ran with it. Yeah, you did. Oh, you have a lot of weed. Oh, that's the
that'll do it.
That's the catalyst.
Right. I mean, you guys know that story, Einstein. And
You were trying to say it, yeah.
Yeah, right. So this is Einstein is like, well, we need to be able to explain relativity to the common folk. So this is it. You can go out in the street and you can see a horse and a carriage going by, and you could say either the horse and the carriage is moving, or I'm standing still, or I'm moving and the horse is standing still. That was his fucking theory, which is to me,
it's
insane.
Lecture.
Rubbish that is.
That's his meat and potatoes lecture.
So,
no, but I'm saying that's how he broke it down to the common man.
That's just one of those like stoner things. Like, whoa, dude! Like, what if?
Yeah.
Right.
What if the fucking you're not moving?
Right.
Well, doesn't that seem like some kind of like psyop-y shit, like some Ken Kesey fucking
what if it's
LSD
all
bullshit, like try to like psychedelically like affect like student populaces that are into science and engineering by like fucking them up with like nonsense shit like that?
Well, it's like people that are like, it's a virtual reality, and I'm like, compared to what? Like, what's the baseline? You know what I mean? But people like,
well, this is actual reality. We deal with actual intelligence. There's no virtual intelligence.
Well, it's a virtual reality machine, which means like compared to what? That's all.
Yeah, I know, but it feels and tastes and shits and fucks like reality though.
Yeah,
all the time.
Well, let's go ahead and think about the word virtual.
Let's pontificate upon that.
No, I'm actually, I'm 100% serious. Snack, you're hot. You're hot as fuck right now. No, you're good. You're just like you're coming in hot.
You're coming in hot.
So like virtual, like having certain aspects of, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's what, even though they don't know that's what they mean, when people say virtual reality, it's like reality, but it's not. And it is reality. That's the problem. So it's not virtual. That's the Matrix, right?
This is physical computational matter, word salad, working together.
Well, I keep saying it. Whatever dreams are, I'm pretty sure that's like what like Earth's made out of. Earth is made out of the same shit the dreams are made out of.
But how is one of
how far removed are you from the Earth, though?
What do you mean?
We're like being of some sort, right? We're not like we like came from here, though. I think I mean, there's people that think that we didn't, but like I don't know, man. I
think we came from here.
Like I think all this life stuff probably is mostly from here. I don't think like there like some crazy gardeners came in and like escaped this shit.
Well, let's go back to you asked the question, how far removed are you from Earth? And then I'll just retort back to everything that you just said with where is here?
Well, like we all want to like remove ourselves from. Well, the NASA people want to like leave the Earth, right? They want to remove that. It's like it's anything we want it to be. We could go to Mars. We could go to Venus. Who cares? Earth. Who cares? Earth.
No,
Who cares?
they just send postcards, man. Like they don't really do a whole bunch of that. Like, even though they say that next year that
like Mars is really cool. Like, there's amazing shopping here. You didn't even know.
They're gonna open up the space station to tourists like next year.
I just had some like Martian sushi. You'll fucking love it.
So you think that we come from here? Like we seem ill-equipped to survive here. Like we don't have like a big.
I think we're well, you're white though, right?
Yeah, still.
Like if you were like pigmented, like you'd have I'd feel much better if I was fucking black right now.
You think
so?
That much? How the hell would that help you?
Well,
what if we were from here?
Kanye West?
Can you outrun a lion? They can run like 38 miles an hour.
I'm just saying.
What
like,
if we were
Kanye
never
West
meant to be in the wild? What if we were from here? from technology. Like we had technology, we were never meant to be in the wild, out in the Garden of Eden, or the Earth was meant to be better designed. Designed for us to be in. Maybe the weather changed. Maybe we changed the weather by building shit in the sky, and we created
think
four
about it
seasons.
from an evolutionary
well, maybe. I mean,
and,
yeah.
and you're, it's like any set of circumstances could happen, any wild set of circumstances. Like, but how do we get to here and now? I'm just saying, like, I don't necessarily know how you have like higher technology before you have primitive technology. And what can you do with primitive technology and a good understanding of things where your head's not all boggled with a bunch of shit, right?
Sorry,
what's just like a right? I mean, it's got to be through like our natural intelligence should be enough to tell us about where the fuck we are, right? Or do we need
You're off and running, dude. You are off and running. Slow down for a minute. Like, so the prominent question here is like, are we equipped to survive here in the natural world? I'd submit that no, we're not. Like, we're fundamentally.
Where are you trying to survive, though?
Well, I'm in my house. It's easy, right? The sort of
well, in your neighborhood, and could you survive in your backyard for a week?
Well, why is your house easy to survive in?
Because it protects me from the natural elements.
How did it get there?
Somebody built it. I didn't.
Somebody that was equipped to make it livable. You know, and like you do have that ability.
Well,
but you have to get there in the first place, and that's the trick. Like, how do you not get eaten by the lion when you're building the house?
If we weren't equipped to survive here, we wouldn't be alive right now.
Do not fuck with where lions are.
That's the sort of circular logic. Dude, you just did global logic on me. You just.
It's not global logic.
Yeah, it is. It's circular logic. Of course it is. I'm just saying that.
It's like some circular logic is okay.
things.
Oh, I agree with that. How could I not? Circular logic is okay.
Well, things don't really like ever just have finality. You know, like just like A meets B and the end.
Like the Ouroboros is circular logic. It's like
nebulous.
Yeah.
Oh, is everything linear? Like it's not like isn't everything cyclical? Like, right? I'm not like anti-linear here, but it's just everything has like effects and causes and stuff, and it just keeps going. That's what
or were you saying I was? I don't think he was talking to you about the circular. I think he was talking to me.
That was talking to both of you. I mean, it's right. It's circular. Well, we're here, therefore we're fit to be here. Well, I can't answer that. I mean, there's nothing for me to say.
That's
we're
just
here,
because
therefore we're fit
because
to be
it's probably right.
Oh, fuck.
That's why you don't have a rebuttal.
And I just said that's circular logic, like globe logic, like right. It's a globe, and therefore it's a globe because it's a globe.
No. Okay.
Yeah.
I gave you like some more points.
Okay.
To it,
well,
like,
what I'm saying
you're
is
in a house. Because
okay, I've spent time out in the woods, and I'm telling you, if you don't take anything with you at all, you're really ill-equipped. Don't take anything with you. So my cats can do it.
Why is
my
that?
dog can do it. I don't know why that is.
No, they can't.
Yeah, they can.
Dude, they fucking die. Like if you're okay, if your animals are like were raised around that and they like know how to venture off and how far they can go and shit.
Yeah, they're
But if you leave if you leave like a regular dog in the woods, it's gonna die. Like a domesticated animal in the woods is going to fucking die.
Well, maybe that's a bad example.
We are domesticated. No, it's not a bad example because
I'll give you a good example of why we're not meant to be in the wild. Women's menstrual cycles. You want us to deal with it out in the bush.
That's a good example.
Well, the answer to that is men.
Oh yeah.
That's why, like a male deer has several does that follow it. Like a buck has.
Yeah.
So you want us to be pregnant for 20 years?
No, this is why we build villages.
I want you to understand that we are here to protect you and not feel like that makes you inadequate because you are here to do like so much more for us. No, not just make babies.
Plays out like that all the time.
No, to raise children. Like and to be like to be a wife like that or like to be a mate, I guess, you know. It's like we can't do well without each other. Like
no, I agree with that, but we were talking about us living in the wild.
In the wild, I mean, it's a sort of primitive experiment. Like if you go try it, like I don't think you're gonna have a lot of success. But that's
Hi, Sasha. Didn't mean to talk
Yeah.
over you.
Hey, Sasha.
We
Hi,
have
Trevor.
domesticated
Hello.
animals, and they're probably that's probably a bad expletive, but right.
I think it in a way it kind of is like we are like in society sort of in a domestic capacity.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
We're absolutely domesticated. We exercise. Okay.
I like the I feel
have
like
to go
we're the human
exercise.
crabs. We're the
I don't, but
hermit
yeah.
crabs of mammals.
I don't have to go exercise. I mean, I'm getting exercise, but it's I don't need to go do that.
You do if you live in a
just
fucking
surviving
a high-rise
surviving is
apartment building and you have to go walk yourself like you're a fucking dog.
Dude,
You know, so that you don't atrophy and fucking wither
yeah, you're
away.
not wrong. Yeah, I work for a living, so that's not my problem. But yes, I know what you mean.
I'm not saying you're lazy, right?
No.
It takes some right, but like it's not like you gotta like walk like you're driving a vehicle, right?
Talking shit.
You know, I was
Have
just on
tools.
the topic before. Nature does have an answer to menstrual periods. You just have to breastfeed. So I guess if we were breastfeeding children for 2 to 3 to 4 years, then you could cut down the cycle of pregnancies.
Yeah, I think Mike's right. I mean, this is a sort of known tradition. The Romans kept records of that. And actually, when they encountered a lot of the tribes, what would happen is the men lived on the outskirts of the tribe as a sort of protective measure, and the women lived inside the tribe. So, you know, it was a sort of...
like an ant colony of some sort.
A group
It was kind of like an ant colony, you know.
Yeah, like you want to keep the women safe and comfortable.
Yeah.
And like it, man.
Yeah, men can procreate like 10,000 times, and women can only do it every 9 months.
We're
it's
expendable. Like, dude, we're like we could like we're equipped to die quickly.
Don't tell me that. My feelings are getting hurt really bad right now.
What?
I'm joking.
No, I think you were.
No, I
understood
was right.
what I was saying. At least
I did understand what you were saying.
Because. Okay, like the reason I say that we're expendable is because, you know, women have to be like fed and comfortable, and when women are like in the latter stages of pregnancy, they wouldn't be able to fend for themselves if it weren't for men, especially in the wild, you know.
Yeah.
So
and like when you segregate that like that, then would love disappear because everybody just wants the best genes for their children because it's a group environment and they're going to get looked after anyway, and it really doesn't matter.
It depends on what you mean when you say
I
love.
want to
How does
disagree
that
with
work?
Hitch, though, on that. I would
I'm
like
just
to
asking,
disagree with Hitch.
wondering.
What?
I think like different things kick in when you're in the wild. You're gonna like if you're a lady and you're preggers, your body's gonna like know that basically you're in that situation, and it's you're
gonna start being really nice to men.
Wait a minute.
Don't have a man.
I just wanted to call
No, I'm just
Jibby out for being a Jewish fag. Okay, go ahead.
Nice. Good
Hi,
job,
Jibby.
dude. Thank you. I really appreciate
I think
that,
there's a lot that we would think that we can't do because of the conveniences that we are like appointed to, I guess, by the consumer whatever propaganda manufacturing. It's super.
They encourage a lifestyle. You know, they don't.
I'm
force
just saying,
our
like,
hand.
yeah, if you're attached to all that, like, you don't develop like a natural instinct, a natural like survival kind of instinct that way. You know what I mean? Like, it could be based on just fucking over other people, but it's not based on like an understanding of nature and stuff. You know?
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
Like football, okay? Football, basketball. These are like simulations, and everybody talks about this. Everybody fucking knows it, but it's just it's the 1% of the conversation that just has to be said when we're talking about shit like evolution. You know, the fact is that football is like simulated reality, and I was talking to Dredd about like the primal nature, like the feeling that or that people get when they kill animals. I've only killed one mammal in my entire life. It was a rabbit, and I killed it with a rock, and I felt like I was a badass. I fucking killed it with a rock. It was like, a good 15, 20 yards away. I fucking threw the rock, and like the rock went where I wanted it to go and hit the fucking rabbit, and I was just like, oh, fuck yeah, dude.
Dude,
I'm the man.
I saw like an 8-year-old kid throw like just a random wrench from at a rabbit and like peg it right in the face. Like,
nice.
Isn't it weird when like you aim? Sometimes you hit things. It's so weird.
Yeah, you can actually develop that, just like the way you were talking about developing instincts. You know, you have these things like muscles, like wits. You know, but if you don't use them, they go away. Like handgun skills, like it's a perishable thing, and sometimes it just doesn't grow at all. So I think that, you know, those like
it's skill,
somewhat animalistic.
It's like skill building, but they're like it's an open thing. And if you don't have to like kind of keep reinforcing yourself with like, you know, the 9 to 5 hustle bustle stuff, like I think you can hone stuff differently, you know, and you can maybe, you know, when I get out of here, I'm sure I'm gonna bring new skills to whatever I tackle in the future, you know. So I don't know. That's something good. I guess anybody could do it too. It's like homesteading.
Well, y'all should be doing it, like
I don't know.
And
I don't
with,
know. I feel good to like this is as unplugged as I've kind of ever been, I guess. So it's like it feels pretty good to like not die. You know?
Yeah, no, you're
it feels like so good.
yeah,
dude. No, you fucking thought you were
not dying
dead.
Is good. Yeah.
No, like Snack is where he's at, and like he was having a couple of conversations before where he's like, dude, I'm a badass for this, and you are, dude. Like you actually did something that you didn't think you would be able to do, or like, but you took the chance, you know.
I wasn't supposed to be in the situation either. I should have people here that like are on site all the time to like help me with whatever I'm doing.
Yeah, but it's hard, dude.
So,
yeah, so people aren't
solo is like, are you kidding me? Like in this heat, like to even just get like I have to maximize every bit of this day, man. Like when I wake up normally at like 4 in the morning, right? And I'm like trying to get up and get ready because I got to get out the door here at like 6 to get a few hours of work in before when it's 10, that's like break time. And that leads to fucking heat fucking sauna that you can't believe until 5:30. So then and it's grueling, bro. Like it'll take something out of you if you're not prepared, you know?
This is like lends itself to what Ian was talking about.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
right?
Well,
like we're not supposed to live there probably.
Probably not. You're supposed to be like living by the seashore and like picking fruit off the trees and that sort of thing. But yeah, maybe.
And fucking shit up. Like, but then again, like people, you know, they live in these like really adverse conditions. But yeah, like, you know, being in the extreme cold or the extreme heat. Do you dress like an Arab when you go outside? It might be a good idea.
Oh yeah, I'm developing a whole new like clothing line based on this technology for evaporators.
I'm sure it exists.
Like
already.
you guys don't even know, but like, yeah.
Do you look like a ninja? Do you look like a ninja?
I've got basically something I wear basically something around my neck that's like.
He's Asian, so it's funny.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
It's like kind of like a scarf, but it's basically like an evaporator. I don't know. You'll probably go spend $20.
Oh no, yeah, that's one of the things. Reasons I think that Arabs dress that way. Like they don't want to waste any little bit of sweat that they could get like the evap cooling effect from. And like I think that's probably why we sweat.
It's very minimal with just regular cloth though. I've got some shit like where it's almost like ice water cold, and it's UV blocking, it's IR blocking.
Oh, you're talking about the cloth that you're wearing,
yeah. It's just, but it's like I'm doing turban style shit, with a pump irrigator.
So I was not wrong. I like.
And
are you Asian? Are you Asian?
Yeah, so the ninja thing was funny.
Well, I mean, at least to some degree.
I don't see how I'm not ninja. That
no, like, but he didn't.
I'm in more like a Mad Max, like apocalypse kind of situation.
Yeah, that's.
I like the Dune avatar now because this is fucking desert, and there are sandworms probably.
Ian couldn't possibly be more white, by the way. Like
I couldn't.
No, Ian
that's
have
entertaining.
Tremendous disadvantages. I do have like.
I get burned real easy. Actually, I don't. Actually, like My skin's hardy now.
No, but it's just
maybe.
like when you're like watching a movie and like the good part happens and you're like, oh, well, that's entertaining.
I analyze that and break it down.
No, I wasn't saying that. No, that's not what white people do. They're just like, oh,
what did they do?
That was delicious.
Oh, that was delicious. I really enjoyed that very thoroughly.
That was scrumptious.
You're probably not wrong about that.
No, I love you, man. I'm glad to talk to you. If I don't talk to you for another fucking 3 years or whatever, dude, I'll love you then.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. Let's see. I'm analyzing that. What do I make of that? No, cool. That's a joke. I make a joke.
That wasn't even my joke that I was over. You're over analyzer.
Oh, I got it.
That you're white.
You mean like a happy
I know,
gay
but I fucking had to analyze that too. So think about that.
Oh, okay. So you're making fun of yourself. That's good.
Yeah, right. Oh, I'm not a right.
Why are you punching yourself?
Why are you
hitting yourself? Stop.
Believe me, I grew up in a like I said, in a diverse neighborhood. We took the piss out of each other. The Chinese, the black guys, everybody. Chicken with a chopstick, nigger want a watermelon, like that stuff happens all the time.
But they can't see you because you're clear.
You're
transparent. You're so white.
I am transparent, translucent.
He's actually he's actually transparent. I'm sure he's not translucent.
Like light passes through him.
Actually, I'm not white. I'm sort of beige. It depends on the sun, but yeah.
Yeah, I would say that when they would say, "Oh, people of color," and they'd be talking about black people. I'm a color. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm a color, bitch.
Yeah, but back to that, like I would have a lot more like skin protection if I was black, I think, and I would enjoy it.
No, why would you have more skin protection?
Yeah, just like we're from places, and like our diet comes into play with this as well. Like it may not be that good of an idea.
I'm probably like 7% black Asian, I guess. Let's say.
What? Wait, say that again.
Well, because there's
say that again.
Okay. This is based on my 23andMe bullshit, right? So like I don't have hereditarily I can't prove it, right? But like based on like percentages in chemistry, it would seem to suggest that some of my Japanese ancestors came from Korea or were part Korean or something like that. So Koreans are pretty dark.
Banged Africans.
And well, they're attached to Asia, and there was like there's like black Singaporean people too, like Asian black people there. I don't know. There's all kinds of stuff. I'm sure I'm not that black, but
yeah.
I don't know. Maybe like got like I'm okay in the sun though. But maybe I get.
Have you ever heard of the Tamarack mine experiment?
Fuck you, Mike. You just drug that shit down to the gutter because you're such a fag.
I'm sorry. Fuck, man. I didn't.
I mean, dude, I can't understand you with the dog dick in your mouth. What are you saying? See, I just trolled you.
He's talking to you, Snack. Now he's talking.
Oh no, I think you.
It was fucked up, dude.
Just passing around,
dude. Whatever. Nobody's purebred. That's the moral of the story. Like nobody's got this sort of trait. Like, oh, I came from a single ancestor.
Yeah, dude. Snack, you got
talking. It's like probably like 50 generations back or some shit.
You know how I know you're black, Snack? You watch basketball for some fucking reason.
Why do you watch basketball and you play jazz? That is a little unusual.
You watch jazz and play basketball?
That's a reoccurring theme here. Hold on, I think I detect some sort of. Well, there's something happened. Oh, hold on. I know.
I'm pretty sure what I'm detecting is nebulous circular logic.
Oh, whatever. Your mom.
Your
mom. Let's play the dozens instead.
That sounds like nebular logic.
Nebulous.
It is.
Oh, this is good, man. I'm having a good time with you guys. This is cool. And
I'm from the hills of Scotland.
He wins, like, dude.
I'm from the hills of Scotland. I did genetic testing.
Oh, Did you find the specific hill that you were conceived upon?
It was on the left hill.
Did you find the overspray as well?
It was on the left hill by the overspray.
The left hill.
Right, yeah. That one, you know. Like, where do you live? Well, on the left hill. You know where that one is?
Where are you? I'm a leftican.
Yeah, right. Lefticans.
I'm
Where the rest of
Leftinese.
the Lefticans live.
I didn't know Scotland was that small.
It is
that
when
an
you're.
insult?
Wait a minute. I took umbrage with that. Why are you talking shit to my buddy?
Yeah, and I heard they
I'm talking
recently.
to you. I'm talking to you, Hitch, bitch.
I heard they recently had Scotland carpeted the whole
He's a
thing.
left publican.
He's a left publican. It's a total contradiction, but it makes perfect sense when you work it out
you would
mathematically.
say that being a rightocrat as you are.
Yeah, I would. Ooh, I'm a rightocrat.
Let's see. Ian definitely votes Republican.
You think
But he's
so?
socially permissive.
Socially promiscuous, huh?
Permissive.
Okay. Sorry, I'm doing the raspy laugh. That's not my fault. It's the cigarettes.
I'll tell you a secret. I never voted in my life.
Oh my gosh. I love you more, dude.
Who did you vote for?
Nobody. I've never voted for
But
anybody
in your heart.
ever in my life. In my heart, I never voted for anybody.
Who was won your heart and your mind?
Hillary. She was. It's like all about her Secret Service. That was
It's
like
the tasteful pantsuit.
Yeah, and she was like a honey in her day. So
She was scary because like when she started to get into like I'm gonna be fucking president, bitch. When she started looking at herself in the mirror, talking herself up, you know, I'm sure I don't know this for a fact, but I'm sure she was fucking pumping herself up and she woke up and was just like, "You're gonna do it," you know what I mean? She's
in the mirror.
Yeah, no, she actually reminded me of the dead Kennedys, you know, California Uber Alice. Like I could see that. Soon I will be president.
And that's where the problems began for her pantsuit taste, right? Became to be almost that of like a Kim Jong Il's would like be like, hey, yeah, I'd totally wear that hill.
Yeah, when the camel toes started showing, like that was like telling, right?
You know, the one thing I'll say about Hillary is, you know, she's a woman.
Well, I do think that's probably true. I think, but I don't know. Maybe she needs to be.
Yeah, they aren't going to get her with the transvestite thing. That's for sure.
I mean, no.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, the tranny thing is weird.
That would make Bill so much more weirder, though, if she was a man, right?
Can anybody tell me?
I can't even do the algebra there.
If I may,
it's Illuminati. Man, that's why.
If I can do a shift, shut up, Ian. Shut up.
Shut the fuck up yourself, bitch.
So there was a 14-year-old tranny emperor of Rome. Does anybody know about this?
Yeah, his name was Mike.
No, I want to know. I'm actually asking because I want to know.
Not to the best of my knowledge. I mean, I know that there's some. What's the Egyptian emperor?
No, there was a 14-year-old tranny emperor of Rome. I'm fucking 100%. Like,
where
I'm not
did
lying.
you hear that from?
The History Channel.
Who told you that?
The History Channel.
Tranny is the first.
I'm confidently saying the History Channel.
They retold history. I don't know what to make. I mean, maybe. I don't know.
Okay, no. The thing that I was like interested
in. What does that mean? Like it had genitals grafted upon it, or like what does that?
No. Like okay, it was like a trans. What was it? It used to be a transvestite, so it had a dick, and I'm sure it didn't have tits. This is like
it had male and female genitals.
No.
It's a hermaphrodite?
No. It was just a fucking dude dressed as a woman.
Oh,
But it was okay. So,
dude, are you making this shit up?
I'm not making it up.
Yeah.
Like, decadence. Decadence is the word that I was like interested in when I came across this. And I'd always heard the word decadent used as a way to describe something like luxurious, you know, and like good. Okay. But it actually means like in the state of decay. because of the like impulsive like use of luxury and like self-indulgence. So when I heard that, somebody, I can't remember who it was saying that like they had met with some like world leaders. Fuck man, I can't remember who it was, but they had met with like some like deep state individuals.
We're talking about Rome now or contemporary?
Well, I'm talking about contemporary right now, but it was a contemporary reason for why I came across something called the decadence of Rome. And basically that we're in this same state right now, and the elites know this. And this is not from like a conspiracy theory video. This is like just a general talk that somebody high up had. Fuck man, I can't remember who. It's nuts that I can't remember, but because I feel like I sound like a conspiracy idiot. But basically, like the decadence of Rome is a period where they were like living, the elites were living in such luxury and such self-indulgence that they forgot and began to not give a fuck about the state of the peasants or
the empire.
So at some point, a 14-year-old man, I would consider you a man at 14. You're not much of a man, but you're a man. Would dress as a woman and became emperor of Rome after an assassination. And this, am I roboting?
No, it was a coup. I take it.
Yeah, something. Yeah. So, like, I'm sure that's what it was. And they were like, dude, we'll fucking handle this little 14-year-old bitch ass tranny. And, we'll run it from, like, we'll just, like, work this kid like a puppet. We'll literally shove our fist up his ass and work his mouth like a puppet. So, the 14-year-old tranny emperor gets castrated voluntarily.
Drag queen?
And then it becomes something else. I don't know what a ballless, dick-having man that dresses like a woman it's called. I don't know if there's like a classification for that. But anyway, like he himself is assassinated because he did it.
Are you a newt? Are you a newt if you've heard? Oh, what is it called?
Like it's called a eunuch. It's a eunuch, but what do you call a eunuch that dresses like a woman?
Yeah, I don't know.
Drag queen.
But you wouldn't have a Roman emperor. Look, you wouldn't have a Roman emperor that dressed like a woman. Like
it was a fucking tranny. Like all I know is it was specifically.
You couldn't have held public office. Period.
What if it was just swapping over from women ruling to men ruling? Because
what's the dividing line? Makeup.
Well, I mean, what if an alien landed in its spacecraft and like I'm just saying that the traditional model is like women are not rulers, so they had a prominent place in the empire, but they weren't rulers. That's it. I mean, unless you're like, well, that doesn't right. Okay. I could opine endlessly, but I won't.
Are there just sort of different dynastic traditions?
But I could opine endlessly. Well, I'm just saying there was no provision for it within the Roman Empire. Like women did not hold leadership roles. That's it. So you wouldn't dress like a woman to become like the top of the food chain because you get eaten. That's it. The end. As far as I know. I mean, if you want to talk to Pete Shea and he's like, well, there wasn't the Roman Empire and right, like the pyramids are made out of concrete.
I guess there's something I wish I could remember how it's spelled, but there's something to do with, like, I guess it's part of Saturnian worship where they get like this like idealistic child boy who is to be the, I don't know, whatever. I don't know how deep it goes with that, like what the tradition really is, but the word is like it's like puer Saturnivus or something like, and it's like, I don't know if it's like it's like some boy some boy shit, dude. I don't really know how that. I don't know, but there's like some weirdness there. I mean, maybe that's because I think Rome was kind of like in a Saturnian tradition for a while. You know?
Yeah, that's possible.
I mean, we all think of Rome and we think of pasta sauce and you know, the Colosseum and oh, how nice. I'm gonna go there on vacation someday, but right, like it's and we think of well, like Vatican's in Rome, right?
Yeah,
Or
that's
Vatican's
right.
in Vatican.
Well, it's in, yeah, it's
right.
not Rome proper, but
So,
yeah.
like before it got all like so, I don't know. It's just having like nice street cred basically to have that. It's like it's all cleaned up now. It was all weird before, but it probably wasn't Christian at all, right? Because they were like putting them in the Colosseum,
Rome,
like, fight and stuff, right?
Oh yeah, no, Rome wasn't Christian. I mean,
They
I
were
don't.
definitely fucking with Christians for a while. So, so even though it is totally cool to be Christian now, like there, it totally wasn't before. So what were they worshiping then? What was the glue that held their world together with their Roman numerals? You know, if they had Roman numerals at that period of time.
Well, I hate to fall back onto my roots, but it was very nebulous. I'm not sure.
Very nebulous.
Very nebulous. I'm not sure what question you're asking there.
I'm not giving you much to go on. Well,
yeah.
Okay. What I'm suggesting is that this tranny emperor is like the pure Saturn, or whatever the word is really to imply, but it's like
is Saturnalia female somehow? I mean,
no.
it's associated with the female. No, it's not. So
I mean, like so what would we go to if we were talking about Saturn? We talk about like Greek gods and I think that's all like fudged over too. I think there's like a tradition of like Saturn worship that like you probably got to be real special to find out about what it is. But it seems to link a lot of things together. Hey, if it's part of your AAA auto logo, like you know what I mean? Like why is it part of your NASA logo? It's like Saturn or is that the rocket that brought them to the moon? Like so what is the Saturn worship about, bro? Like it's
I don't know. I thought you went off to the Never Land there, but actually you didn't. I get where you're going. Okay, go ahead.
My Never Land is very close to natural reality. And it's a Saturn V dick rocket, right? So
he's got a little bit of truth in his bullshit. Come on.
Yeah, right. He's right. No, I know where he's going though, right? I have
the truth is that
so you put a ring on your finger, and that's associated with Saturn, which is the heart. Like the whole thing is sort of tenuous. But yeah.
Oh, it's not in the Bible. Like people get married, right? They get married by a priest.
Yeah.
Where in the Bible are they doing ring exchanges?
Right. Well, he's got a black froth on, which is sat black. Like
like it's a Saturnian law. That's right. So
well, sat black is like a judges. They wear sat. So wait a minute. So the judges they wear sat black and your graduation hat with the square and the mortarboard. That's sat black and right. So all of this stuff sort of dovetails together at some point. Sorry,
okay. But that's in like the societal like aspect. These are utility workers. The judge, all those the graduate, right? They're utility pieces for like some sort of like I don't know. It implies like there's a ruler of some kind, right? Somebody that makes everything go around.
I think Saturn is associated with time somehow. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
All the details,
so Saturn, yeah. Does that have to do with? Let's look that up. Somebody get some Wikipedia happening. Wow, that's some fuzz. Yeah. Hey, Marty, don't plug the guitar directly into the amplifier. I made some modifications.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, I don't know. It gets complicated, I guess.
Let's look. Like, so.
What just happened? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Sure can.
Okay,
you're hearable.
Good.
I think Marty blew out the speakers.
Marty? Who's Marty? Where's
In
Marty?
Back to the Future?
Okay, so What about?
Never mind.
It is, or Horus,
Mm-hmm.
the son of Saturn.
Yeah, that's right. That's Jesus is the.
But wait a minute,
Horus, right?
isn't the Saturn?
It's
Isn't the Saturn? We're talking about a black square, like a cube. Isn't that called the Saturn as well?
That is the Saturn, and of course that's where the Muslims go, right? They have
Mecca, and when they go around it, when they walk around it, they look like a magnetic flux walking around with all the people.
Oh shit! Is that
they
weird?
walk it. I shit you not.
No, I get it.
The Kaaba in Mecca is connected to two other sites in a triangle, and like
what are the two other sites?
The Great Pyramid of Giza and the Dome of the Rock.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Well,
This
3
is like
points
the
are always a
whole
pyramid,
world,
aren't they? I mean, essentially.
Yeah, but they're all in the same shit. So what's that tell you? Is that
Well,
the
like
Knights Templar
you're talking
were
about a perfect pyramid, a symmetrical pyramid?
all these are all Saturnian then.
Well, maybe. I just like I don't well, right. I don't have any information on that. I'm probing you a little bit, that's all.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
My detective story is going with that it is all Saturnian. Because so we're talking about the same thing if we're talking about Saturnalia. We're talking about something that's part of an Egyptian tradition. You know, it's just like it's Egyptian tradition.
One,
yeah.
And a what?
The Jesuits.
What did you say?
Damn.
A Jesuit. Oh.
Yep. Because it all goes back to the first books of the Bible, even though it's not Egyptian. Egyptians, even a lot of the Egyptian history is intertwined with the Bible.
Oh yeah, there's a whole big pile of rubbish that needs to be sorted through there, but right.
Yeah, actually, yeah, you're right. There was a video I saw by Southern Israelite who was comparing that stuff.
What is a Southern Israelite?
The guy that runs a YouTube channel.
I don't know what that means. Can you quantify it?
He's saying that like that Noah is Noah, or it's like it's one of the 8 gods in the Ogdoad of the Egyptians.
That's the quantification. That's a tough one. Okay. The 8 gods. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I'll ponder that while you speak.
It's like phonetically kind of probable that they're talking about the same thing, because there's like 8 people on the ark.
Okay. Okay, 8 people on the ark. Got it.
8 people on the ark, and there's 8 gods in the original Egyptian Ogdoad, which is the right. And then I think that's I don't know what the new god is. I don't even know what the new one is. But then there's the Ennead, which is like the 9. So there's like 2 different periods in Egyptian, whatever, 2 different schools of thought or something, I think. Anyway, but in the Ogdoad, the Ogdoad is the 8 gods, and it's relating probably to the 8 people on the boat of the ark. You know.
It's the Ogdoad? Is that what you called it? That's the Egyptian sort of hierarchy of gods?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. And that's the Ogdoad. And it's like Noah, I think, like the word also is attached. The god that they attach him to is the god of the abyss, the deep, the ocean, water.
Who attaches him to them? Wait, sorry. Who attaches him to them?
Southern Israelite.
Oh, okay. So this is a sort of a rift.
I've never heard this before. So they're saying that the people on the ark were gods, are representative of gods.
I don't know.
Oh,
you know, is a junior mint a peppermint patty? I'm not sure, but it's like, you know, it looks like you know, tab A goes to slot B for me.
Sorry,
I'm just kind of, you know, I'm playing around with it, but that's his research. Research built on somebody else's research, probably.
I'm gonna look.
And
Southern Israelites.
Yeah, you know, you can find out information on this online if you search.
Well, I know the Hasidic Jews have that black box up on top of their forehead when they pray at the Wailing Wall or pray for.
And did you know
they
that?
They have to wrap
Did you know
their.
that
Go ahead.
Right. Did you know that there's Japanese people who do the same thing? Go on. They have all the same tradition.
That the black box on their forehead.
Israelites.
Yeah.
I did not know that. That's a trip.
They do that, and they do the wraparound with it's the Hasidim rites or whatever, and they wrap the coil around their arm.
Mm-hmm. And there's something significant about the wrap. It's a certain amount of wraps, and I don't remember what it is. I bet it's 7 or some shit like that.
Southern Israelites. Okay,
Saturnian.
wait a minute. They're also called the Black Hebrew Israelites, also called the Black Hebrew Africans, Hebrew Israelites, and Hebrew Israelites. Are a group of Black American. I'm going to read from Wikipedia. I'm just trying to get like a baseline.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait.
Oh my God. Oh my.
Why are you doing that right now?
I'm just trying to get a baseline.
Check his YouTube channel.
I'm just trying to get a baseline. That's it. Like I was trying to
black.
What?
He's not black. He's just a guy. He's just a regular guy. Like he's like.
Okay, well, I'm just saying that's what comes up. I was trying to understand the sort of baseline. That's all.
We just search by channel. I don't have the YouTube link. I'm sorry, I don't.
Well, it's okay. I just meant that like a sort of right. I was trying to I'm not familiar with it. I was trying to understand it, like to give me some sort of thrust.
His channel's got like the stars and bars on it.
Okay.
Or no, he's got the Southern Cross. I'm sorry, he's got the I don't know, whatever, man. I don't know. He's Southern and he's
said the Israel
a biblical scholar and flat earther also.
What are Hasidic Jews then? Are they considered Hebrew Jews or what? I guess I'm not understanding.
Oh man, the dog's gonna start chasing its tail now. I mean, I don't. What are the Jews? Yeah, that's a.
Well, they got the black Saturn hats, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but then the sombrero. What's the sombrero? Is that like a Saturn hat too? I mean,
like, you got it, like, dude. How did you figure that out, bro? Yeah, obviously, the sombrero is a black Saturn hat, no doubt.
The fedora. Right?
Yeah.
Our hats are like if you've got a round brim, aren't you just wearing a Saturn hat? I don't know.
No, squares are associated with Saturn, so it's got to be a square. That's what I would say.
Squares are not rings. We don't do rings.
No. Strangely enough,
not a characteristic. Everything's got rings. It's.
No, I know it's a sort of phenomenon. I get where you're going.
Psychology.
Like squares are associated with Saturn. I know it's like a difficult nut to swallow, but what else can one do? But yeah, for some reason.
I know that the cube is associated with Saturn. I know.
Yeah, it is associated with that.
But the cube is associated with the pyramid too.
Well, it's a squared stone. So if you're a real square cat, right, that's who you are. You're real. You're shaped, right? You're not like a natural being. You've been shaped. So I know that. So right, that's square. You're a real square cat. I don't know how else to put it, but right, it's simple. You're.
Is that something you say to people?
Fuck yeah, dude! I say that all the time. Dude, I just run around every time I'm in the grocery store and I say that kind of shit all the time. You're a real square cat, bro.
Because you're the coolest white guy on the block.
I am. And they're always like, what the fuck are you talking about?
You are.
They don't even understand what I'm saying, but yeah.
It's not the 50s anymore, you know.
Isn't it? I wasn't
just go put on your Bobby socks and go to the grocery.
My Bobby socks and my poodle skirt. Yeah, right. Something like that.
You gonna go see the Big Bopper this weekend?
I am. Wait,
all the girls are going to be there from high school. Sheree,
they're throwing their panties up on the stage.
Lauren, they're all going to be there.
Yeah, no, it's nothing like that. Right. But I do have fun doing that too stuff. Like I break out some of the old lingo sometimes, I do it when I'm at the pub. Can I square up with you? And sometimes people are like, what do you mean? I don't understand. I'm like, I'd like to pay my bill. Thank you.
Yeah, I find myself reaching back to my roots, saying fixin' and y'all every once in a while. And people just look at me, they're like, what the? I've never heard you say that before. I'm sorry. I was fixing to get me a sandwich.
Fixin'. Break out the old colloquialisms. Yeah, that's right. What happened to Mike? He got kicked off the panel, huh? He got sniped.
He gets sniped.
That's what he says. I think Hank Hill did it. Hank, why did you snipe Mike? I'm joking. That's me. That's my sense of humor. I have a weird sense of humor.
He says he messages. I believe I was sniped.
He got sniped. He
just linked me. I believe I was sniped.
You dropped.
Sorry. Let's see. Let's tell the tape here.
It's the guy in the hockey outfit. That dude did it.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
Merle sniped him.
Good on you, Merle.
Good job, Merle. Congratulations, bro. Gold stars, Merle.
That's good.
Just go ahead and
You got to go to PayPal and then share link. Oh yeah, we'll hit the copy button. Yeah, just always hit the copy button. I don't know.
The copy button.
I don't know. Gavi's out there?
What? No, there's no coppers out here. Did you say coppers? See how I did that?
Probably roboting.
So I took what you said and twisted it.
Yeah, I don't have any pennies. Sorry.
Pennies.
Is that what you mean? Coppers? You're talking about coppers?
No, I'm talking about the 5-0.
You don't mean single cents American currency?
The coppers, the 5-0, the pigs, the police. Coppers. The
oinks.
The oinks. The coppers. I got a buddy that lives right on the corner from me, right? And he was like a former airborne ranger, and every time I go to knock on his door, he answers the door, and he's all armed up, and he's got a pistol pointing at me. He's got serious fucking problems. You know what I mean?
He's pointing at you?
Yeah, he's got PTSD.
Yeah, I wouldn't be knocking on his door anymore.
I don't know. I think it's kind of funny. He's not going to shoot anybody. He just.
Okay, I'm back. I'm back.
Wait, let me see if I can snipe you. I'm just kidding.
Weinstein. Hey, Weinstein.
Oh yeah, but Weinstein, come on.
He's actually a pretty good guy, but he likes to fight everybody, so you got to be careful.
I would love to open my door and have a gun pointed at the people I answer the door for. Honestly, anybody who knocks on my door is an idiot. They have to go through 2 fences that are locked, 2 gates, that are locked, and a bunch of signs that say, get the fuck out of here. So, they should not be there.
I don't even have keys for my house. How about that? I don't even know where they are. The doors are unlocked. So, I don't have a key.
Well.
All's well. Everything.
Yeah. I normally don't lock my door. But I have a gun on me. And I actually got called insane on this panel a couple days ago.
For what?
Because I carry a gun.
Oh. Yeah, there's lots of people around here that carry guns.
I carry a gun when I go out in the forest. That's the only time I carry it.
You carry all the time? On a regular basis? Oh, okay.
You're like, okay, now we're building the case.
Well, I'm not doing that. I don't really care. I just, not really.
it's like, it's just weird. Like I said, this is one of the reasons why I said to E1 what I said about maybe being. What?
I didn't hear what you said either. What were you saying to me though? What were you saying? What did you say?
Oh
to me
no,
earlier?
just like the reasons for being careful, like what you're talking about, you know, is I guess to put it nicely, like there's a very diverse panel, and there are like specific people who are listening. So it just it would be wise to you know, pay attention to like when you're talking and who you're talking to about that shit, because I really do think it's fascinating. I will use the word fantastic. And it's not something that many people are like ready to even discuss. The flat Earth is stuck in this like la la land where they live on a pizza with a dome, but they don't know how. And the globe
There's nothing
side,
behind the mechanics of it. Yeah, I know exactly.
Yeah, they don't have an actual model. They can't make any predictions. That's why Snack was asking you earlier about, you know, are you able to predict anything with that?
The only thing I can do so far would be able to predict the waxing of the moon and the new moons and the eclipses. That's the only thing that I can see that I could get. All I'd have to do is, I'm not going to sit there and do the mathematical equations, but you could do it and you could figure it out perfectly with the analemma, with the sun and the moon, because they're always off 54 minutes from the moon's off 54 minutes from the sun as far as its 360-degree circle within that.
You probably don't think that what you're saying is detailed, because there's things that you don't quite understand or mathematics that you're not willing to do based on what you just said. But the people who are listening, the people who are usually on the panel, are not quite at that level, myself included. Like, I don't even try to fucking think of how it could work. I don't have enough time in the day, you know, and it's like a very common excuse, but it's true. I cannot possibly be bothered to try and figure out why it doesn't have curve, but it's not a globe, or you know what I mean, or like why it doesn't have curve and it's not a globe.
Yeah, or how the sun floats above us and why it moves in an analemma, and why is the timing different from the sun? And
yeah,
I know.
Like with regard to the sky, and that's really what you're working on. You're like taking the opposite approach from the way that any other flat earther tries to argue it, and I don't blame them. I'm one of the people that says fuck the sky. I'm not even worried about the sky. There's no curvature, bitch. But you're actually trying to like figure out how the sky is working. And that's where it's dangerous.
And it ties into the ground too, because if you take the tectonic plates and you use the movement of the tectonic plates as far as on the globals, you know, how they say they're moving, and I put it on my map and I do the angles and how the directions of the azimuths would be for the movement of that plate, like the Nubian plate and the North American plate and the South American plate. They move exactly like the electromagnetic flux in the coil. They oppositely spin on the south pole, counterclockwise. The top, everything from the Nubian plate, the Australian plate, goes from the center of the magnetic flux around the North American plate. It's perfect. It's just really weird. Yeah. But I don't understand what you think they're going to be able to do besides come after me and try and stop me from saying anything. Or is that what you think would happen?
No, nothing's going to happen. There's not a perfect model. You know, the globalists don't have a perfect model either. It's a sort of right. It's an overlay of different formulas, but yeah, it's not perfect. So they're not gonna do anything. It's kind of funny. I was listening to Jose's show today. I think it was today. Well, I was listening to it today, but it was in the archives. But it was the most recent show, and it's funny. Tim Osman actually took them to task, which was pretty cool to see, because he's like, well, you don't really have a unified model yourselves. You know what I mean? And even like the globalists on the panel were like, well, yeah, we really don't. Like, we got this sort of,
Well, and I shouldn't use the word perfect. You're right. That's not a good.
Well, I meant it in the sense that there's not it's not perfectly coherent, even the global model, when we've had thousands of years to work on it. It's not perfectly coherent. So, yeah.
Well, the star trails hurt the globe model now. Now that I realize what's happening and I have the pictures to show what you get from time lapse photography from the equator, and you get those two spirals. They can't do that on a ball. It's impossible. Like you can take you can replicate that by putting the camera on the ball, spinning it with stars on the wall.
E1, I saw it right away. I knew exactly what you meant. I was like, oh, right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, I got it right away. Yeah.
No, and that's the things that bother me about this too, is that why did I not catch that? And I guess it's because I never really took time-lapse photography of the star trails at the equator and could see all the way down to the Southern Cross, or close enough to see the rings. But once I saw that, I mean, I was like, holy moly, this cannot be. I mean, there's not to mention the rest of the crap that goes along with flat Earth, and not so much flat Earth, but it not being a ball.
Yeah.
It blew my mind.
Yeah, no, like I said, I appreciated your presentation. And I'm still looking for more information. I admittedly couldn't imbibe it all in like your verbal presentation, but I did my best. But yeah.
Oh no doubt, I understand.
Yeah, it was good stuff. I appreciated it. Yeah, for sure. That's right, like an engine, right? That's pretty cool.
And I want people to pull it apart, so it makes me try and fix what it is that other people aren't seeing, or what other people are seeing that I'm not, that makes it not work.
Yeah, a sort of peer-reviewed process. Sure, I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't release it, right? And well, maybe that's what Mike was saying, right? Don't release it, and maybe have it peer-reviewed and let people pick it apart. And but yeah, I appreciate it. Like I have yet to see anybody try and work all of those fine details out. It's usually some sort of, you've seen them all before, but yeah, it's pretty impressive.
There's a lot of crackpots out there pretending like they figured it out. So it's just like but you can see that there's I don't know. There's just like not too many people that are putting out like quality thinking. That's all. So,
no,
nice job, dude.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Well, in some ways, it's the flat Earth has devolved. If you listen to the guys on the panels defending it, like it's the stupidest people that you could ever meet. Like they don't actually have good arguments, and really, it's really just kind of disappointing. But yeah.
Well, it seems to me like the people that are on Discord anyway, they aren't thinking about anything for themselves, when they're just reading they're just spewing what they've read or seen in YouTube videos. And I'm sorry, but that's not going to help anybody, and that's not what's the debate about anyway. If they're just spewing back and forth what somebody's told them, it doesn't seem to further anything wrong. But I really do think that it has devolved. People have just. There for a while, people were just screaming and yelling at each other anyway, so it really wasn't doing any good. But I think at a certain point, even the people on the baller side had to understand, or they did understand, that no matter what, there was always going to be a way to either scientifically prove that it couldn't be done on a ball, or that space wasn't there, or vacuum weren't there. And it just got annoying or old for them to even come in there. And that's what happened to me. I just got bored of it all. I was sick of it. I just wanted to go do something else. But I'd say in the last couple of days, especially that stupid Starfield map, that really got me going.
Yeah. Well, whatever the case may be, Dr. Science. I don't know if you guys know who he is. He actually does some pretty good stuff. It's he does it. It's a debate for him, but everything's couched in such a way that people can't just howl at each other, and you have to rebate your time, and like it's a very restricted format, which I actually appreciate. So, you can get some gotchas on there, and I don't know if you guys
Dr. Science.
Dr. Science, yeah, he shows up now and then. If you look for Flat Earth and you go to live, he shows up now and then. But yeah, he's got a really good format. So like, it's not just like three globalists picking on a flat earther or something. It's you have a lot of what's that?
I said, or vice versa.
Or vice versa. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, or vice versa. But it's right. The format's very restricted, and I've heard some pretty intelligent people on there in both camps. So it's worth listening to. That's what I would say.
I might have to check that out.
Sure. Yeah, check him out. He's he'll have like 20 viewers or something like that. He doesn't have it's kind of funny. You usually sex sells, and right, it's not very sexy, but it's interesting.
Butthole sell.
Somebody just said something stupid. Who just said? Oh, that'd be Mike. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, guilty.
Weinstein.
It's a good play on words, though. Please give it to me.
I
gotta have it.
Okay. I don't know. Play on words.
Weinstein. Let
me think about this. Cain Abel. Let's see. Where's your brother gone? Cannibal. Oh, you ate him. All right. That's a play on words for you.
You think that's what happened? You ate him? Wow.
Yeah, he ate him. That's what it.
Yeah. It's just like he's so.
I got all kinds of stuff.
You're so fucking quasi-luminous when it's convenient.
Quasi-luminous. Like I could just pull that stuff out. Well, I mean, I think that maybe that's true. Cainable. Where has your brother gone?
Wait. Candy cane, Jesus.
Candy cane.
Two-ball cane.
Two-ball cane.
Butthole.
Your mom and her brother coalesced.
Oh, my mom is wonderful, and her brother's dead.
Oh, you're dead people. I don't want to talk about dead people except for those fuckers. I hate them the most.
The dead?
The dead? Yeah. I don't like the dead.
Yeah, they're boring.
Yeah,
they don't do much.
They just remind you you're going to die.
Yeah, my grandpa told me it's not the dead people you have to worry about; it's the living ones.
Nice. Sounds like you have a neat grandpa.
Yeah, he's the real thing.
Oh, you have? Jesus.
Yeah, I have.
White people live a long time.
Yeah, whiteys, they live for a long time. Honkies live for a long time. What? Wait, are you not white? You're less than.
I'm half white. Yeah.
Oh my God, you're
half black. I'm fucking badass, dude.
Oh, dude, you're a hybrid.
He's an Oreo.
He is.
Oh, I'm fucking wonderful.
You're wonderful. You're super wonderful. That makes you super wonderful. You must have chosen your parents.
No, I mean just I'm wonderful in general. That just happens to be something about me.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That's the best way to look at it too.
Yeah, that's really. You are a special snowflake.
Like I like the idea of Oreos more than I like eating them now.
Oreos. Okay, if you dip them in coffee,
in milk,
if you dip not milk,
coffee.
Oh,
what? Like coffee?
Dude,
that sounds like an adult.
I'm just gonna laugh over you the whole time.
No,
I'm lactose intolerant.
I'm not.
So
yeah,
milk.
Drink your coffee.
And white people live for a long time. I can eat shit that would make a billy goat puke.
You eat shit?
It's a metaphor, stupid.
It's from the 50s. Don't worry about it.
What?
It's from Rambo. You guys
What
seen
is that called?
Rambo? Rambo, the fucking movie. You guys seen that?
Yeah, Rambo.
Yeah. What's that? What's the word for shit eating? Capra.
I'm not sure.
I'm gonna say that probably if I heard that, I was like,
coprophagia.
Yeah, that's you that wanted to commit that to memory, not me.
Hold the fuck on. Is that real? Did you just make that shit up?
What?
Mike? Coprophagia?
Look it up, bitch.
All right, ho. I'm gonna fucking look it up.
Go to your Wikipedia.
I'm deploy Google. I'm
Y'all
gonna look it up.
crazy.
Y'all is crazy.
Y'all so crazy. Y'all gonna be talking about eating poop in a minute.
Is that like coprophagia? F-A-G-I-A?
Phage. No.
Phage. Oh, phagia.
Caprophagia.
Phagia. Okay.
Like.
All right, I got it now. Oh no.
Capybara.
Nah, you just made that shit up.
Capybara is that's what it's based on. Large ground rodents.
If you don't know, just make it up, dude. I'll believe it. Anything you say. Ground rodents. Go ahead.
Crapaphasia.
Lay it on us, bro. I think it's based on ancient history.
I don't know. There's like practices that involve dung of different animals, I guess, you know. I don't know. I think like as part of your domesticated human aspect that you are, you're definitely afraid of your own poop. And
Well,
other people's poop. And poop in general. I mean, unless it's dog poop.
Yeah, feces for sure.
Why wouldn't you be? It's got bacteria. It's the waste of something else.
Yeah, you would be.
What's that bacteria? Where's that bacteria from?
Well, I mean, dirty birds like poop in their. I think it's pigeons that actually poop in their own nests, which is really unusual. But
I wouldn't do that.
Anomaly. You would do that?
I wouldn't.
Oh no! I hope you wouldn't. If you were a pigeon, you wouldn't poop in your own nest.
I would poop like other, like normal pigeons. Like...
on the car windows
and wherever you get,
right on my car.
Yeah, well, that makes perfect sense. If you were a pigeon, right? Yes, you're right.
Well, anyway, like chicken shit's not that cool either, right?
No,
it's like good fertilizer, you know.
It's got a lot of nitrogen in it.
All shit is probably pretty good at that. Let's say, like, you could, like, you know, what are we?
Oh no, it depends on what it eats. If you eat meat, you shouldn't be using, or if that animal eats meat, it should not be used as fertilizer.
I mean, there's the adage that we could be comparing apples to oranges, but if like an apple could take a shit, or if an orange could take a shit, if you compared those two shits of those fruits together, like, what the fuck? And they're pretty much the same thing? I don't know.
What? Wait, sorry. What did you just say, E1? What?
I know I just blew
No,
your mind.
I was E1 said something that was important. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was profound what I said.
Right, okay, I missed it. I need a double take for both of them. What were you saying, E1? If you eat meat,
it's a revolutionary concept. Oh, you're talking to him? Okay.
Yeah. Well, no, he was like, if you eat meat, something.
No. If the animal or you eat meat, your waste should not be used as manure or as fertilizer. Only plant eating animals should be used for fertilizer.
Nah.
Oh yeah. Now bugs are a different story in like chickens, birds, and stuff, but should not have meat eaters.
You gotta get hip, Daddy.
Yeah,
well, it's like you don't take pig shit and use it for fertilizer. You should.
Yeah, but you're putting mouthpiece in your eyes.
Yeah, or you can't use. Well, generally, you can't use human feces either, right?
Right.
So you're right. There's
but I'm not sure if that's about the meat. I think that's more because of stigma.
Use urine in many different, medical applications.
Dude, you sound like you're in the bottom of a well coming up through a blender, bro.
I'm sorry, I have my hand cupped around the phone.
Oh, okay.
Is this more conducive to audio excellence?
Oh, right, yeah. Thanks for the audio excellence.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably. I'd say that's probably good general advice. Like, right? No meat eaters.
Why?
What was that profane sound thing that Snack was talking about before I talked about the meeting?
Oh, that an apple can't take a shit, and an orange cannot take a shit. But if they could, would that defeat the whole comparing apples to oranges thing? Because we'd just be comparing fruit shit, right?
Did I just come back into the conversation with oranges don't shit?
Oranges do not.
Or apples.
Don't interrupt the conversation, bro.
No.
Dude,
Someone interrupted it
right
for
in
me.
Here.
I got a phone call. I want to hear about coprophagia. Was it a thing? And Snack.
He was
Go ahead.
Snack was making a poignant.
Oranges don't
hypothetical
shit.
Construct.
No, go ahead.
Right.
I'm with you.
Saying, could, and aren't we talking about the same shit anyway? If it's apples to oranges, right? That we cannot compare them.
Well, one's more of an acidic.
They all produce shit. What I'm saying is, what's any shit is good shit for other things to grow. It's like worm shit's good. Like, I wouldn't go like eat some worm shit though. You know, you could go tell me to if you want, but
it gets really specific when you talk about like biomes and
like what. Yeah, like go eat shit. Like eat shit and die. Like go eat the shit of a red-headed warbler.
Honestly, if I was going to eat a worm, I'd eat shit.
So this does relate back to coprophagia.
That's where I'm trying to keep it here for you, man. I'm trying to keep your seat warm.
I'm so glad it's fresh and warm and steaming.
Over.
Still.
Well, learning about how I'm like a little permaculture, a couple acres, and just like learning about how plants react to like worm shit is like they're like, yeah, man.
Yeah, but you've only been there for like a month. How many shits have you tried?
I've just been learning shit.
That's a try. That's actually the worm shit is a tried and true method. Like it's
that's 100% true.
Well, the worm tea, which is even grosser.
Yeah, the more disgusting it is, it seems that plants are just like, fuck yeah.
Oh my god, the plants are like, oh my gosh, that's the most disgusting thing ever. You're so sweet. Is it a dead fish? Holy shit, I love you so much. I'm a plant. Oh man.
Plants
Wait,
love
did somebody say worm tea?
Oh yeah.
Worm tea? Like you drink it?
No.
No, you put it on your plant. You water with it.
It's basically like the water runoff from.
You actually take the worm castings. It's not so much their poop, it's the castings.
Oh, I see.
Of them going through the dirt, and they can pull that up, and it's got usually the worm poop all on it.
Oh well, my spider senses still work.
Poop's involved. Don't get me wrong.
Okay, I'm sorry.
As long as I don't have to drink it, then that's right. My skepticism.
As long as poop's there, I mean,
all right.
Poop is all right.
Yeah, right. Of course.
According to several doctors in a Gawker article, it's okay to eat your own poop.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to try it, but I believe you.
That's like I use that as a debate tactic against Pete Shea, and he won't touch it.
No, he's like, no.
That's because you're a trainee.
No,
we're not going to talk about poop.
Fucking trainees would say some shit like that.
Oh, Pete's reaction is so. It's so fun. It's priceless, really. It's priceless to see him react to it because the way that Pete Shea reacts is that it's just some things you can't think about. There's some questions you shouldn't ask, and if you should eat your own crap is a question that you shouldn't ask, so he can't do it. It's like nope. As soon as Hitch brings it up,
yeah, no, because he's just like the pee drinking thing, right? Like obviously,
yeah. Sure.
It just seems so natural to move to poop. If you're like, all right, cool, I want to take a step up. So, like, when I asked him about it, I was you can't help but sound like you're being facetious when you ask somebody who drinks their own piss. Well, do you eat your own shit too? And
I mean, what kind of school do you got to go to be a urine therapist? Oh,
No, you know, poop is bad. Pee is good.
that's 4 years of medical.
Yeah, what's wrong with poop? Are you like a fucking fetusist? So
and really, everybody's moved enough to be able to eat solids. So.
You missed this joke. Yeah, I called him a fetusist, but you missed this joke, and it was like a week-long joke where I had looked up after I had that conversation with Pete Shea. I looked it up. I was like, "Can I eat my own poop?" And the answer is yes. Apparently, like you can't eat anybody else's poop, but you can eat your own poop.
Did you try it? That's
Fuck no.
Come on, man, dude. How do you know?
No, but so I would never eat it. But I was just like, okay, you're not a truther unless you eat your own poop.
Well, it's therapy, right? So like poop therapy.
Poop
is
therapy.
Really, it's what people don't want to talk about.
Poop therapy.
It's the 400-pound gorilla shit in the room. That
I tried it and then I felt funny right afterwards. It's so strange.
I feel like Ian.
Oh, what's that? Bill Mike? Janet
would refer to it as droppings.
Dropping. Pellets.
I think you'd say fecal matter.
Yeah, the fecal matter that comes out of your butthole every day.
Yeah, dark matter. I think they call them.
Dark
12 minutes. I'm gonna give this a 12-minute clock for shit talking. Continue.
Okay. I abscond. I yield my time to Mike.
Oh man. Okay. Yeah. So if you're gonna eat your own poop, don't let it touch the toilet bowl. You're gonna have to collect your poop in like a Tupperware. But see, for me, I pee when I'm pooping, so you're gonna have to do something. If you're gonna poop in a Tupperware, you don't want to pee while you're pooping.
Make sure you don't let any of that shit hit the fan.
Yeah.
Is the hand okay? Can I just use my hand, or do I have to use
to act as a bridge on the chode between pee and poop, so you don't get pee in your poop? Because if you're gonna eat your poop, you don't want pee to get in it first.
I'm asking if I can use my hand as a vessel, or do I need a specific container?
Doing something weird? Are you gonna poop in your hand?
Like a monkey?
Well, yeah, isn't that the most direct route?
Okay, you can poop into your hand. It is possible.
Well, see, there you have it.
And that, dude, you can
having
cup it.
trouble breathing over there.
You could cup it, to where you make sure that there's no pee gets in your poop. And then
we
you
know that cup is ICUP.
ICUP. How do you spell ICUP? That's one of his little fucking epiphanies, right?
I took the anagram of the name Mike Cock. And I got Aristarchus.
Aristarchus.
No, did you see that I put Peter Shea as a she rat pee?
I didn't.
You can't beat it though. Like Pete Shea, the word "p" is in his name.
Yeah,
Fuck,
but
awesome.
Peter, that gives me the R. Now it's she rat pee. So he's he's female rat piss, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, he's still on with Patricia, I think.
Somehow Aristarchus is connected.
I think Pete Shea's been hired. I think he's been hired by the same firm that they use, and they've hired Patricia Steer. They've hired her to steer the flat Earth movement. I'm here to piss on it.
No, you have to ask for donations. How can I possibly give you a donation?
Next up, Pete Shea eats shit out of his own hand.
Well, this is a donation, isn't
You
it?
know what I
This is
mean?
the hitch.
Yeah.
You got to
He's
have
like,
a dough
look,
to
I'll
have a
prove it.
nation. Look into
You'll
it.
find. All right. What?
What's that? Hey?
What?
If you're interested, I mean, the research is very extensive, and if you're trying to get in touch with us, or if you're interested in giving a donation, you can donate in Pisscoin. You can hit us up on PayPal, Patreon. Where we have products for sale on eBay. Pistogram's also an option. You make sure you follow all our channels and subscribe.
You can get our exclusive rebates on different products. Oh boy. You know,
I used them all up. I'm sorry, dude. Pistogram, PB.
I like. That's right. I don't even care.
Those are
you
fucking good
Patreons.
ones. Oh, shout out to my Patreons. And it's funny because like that's how the Irish would pronounce Patreon. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Make sure
Well, what
you
if there's like
subscribe on
piss, what if there's
Patreon.
like
Patreon.
what if like piss like blows up because it becomes a cultural phenomenon? You got rappers rapping about piss and stuff like that, and instead of calling him like my woes or something like that, shout out to my piss. Just call him like your piss. This is my
No, it would be that like what they put in their cup, right? Because they've got lean now, like cough syrup in their cup, gin, Hennessy. So like piss in my cup, then you know what's up, you know.
I see.
You
your
don't.
cup.
You're
I
gonna
gotta
have
raise
to like
you.
study the blacks more.
I've been listening to Kanye West, so I'm pretty hardcore.
Kanye West doesn't know anything about Kanye West.
Well, Kanye knows about the street.
Kanye's more of a white black, isn't he? Nowadays.
What?
What do you
Kanye is
mean
the
by
hardest
that?
rapper
No,
in
I want
the
you to explain to
game,
me
son.
exactly
I don't know
what you
what
mean
you're
by that.
talking about. He
White
trying to.
black? You mean
Why are you
like an
trying to clown
Oreo
on
cookie?
Kanye?
Yeah, well, he has a different lifestyle than most black people. He's not some gangster.
Why? Because he voted for Trump? Or are you some type of fucking racist?
Because he's a genius.
That's exactly what I said. How did you pull that out like that? That's insane.
Look how he has this ability to define all of these very complicated things down into it. It's like a narrow category. Look how he just hammered that down like that. Easy.
Yep. I didn't even have to explain that to Trump.
You fucking love walls, huh?
Yeah.
Dude,
you must be.
I wrote a letter to
wall
Trump
lover.
that said, if your wall doesn't go up on the southern border, at least come to my house and build a wall around my property.
Dang, that's actually a very thoughtful letter. Did he respond?
Mm-hmm. No.
No.
He did. He sent a cruise missile.
Patriot drone.
Yeah.
Drone. All right.
Yeah, I know. I hear you're trying to date my daughter. Well, I'm gonna have two words: predator drones.
Predator drones.
You'll never see it coming.
You'll never see it.
There's not a wall, is there? Like
there's not a wall where?
They're working on it. They've been working on it since. Yeah, it's happening.
Dude, there's a private company right now that's got over a mile of the wall built below San Antonio, Texas, or somewhere in Texas.
Yeah, a mile? Oh,
a mile's already
like
done.
It's really
3,000 miles of wall
say.
here on the wall. No,
I'm excited.
That's like
I'm
yeah,
excited for the birth of Wall America. You know, we'll just be a
dude,
division
are you
of
trying to say
Walmart.
that they're trying to fucking do a Walmart coup?
Yeah,
like
exactly.
the Walmart. Oh
exactly, dude. I'm not even messing around. That's why that's yeah, dude.
Well, if you're being serious, I'm not going to take it serious.
All right. Are we talking about we're talking about the UN now and guillotines, right? So we're talking about.
No, he's talking about like Walmart.
I know
taking over the government.
And guillotines and the Walmarts are being repurposed for
Agenda 21.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of that term, wall to wall?
How about martial law?
Tell me more about
mix it up.
Yeah, that's because you are a car pet. You're a pet moving around a car.
I'm a European.
Aristarchus.
Wait, hold on, European. That must mean something. Wait, what does that tell you?
Peons are something to do with IRC, which is Internet Relay Chat.
Yes.
No, peon. It's urine therapy, bitch.
I'm urinating
Peons
right
are
now.
circular in nature.
We're just all talking over each other now. It's full on.
Shut up, Ryan.
It's a
pink.
Fuck
It's
your
a
mom.
circular pink.
That's because you're not shutting up, dude. That's why everybody's talking.
Fuck up. That's why I gotta talk louder.
Because you're a peon. Peon.
Until my mic cuts out.
Aristarchus.
Go ahead. I'll be quiet so you can. So the retards.
Yeah, Ian doesn't have any idea what we're talking about with the Aristarchus thing. I don't think he's been watching Pete Shea.
It's the fucking Pete Shea, dude. What? Like, I am not that far gone. I've been around a little bit. I know he's like it's some sort of crater on the fucking moon or some shit like that. I don't know.
Yeah, but it's also an anagram for
everything in the universe. For like the universe in its entirety. Yeah. Yeah, I know something about it. That's it. That's all I can say about it.
His model is Earth, and that's UHHHH hyphen Earth.
Wait.
See, H is an 8, and an E is a 4.
Earth.
That sounds very mathematical, dude.
E looks like the number 4. And the number 1 looks like the letter T.
Dude, that reminds me of the, you guys know the Empire thing. What was it called? The Empire.
Letter O looks like the number 6.
Come on, you know the Empire thing. Come on, you guys. The Empire, the recent Empire that's been discovered was lost. Right, that one.
Oh, Rome.
No, not Rome.
They had a training, a 14-year-old training.
It's a new phenomenon.
Did you just say biblioteca?
I said it was it Go Biblioteca.
No.
It's not. No, it's not the library. You asshole.
It's the Mud and Flood Empire. Right, that one.
Oh, Tartar.
Tartaria. I'm
Entonces
not looking into that shit, dude.
Right,
the evidence for that is that there's no information about it, and that proves it. Like that's like.
Donde está la Tartaria?
Tartaria.
Where's the Tartaria around here? I can get some.
As much as I appreciate some of the minds that are into this thing,
you think it's retarded?
It's a I'm gonna go thing.
Yeah, I started listening to a 2-hour presentation, and they were like, well, the Bible says this, and it kind of sounds like this, and that's what launched them off into this long 2-hour tirade. And I was like, well, hold on, the whole thing's sort of tenuous. And
it sounds like, honestly, in terms of mud shit flood, like you didn't find a good podcast or whatever, or like a good synopsis.
Maybe, but I've been looking.
There's some compelling things.
Drop it in the.
I don't. No.
Okay.
I don't.
Never,
never ever.
Okay,
Not doing it because
useless as tits on a bowl.
I don't know, man.
Wait, did I say that out loud?
There's something about Tartaria that's just like it's the confidence, I guess. And people have that same confidence in flat Earth and shit. I don't know. Maybe y'all are onto something.
Yeah, it sounds.
I feel like I just don't have time for it. What my real question is where does it end and how does it benefit me?
Well, yeah.
The flat Earth?
No, with Tartaria.
Tartaria.
Honestly, I could ask the same question about flat Earth easily, but I have a good answer for myself.
I find Tartaria to be relevant.
I know you do.
You find it to be what?
I find an apple taking a poop also.
Oh shit! God damn it!
I
was like, I thought Snack was going to give us something for real. I was like, waiting.
Whoa! What's that? No. I do feel I feel it's relevant because of the connection to the French royalty and other royalty that intermarried into these Tartar areas.
So, did you find a lot of biblical connections in the snack? Because that's where I kept running. That's what I kept
pronounced biblical.
But biblical. Did you find a lot of biblical stuff in there? Did Jesus tell you in a dream?
I don't know. I'm not a tartare ion.
Tartare ion.
My biblicals. My Bible.
Wait. You're Ryan.
Don't shoot me.
You're Ryan.
You're Bill. Mike.
You're Ryan. No. If you don't drink your own Urian,
oh, dude, what's your?
You're
I'm
Ian.
coming to your house right now. I'm so fucking angry. I can't even tell you.
I'm Snack. You're
not coming over here. You don't have long enough legs to get here in time. I'll have escaped long before you got here.
I'll know that you're Ion.
I have a moped, dude.
And you're
You
a
seen one of those
Belgian water.
motherfuckers, dude? I can go. It goes like 30 miles an hour.
I was going to say 23 top.
23. That's the best speed.
Do you have
But I
goggles?
can get there.
No, that's like the perfect like wind for the motor, you know?
Yeah, you're right. You don't want to burn out the engine. Yeah, for sure.
23 miles an hour, dude. You'll be here by winter.
Dude, and then
You're
I can paddle a little bit when I get onto the hills and stuff, right? So I
Oh
need
yeah,
some-
you want to add some firepower to them.
yeah.
to them
I'll be
little,
bulked up
pistons.
by the time I get there.
Oh my gosh, your legs would be so buff.
My legs would be buff, right?
Be training
I had this tiny
all the
little
way.
upper half of the body, my big fat legs. That'd be good.
Could you imagine the state of your ass? Can you imagine the state of your anus?
Yeah, dude.
having ridden several thousand
I would
miles
really be a bad
on
ass.
bicycle.
I
It's
would
essentially a bicycle
I'd show up
with-
at your door and I'd just be like, boom, that's it. You'd be like, right, blown through the back of the house. That's it. That's all it
It's
is.
an assisted bicycle.
That's right. But my little, my upper half would be all weepy and weak. I don't know what I'd do about that, but
Oh, you'd exercise like a
don't worry
domesticated.
about the particulars. Let's not worry about that shit right now. I just right.
It was the threat that counts, I guess.
Yeah, that's right. A4, that reminds me, when I got into this, A4 called me once and I talked to him and he's like, who are you? I'm coming over to your house. And of course, he's in fucking Australia. And I was like, well, come on, bro. Yeah, he called me out of the blue.
Tell.
Oh, yeah. He called me and threatened me. He's going to come over. And I was like, well, come on, dude. Yeah, I'll buy you a ticket. But yeah, he was who are you? Why isn't your face on camera?
Was that an empty promise that you'd buy him a ticket?
Whoa, no, I ain't fucking.
Would you actually buy him a ticket?
No, I wouldn't spend that. No, but if he showed up here, I'd entertain him. But I wouldn't buy him a ticket.
You'd kick his ass for a few minutes.
Yeah, the lady boy. Yeah, for sure.
I'm sure Ian's at least 9.5, 10 feet tall.
I'm not.
So
I'm
if
just
he were to
he
fucking
sounds like it, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, A4 would have been surprised if he showed up here.
Would you imagine? Would you slap him or would you punch him?
No, I'd probably choke him out. That's probably what I do. Really.
Nice.
Yeah, I'd choke him out. Right. Wait, that's about
Why
it.
though? He wouldn't be. He was just like, "Hey, what's up, dude?"
I just go charging out the door like my buddy over here and shit. What's up, bitch? Like anybody that shows up at the door, just fucking attack him like a wild animal.
Throw your cigar down and get at his throat.
Yeah, what's up, bitch? But I mean, I'm assuming if he showed up at my door and he was like, I'm A4, I'd be like, okay, it's on. Like the dude showed up from fucking
Yeah,
Australia,
he
you
would
know what I mean?
immediately attack as soon as he said,
Right.
"My name is Adam Dwight."
That's about right. Like, yeah, no, I don't. Like, I'm a pretty hospitable person, but like, if he was, if he's like, I'm Adam Dwight, that's the end of it right there. He'd just disappear into the lake and shit. Nobody'd ever hear from him again. I don't know. I never saw him. I
Oh
only.
my gosh, Ian, you're so thorough. That's
Yeah,
fucking
dude.
awesome, dude.
I know. I got a plan.
How does that feel?
That feels good. I like that plan.
I bet it would.
It would. Like, you need to have a plan, dude. You can't just go off half-cock.
Oh, willy-nilly? You don't do it.
No. You better know what you're doing, dude. Engage in something like that.
Of course, we're talking about murder.
No, I'm kidding.
No,
I ended up with my neighbor.
You're a terrorist.
He came
I
over
work for YouTube, and I've identified
over here, and he was like, "Dude, he wants to fight everybody. Everybody. He wants to fight everybody. His friends, enemies, everybody. He wants to fight everybody." So, yeah, I had it out with him, and well, anyway, I ended up choking him out, and I was like, "Well, that's what you get, bitch." And I'm like, he's unconscious, laying on my living room fucking floor. Like, that's a problem. What am I gonna do with him? So, I didn't disappear him into the lake, but I did drag him back next door to his house, and it was the winter time. Dropped him off at the porch, and I was like,
and you breathed heavily out of your nostrils.
I did.
And then you walked home, satisfied.
I did.
So how many people are disappeared in the lake?
In this lake? I don't know. I never swam down in that bottom of that lake.
I don't know. Just the way you said that, it sounded like you had experience using the lake.
No, but I mean, it's theoretical. I don't ever mean any harm to
Experience is very nebulous.
Yeah, I love children and long walks on the beach and moonlight, and, all that stuff. All the appropriate things.
I love eating brains, long walks on the beach.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see how I put eating brains there?
Yeah, eating brains in.
I'm a vegan zombie.
Not that I'm into cannibalism, but I do have a lot of A1 stocked up for if something happens.
Wait. No, this has to happen. Cannabis. Cannibalist. Cannibal. What? Huh? What do you mean?
What?
It's the same thing.
What do you mean?
Cannabis.
You speak cannabis?
That's all I have to say. I shouldn't have to do research and fucking figure it out. Cannabis, cannibal.
Go pound sand, bitch. I know what you're saying.
Cannabis.
Nobody else.
Cannibals smoke cannabis. Do I have to say it like I am? Cannibals.
Oh my God, you guys are making fun of me. I'm just kidding.
Cannibals. Cannabis. Cannibals. Cannibal. Ow now, brown cow.
Dude.
Yeah?
What's your dress? Come into your house. No, I'm just kidding.
Watch your dress coming into your house?
Do you have a pretty dress?
It's okay. I mean, it's
not.
I just threw it on.
Is it red?
You might want to bring something with you when you come.
Did you get it from Hanky Panky?
It was just something. Yeah, it was something.
I bet you look cute.
Yeah. I mean, I got it at a thrift store for like $3, and I feel wonderful. Is this working for you?
I'm actually imagining you in a fucking potato sack. Actually, I kid you not. Like with the head cut out and the arms. That's what I imagine you in.
So you're dressing me like a Muslim in your fucking
Muslim. No. Muslims dress better than a potato sack, dude. You seen a fucking potato sack?
Yeah.
It's a rough bag.
Potato sack. Yeah,
you're talking about. So you're more country with your fantasies.
I'm a little more country. Well, I'm sort of country rock and roll. I'm a little bit country and a little bit rock and roll. Oh, see, look at that! Wow,
aren't we the same?
He just said a good night.
That is what we
He's got a big truck with big tires, but it's lowered. So
right,
he's got all the equal.
You get extra big tires and then you lower it.
You lower it. It's rubbing against the frame, bro.
That's what it's supposed to do, man. It's cool.
Oh, it sounds good.
That's what cool sounds like, man.
And I didn't come up with that shit on my own. The other day I walked out of the grocery store and I shit you not, there was a big old fucking truck, like a 3/4 ton, and it was lowered down to the ground with big, huge tires on it. I mean,
Spinners?
they had, no, they weren't like low profile or anything, but I mean, seriously, it was like, I couldn't believe it.
It was stupid.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't get the souped up truck thing that's lowered and right. Yeah, they're not.
It's because you're a fucking nerd, dude. You'll never get it. You'll never,
the
ever,
physics.
ever get it. Because you're
No,
not
I will
cool
never.
like me.
Yeah, no, I never will get it. You're not wrong. Lower it and put some.
Dude, I have a fucking, my truck is 2 inches off the ground and it has 35-inch tires.
I got friends with lower trucks
and raised up tires.
It's lower to big tires. Yeah, right. Oh, but yeah, that makes perfect sense.
That's good stuff.
It is good stuff. Oh my God! It's like almost 5 o'clock in the morning.
No, it's not. What?
Yeah, it's 4.
Excuse me. For him, it is.
Where the hell are you at on the plate?
I'm in Ohio.
Oh, you're back there.
Yeah, I'm way back here, way behind y'all.
Yeah, you're behind the curve.
I am behind the curve.
The curve is very nebulous.
Shit.
You're on the like 60th magnetic sphere.
The 60th what?
Magnetic sphere. Don't say that.
Oh.
Don't ever say that again.
You made that shit up. He just made that up on the fly.
That's right.
He tried to.
But
I shot him down.
bring it there momentarily. How about that, though? Like this.
I got smacked.
Right. I thought you were talking about ley lines or something. That you mentioned this previously, but yeah.
Ley lines. Nice.
No, I think the ley lines definitely do have something major important to do with the movement of the sun and moon in that in the analemma, because of just the way that all the points are. Pretty much
it's nebulous stuff. I'm fucking telling
But
you.
I mean, so you have a system that's sort of built around the Earth, then, right? The Earth is sort of the hub that's binding the whole thing together. Yeah, that's good. Yeah,
It is good.
Mm-hmm.
Stop it.
It is good. Shut the fuck up, bitch.
No, I'm serious.
What would you call a cross between a crocodile and a unicorn?
A unicorn?
I'm not like a.
Oh,
shut up.
wait, what?
No, I'm not telling you to not talk about it. I'm telling you to be careful where you talk about it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this is the only place I know to talk. I mean, where else would I go?
Only talk to the government.
Okay. Talk to the voices inside my head.
No,
Make a
I
pad.
like how much more did you, I mean, did you have a lot more to go and talk about it, or
to finish this? Yes, there's a lot more because of the way that the connection between the negative and the South Pole would have to be the medium in between, and how you electrify everything for the gases to ignite and ionize to where you have the sun coming around. I can't figure out what the stars are in relation to. Are they the nodes that are fizzling out at night because they're not being excited by the sun's magnetic force coming around, or is it that they're just sprites or shots?
Is it possible, if you think about it this way? I've been like looking at it like a lot of different cloths here, like for shade cloth. A lot of them have like little holes punched in them, and when you take two of these, overlap them in the wind, there's like a Moiré pattern.
Moiré pattern, yeah.
Moiré,
That's exactly what you're talking about.
So I was, if like, let's say that there are two.
What is a Moiré pattern? I'm not.
When you take two screens and put them like two 60% screens and you cross them across each other and move them, you get a pattern like the same thing you get when snow on a TV at night.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, so we get this thing where like the holes line up and then they become like a point. So if there's like an irregular grid pattern up there that just is what it is, And if there's two of them overlapping, maybe they create
That's where the
stars.
star's at. That's what I think the ley lines are in the sky, as far as the magnetic flux around those rings that I showed on that map.
We're on a lot of this. Are you a flat Earth researcher? Yeah, it's good stuff. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, this is awesome, dude. Like, it's like a lot of.
So I think it's the braided magnetic fields within those lines that gives you that moire pattern, like a braided donut around the entire circumference of where the sun's track is, and that field is what the I don't want to say plasma discharge, but electrical discharge that's within those magnetic fields is what the stars are, is what I think they are. But I can't figure it out.
Yeah. Well, why not? That sounds good.
Because I need to, I can, everything that I've shown you guys, I can replicate. I can replicate this and show it to you physically and visually. But the rest of it, like what I'm talking about, the stars, it's guesswork, because if I ramp everything up, then I would think that that's what I'm going to see within the fields if I turn off all the lights and I get enough charge going and I have the magnet floating in air on the wire or on the magnetic, what do you call it, the rings on the magnet. Because I think if I heat up a magnet hot enough with enough electricity, it'll glow white and levitate. That's what I think will happen.
For what? So, could you repeat that? If you spin it fast enough?
Right. So if I have a magnet that is like almost like a gyroscope, but the gyroscope that you know what a gyroscope looks like? It's got a disc in it, but it also has a sphere like build
so you're saying,
to it.
Make a ring magnet into a gyroscope.
Okay, so the gyroscope itself is built out of or filled with mercury. And then when you electrify it with anything, it doesn't matter how you would do it, it'll spin on its own. Mercury will spin. It spins when you electrify it, and it's in a pool.
So I just, like, as a side note here, but you're getting mercury from where? Like, this is a known phenomenon amongst the Vedics, and of course the Nazis were like playing around with mercury.
There's like pyramids with mercury pools in the bottom of them. One in China, one in Mexico. I know
the rivers that I go in and get gold have mercury just laying in them, but it's not from. I shouldn't say that. Never mind. They've dumped a lot of mercury in the rivers around here, so
it's not naturally occurring though.
Oh yes, mercury is naturally occurring. Yes.
Oh, okay. You said they dumped a lot of mercury in the rivers.
Well, yeah, but you can get it, and it's usually solid and tarnished. It's not liquid like what you would get because it's not refined. But yeah, there's definitely
not in a liquid state. That's what you're saying. Is it still mercury?
Some of it is. Some of it's amalgamized. Is what happens is it amalgamizes itself with all kinds of stuff, iron ore, or not iron ore, but lead,
contaminated
aluminum.
Aluminum, gold, silver. I mean, it will amalgamize with anything, and it'll make it to a solid.
I see.
And that's another thing about mercury is it's just, I don't know this for a fact, but I was to the idea of this. You know how the atmosphere is made up of 70% nitrogen, and you have a certain percent oxygen, helium, hydrogen, all that kind of stuff, but it's mostly nitrogen. Where do you get all that nitrogen? There's no way that bat shit and chicken shit is going to make up enough of the makings of nitrogen and or organics decomposing as well. I mean,
what's heavy is what are the weights of the gases here? Nitrogen should be closer to the Earth, right?
Nitrogen going to be an inert gas, so it's going to be a relatively neutral buoyant. So oxygen is going to be lighter than it. Hydrogen and like propane, any natural gases are going to be heavier than it. They'll sink below it. So I'm just saying, I think that nitrogen, because of how much nitrogen there is in the air and how it all works and everything, and I can't figure out where it's all made from. This is just my thought, that the sun and the way that the magnetics, that I think it works, if it's a magnet that's spinning so fast, when I take an electrolysis, like I have an electrolysis machine or a dirty hydrogen generator. When I take electricity, and it doesn't take a whole lot, 18 volts, but on 150 amps, and I jet the two nodes into water that's salt water, I create hydrogen and oxygen, 2 parts hydrogen, 2 parts oxygen, but it's dirty because I don't have it separated. But if I did this with a magnet, and I spun that magnet and I hit it with electricity, I'm wondering, and because of all the different things with levitation, when you spin it in different opposites of the magnetic forces, could I create nitrogen from the inert gases that are in the atmosphere?
Yeah, probably.
And I just haven't been able to do it yet, just because I need a permanent magnet and hit it with enough voltage. And I'm thinking, I mean, this is my thought, I've seen permanent magnets all over the place, you know, that I can use within hard drives, refrigerators, some of those big ones on the big cranes and stuff. But how much voltage do you think those things are using? I'm thinking they're only using about 10,000 watts. I'm going to have to get something to hit it with 100,000 watts, or like a main line.
Wait, a magnet? Are we're talking about a magnet now? I'm confused.
Permanent magnet, yeah.
Like a neodymium magnet?
A permanent earth magnet.
What if you applied vibration to the spinning stuff? What if you made it ring? What if you gave it a tone, like some kind of oscillating sine?
A frequency?
Maybe? Yeah.
Well, it would have to have a frequency. It's whatever the voltage is giving the hertz. Like 60 hertz is what normal frequencies of the electricity is. You're running at 60 cycles per second. But I don't know if it's an alternating current or a direct current. So you just got to play around with that kind of stuff.
You're gonna have a noisy signal in it anyway. So you should probably ground it, right?
Oh, you're going to have to be grounded for whatever it is. But it's a matter of what is the mechanism that starts it up. Is it the atmosphere, the medium between the atmosphere, the connection of the poles, or is it just that there's coils underneath that just generate an electromagnetic pole and start up to levitate whatever the sun is? Is it Mercury, a spinning magnet ball that's got Mercury in it, or whatever it possibly could be? I'm just
You mentioned salt water. So you're assuming, I guess we're assuming there's a sort of interrelationship there? Salt water.
Well, there's definitely an interrelationship between the seas being salt water and the way that it's an electromagnetic sun, or at least in my mind, we have an electromagnetic universe, and you create oxygen and hydrogen, the basis of what you need for pretty much life. I mean, the oxygen, you're going to have that, and then that's how you get it. So if you just have a lightning strike on the water, you're creating hydrogen a lot.
Yeah, I get where you're going. Okay.
And if you ever looked at what happens at the center of the, the equator of the Earth, you've seen a ring of constant storms that are continuous lightning storms that are hitting the ocean, right?
Yeah, I have, of course. Yeah, I've lived there.
Okay, and it's the entire ring of the center of the equator. It's not just one little spot. So we're continuously making more oxygen and hydrogen than any plants are ever going to make.
Oh man, that's a mind better. Okay, I know where you're going. Okay, yeah, that's a good one. I got to think about that, boy. That's good. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just pontificating.
I was done. I was done.
Okay, yeah, right. The oceans, right, and yeah. So the plankton will count for the oxygen content, but right, like there is a missing component there.
Well, I just never, when I was younger and stuff, and I'm sure everybody, I didn't realize that there was a consistent band of storms around the equator of the Earth. No matter if you believe it's a ball or a disc or concave, you've got storms that are constantly 24 hours a day at the equator.
Oh, I didn't know that. So I guess I just learned that myself.
Oh yeah, you should check it out.
Yeah, I will.
Look at some of the go to NOAA, or here I'll just find it real quick. Some of the Pacific satellite radar, Intelcast. That's what it is, Intelcast. It'll show you the northern. Intelcast. Hold on, let me just type it. Let me get the exact
Oh, I got it. Intelcast.
Satellite radar tropical. It'll show you can pick. It is from NOAA, but you can pick all the different views of the Northeast, West Coast, East Pacific. You can go to Hawaii all the way around down to the south even, and you can see this ring. And you can also see how weather is moved across the planet. Even though they show you as a curve, if you go up to the Northeast Pacific, you can see that there is something definitely different from what you've been taught as opposed to what you're seeing on the quote unquote satellite images. And if you look at the Northwest Pacific and you put them together inside of you grab the GIFs. I should do this actually. You grab the GIF images from both of them from the same timestamp and you can put them together to where you can see there's no fucking way the Earth is shaped as a ball and the way that the continents
You're doing an overlay. You lay them over each other,
yeah.
right? And
I just put them up next to each other. I don't even have to really overlay.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, you're right. It's putting two of them side by side next to each other, and then it shows the pattern of the Earth or the pattern of the clouds going across the Earth.
Okay. I'll look into it. Boy, there's all kinds of information here. But yeah. That's it for me, you guys. It was good talking to you. I'm gonna sign off. It's like 5 o'clock in the morning. I gotta get up in 3 hours, so
Oh my gosh, why'd you do that? You stayed up too late.
I know. That's how dumb I am.
Well, it was nice talking to you.
Good talking to you too, E. And hey, I'll see you later, Snack. And I don't know if Mike's around. Fuck off, bitch. I'll see you guys later.
See ya.
Peace. I'm feeling pretty faded too. It's pretty late for me to be up, so.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was 2 o'clock in the morning here. That's crazy. That is crazy.
So I don't want to leave you here by yourself though. Shit.
No, I'm gonna get out of here as well.
All right. Well then, I don't know. I guess if the convo is gonna end here, I guess it does. I don't know. All right, man. Cool. It's good talking.
All right. Yeah.
All right.
See y'all later.
Okay.
Hey, anyone here or is everyone gone?
Hey, Joel.
Hey, Snack, how you going?
All right, just winding down here.
Yeah.
Thinking about what I'm gonna do tomorrow. That's about it. Yeah, I had a pretty good convo on here. I don't know if you got to listen to.
Yeah, I had most of it.
There was probably about a 20-minute conversation that was didn't need to be there.
Yeah, I skipped the last bit. Yeah. Yeah, so
But yeah, we were talking
heard all
about.
that before.
Yeah, we were just going off for a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh my god, my cat wants to sit on everything. What's wrong with you? I like that guy's information that he has on how the polls might work and everything. That is so interesting.
Yeah, he's saying it. Well, I'm interested because really a lot of the thinking I've been doing like over the last 6 months is pretty much right pretty close to it. I don't know if the map works out or whatever. I don't really care about a map. I want a more complete understanding of how this whole thing functions.
Yeah.
And we seem to be like on a lot of the same kind of pages on it, so it's pretty cool. I think he said one thing, or I said a couple things that like kind of made me readdress, I guess, some things I had been working on. But I think when you do this kind of thing, like you have to have placeholders, kind of.
What do you mean?
It's like trying to put up a house by yourself. Like you try to, I mean, unless you just want to pick and choose like a buffet, somebody's YouTube channel idea, they got this and that. If you're gonna try and do your own theory for yourself and just like kind of build yourself, it's like it's like building a ship in a bottle. I mean, it's like a lot of hours that takes, you know.
Yes.
And so sometimes you need placeholders for things you can't answer right away.
Yep. Yep. Okay, I get you.
I'd really like to know what the sun is and the moon. Like, I really just feel like all these lights are the same thing.
Yeah, me too.
So just like
Yeah. Same
just
but
want to
different.
know, like,
Yeah. I want to know what the planets are, actually. Those are the ones that kind of fascinate me because they're all bloody different and doing their own thing. I want to know what all of it is, really.
there's like weird moving stars out here. UFOs, I don't know. They drift.
I mean, there's so much detail on the moon that neither the sun nor the stars have. Just the moon. So it's like they're the same, but maybe that one's a bit different.
I think it's just that like we get blasted with too much energy from the sun. It doesn't have any detail. Moon's kind of like doesn't have all that infrared and ultraviolet kind of.
Yeah, but then they put the filters on, or even without the filters, when I take a photo of the sun up close, it's just a round orange light. It's not even a light; it's just a round. It doesn't even glow, shine light at you the way the sun does before you get that close to it. It's just this round orange light with black dots in it occasionally. The fuck's that?
I mean, they're not opposites. Like it's like the moon is not as cold as the sun is hot. Otherwise, shit would be real fucked up. If there's a relationship, right, and they're both doing like this analemma figure eight.
Yes. Yeah, I've started to see that figure eight lately, just trying to imagine not so much the stars, but the planets, the way they move across the sky, and the sun and moon. But then I'm sort of not quite sure because if it has to do an eight, then it has to sort of cross over. I'm not sure where that happens. I think you might be right. It might be on its side and do it. No, I don't know.
It'd be really interesting if somebody did that for a full year, just documented the solar and lunar analemmas from their very position. That'd be really cool. And see all the overlaps. I think it's just making like an infinity sign, like just
yeah.
That's the shape, you know. It's just, but that's the wandering. That's the drifting from pole to pole. So, but why would the moon have an analemma then? You know, like why would it have it every month though?
Because it moves across the sky in the same massive degrees every month. Like a full moon is out the front of my house, where the new moon is at the back of my house. It's a massive swing in the sky, whereas the sun takes all year to move. Yeah, the moon spins me out. That thing just goes at its own pace. As well as moving across the sky with the sun into north and south. It has its own little swing back and forth monthly. So the moon is not on exactly the same track as all the planets. And then that star trail I did the other night had Saturn and Jupiter in it. And Jupiter was outside a little bit of, no, Saturn was a little bit outside of Jupiter on the track in the sky.
I think I see Jupiter pretty often with the moon.
Yeah, Jupiter's the big bright star in the sky at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
But it is moving up the sky. It's moving across the sky pretty fast each night. Each night it's moved. And I don't think Saturn's keeping up with it by the looks of it. I'm not really sure. They must go backwards across. Which side of the sky do they appear on and then slowly move across? It must be like the moon and the sun. They slowly appear this way and go that way. And then Venus goes the other direction. Instead of away from it.
You notice there's a kind of like a color trend with the planets.
A color what?
Like don't categorize them by size, right? They're just little dots.
Yeah.
But the colors that they say they are.
Yes.
That's pretty much even divided.
Yeah, it's distinct between. Yeah.
Martian red looks a lot like Jupiter red.
Yeah.
I don't know. Whatever. I don't think we're like really seeing the sun for what it is. But I don't know. Shout out to the chat. And Trouble, shout out to you because I'm totally going to go hit the hay.
Okay.
Feel free to like just talk like I'm still here because I'm going to just be like drifting off into sleepiness.
No.
Oh man. All right.
No, I'm not ranting on my own. I don't think anyone would want to hear what I got to say. Okay. Sleep well.
I think you should. Well, don't rant. Don't rant. Just speak. You good? Pretend like you're hosting a late night radio show for one person. All right. Have a great night.
All right.
Talk to you.
All right.
Yo, what's up? Hey, what up? Sounds like my mic's low. I don't know. Fucking 4:33. See, 10 people watching. My mic's fucked up.
What about now? Testing, sibilance. All right, check this out. Fucking this whole debate about flat Earth, it's over now. In case you didn't get the fucking memo, all we need is LiDAR, laser interferometers, or not interferometers. But that's another thing. Altimeters. That's all we need to map out the Earth, and it's either going to show no curvature or curvature. The only way this would be a bad experiment or observation is if the software in the LiDAR had curvature preloaded into it. So that's the only problem. Other than that, they're already mapping land with drones. It's already happening. I don't know how many years. Flat earthers have talked about it, just no one famous, so it hasn't really gotten out. And I'm not famous, but I'm trying to spread the word, because what are we doing? Like, we're just wasting our time arguing about this shit. A lot of times, like, the argument is over once you do this test. So maybe it's round, maybe it's flat. Let's just do that test. Pretty sure it's gonna be flat. So all the other ideas, I don't know, I guess someone could try to go to Antarctica or something, but it'd be a lot easier to just map like 50 square miles near the ocean or a big lake or a long lake. Just map that shit out and it's done. It's irrefutable. It's done. Like, we don't need fucking NASA to high five us or anything. Like, that's it. Earth is flat, and you either accept it or you don't. You know what I mean? Like, that shit can't be faked unless, like I said, it's preloaded with curvature. What up, Uber? That was like 20 minutes ago. I don't know if you're still here. I had to wake up early, so I went to bed early. Now I'm taking over this fucking panel because everyone has to sleep because, they can't handle being up this late. They've been programmed and conditioned by society, their educational system. You got to go to bed at 10 o'clock or whatever, wake up at 5, 6. They're all sheep, man. Nine people watching now. So fuck all this talk about someone talking about their dating life, or I'll talk about drugs when people bring it up. I'll bring up drugs, but I don't bring it up. I probably do bring it up a lot, but fuck all that. Fuck all this unnecessary shit. Let's talk about some real shit. Oh yeah, subscribe to my channel, like every video, binge watch every video. What else? Send me money. No. Yeah, I got nothing either, man. Oh, okay, yeah. Tomanoid. So what do you think about the laser altimeter idea? Because basically altimeters on Earth work by barometric pressure. You probably heard this. I probably said it a few times. So really, like any instrument on an airplane, how the fuck are these instruments that work in our atmosphere, are they working in a vacuum or out way the fuck out on Mars and shit? It's because they're not working. Because an altimeter on Earth is basically testing the barometric pressure, and there is no atmosphere on the moon. So that whole story is bullshit. The fucking whole moon shit, that alone, it's done. They're not mapping the moon. So come on. Besides the fact that the moon landing is fake as hell looking. I think before they used the LiDAR to map the moon, they did it with pictures. But to do it accurately on Earth, like say if it's in a drone has to have some sort of, it can't be any drone, it has to be like a good one of those $high drones that has like an altimeter on there, so you know a known elevation, and you could set it to that known elevation, and you just fly at that known elevation the whole time over however many square feet of land, and that'll map out the topography of the land and fucking have it next to water. I mean, it's done. At that point, it's just done. Like, I was bringing this up the other day, and then Cleary dropped a video of a drone with a laser altimeter mapping in real time. And I'm like, how long you known about this? He's like, 2 years. And he tried to tell people and no one listened. I just found out about it in the last week. And I don't know. I hit up some big channels, like 3 big channels, see if they do anything. I don't know. Oh, you don't know the difference? Well, I just told you, but I'll tell you again. An altimeter in an airplane measures the altitude by measuring the barometric pressure. They know the barometric pressure for the most part of the Earth, what it's normal, and then also they could be getting weather reports and shit. So that's how they figure out the altitude on an airplane over the Earth. So on the moon, there's no atmosphere. There's no way to measure your height. How are they measuring height? On the moon, no atmosphere. You can't, like, altimeters don't work in a vacuum. Oh, how does it measure it? It sends, this is what it says. And there's a video on it. Let me pull that up. Let me go to my history. Hold on a second. So it's sending out this pulse. It's sending out a bunch of pulses, and then it measures the time back. Some shit like that. All right, I got this video. I'm gonna drop it in the chat. So watch that video. It shows it mapping a street in San Francisco in real time. Fuck. Hold up. So, maybe there's an argument against it. I don't know. I don't know how you could argue against it, the results, unless curvature is preloaded into the software. So maybe someone want to check out the software before an observation is done. What I don't get with the moon and Mars has a bigger mountain supposedly than Everest. So it would have to be flying that high up to be taking these readings, these calculations, right? But that video that I just dropped, he's probably not even a mile up. I don't know how high up he is. That's another thing when you look on NASA's website, Project Lola, and the Mars laser altimeter, which crashed or they lost signal in 2006. Fuck, I forgot what I was saying. My mind went blank. Fucking, I don't know. I don't know what I was saying. Okay, now I remember. So it's taking those readings on Earth, not that far high up, but on Mars it would have to be higher than the highest mountain, right? Cruising around. How is it adjusting for altitude? When, you know what I mean? Like, how are they navigating Mars? How do they navigate space for that matter? Like, if none of the instruments that work on Earth's atmosphere wouldn't work in a vacuum, as far as I know. I mean, how are they navigating in space to get to the moon? Like, think about this. So it goes to the moon, it just hits the right angle and flies to the moon, right? It's on this trajectory. I don't know if it has retro rockets or what, or how long that fuel will last for, right? But somehow when it gets to Mars, it just gets into the orbit and just starts going however many miles per hour. That's what I was getting at. When you go to NASA's website, you can't find what altitude these laser altimeters are at on a satellite or whatever they're on. You can't find the altitude. You can't find the speed for Mars or the moon, how they're doing this. Yeah, total guess. It's probably not a mile up, huh? So yeah, how if it was really mapping the moon and Mars, how accurate is it at what? It's just accurate unlimitedly, like from any distance. I mean, if that's the case, why don't we just map it from Earth? Why don't we just shoot those laser pulses from Earth as the moon is going around? So anyway, so how do they navigate in space? Do they use the North Star? Like, do they use they would have to use stars? Some type of star map would be navigating, but they didn't have nothing like that in the 60s and the 70s. They just look. They're like, there it is. There's the moon. Aim towards the moon. We'll get there. No trip. So yeah, it's just once you see this, I think once you understand this, what this could mean, like there's no more debate, man. Let's just end it. Let's just get some big channel, get the shit and do the shit, and it's done. 10 watching now. Where are you, lurkers? Show yourselves. You agent fucking troll shills. Show yourself. Come on, let's hear your fucking ball arguments. You're done, all of you. You're going to have to work on another project for the military. All right. If you place a big end magnet on the rocket to the moon, we'll suck it up. On the rocket. What's up, Dave? You been up all night, or are you just waking up? I'm just waking up because I have to go to my job. You know, the one I've been waiting on. So I'm up early. It's gonna be a long, boring day, like training, but I'm getting a lot of money, so it's all fucking good. That's right. Go back to sleep. Take the blue pill. Just forget about this. This is all a bad dream. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. You can't navigate space. Once you really think about it, like the only way would be the point to the moon. What if you wake up and then it's fucking like Wizard of Oz? You're like, fuck, I thought the earth was flat. I had the longest dream ever. It was like 4 years long. Brenda, hi moons. What if it is like being so fucking stupid you think the earth is flat? So right off the bat, Brenda has to use ad hominem attacks because she has nothing to say. You know, what are you going to argue about? Refraction? I'm talking about laser altimeters. You're supposed to be like a science-minded person. I don't know why you timed them out, Chris, but anyway, if you're listening, Brenda, laser altimeters, end of the flat earth discussion, end of the debate once and for all. It's either flat or it's round, and a laser altimeter mapping in square fucking miles near a large body of water will end this debate. It's over. You know what I mean? Do you know what a laser altimeter is? I've been talking about it for a minute now. I'll go through it real quick. It's how they're supposedly mapping the moon, supposedly mapping Mars. They do it on Earth at construction sites. A video I dropped shows it mapping a street in real time. So look at that and ask yourself, how were they mapping the moon when there's no atmosphere and Earth, the fucking instrumentation on an airplane around the Earth's atmosphere measures the altimeter, the altitude, the elevation is measured by barometric pressure. You can't do that on the moon. So right there, they're not mapping the moon. Okay. If the fake moon landing fucking obvious studio fucking bullshit wasn't enough for you, look at this shit. It's in your face. It's in your, I'm telling you something that's in your face, irrefutable right now. They're not mapping the moon. There's no logical way for them to map the moon. There is no explanation. Okay. So what is your fucking explanation? How are they mapping the moon? They're not. But we can map the Earth right now. $3,500. That's all that drone with the altimeter. That's all it costs. $3,500. So So fucking, you care about science, Brenda? Go buy one of those fucking things and map it out. The only argument would be the software is preloaded with curvature. Other than that, there's no fucking way. It's done. Flat Earth, this whole debate is done right now. Fucking just get a laser altimeter and do this shit. You have no fucking argument whatsoever. You have nothing. So ramp up the gatekeeping because it's done, kids. Ramp it up. Come here. Insult us. Come here. First comment. You're morons. If that's all you have, your fucking shit is done. You're weak. It's done. Just give up. Just give up. Go find another job. Find another project in the military where you work, or Homeland Security, whoever you work for. I don't know. You're not real people. Hey, Meryl, come on here. I'm all fucking jacked up on Mountain Dew. Yeah, we don't give wrenches the disinfo agents. Concave is disinfo. And I'm not saying you're a disinfo agent if you're a concaver. You might have been tricked. You might have been fooled. We're all susceptible to it. If you really think there's this concave, you would be down for the experiment that I'm talking about, this observation, whatever you want to call it. You know, so there's just really no point in arguing the shape of the Earth anymore. Just do the experiment and that's it. But we could argue about the heliocentric model because that's open for debate, I think. But it's all bullshit. Fucking knocked so many holes in it. Oh, okay. All right. Let's not argue then. Who cares? The experiment or observation that I'm talking about is getting a drone with a laser altimeter on there. Laser altimeters are what they supposedly used on the moon and Mars to map the surface of the moon and Mars. But to do this, you have to have a known elevation. If you're outside the moon, there's no atmosphere. You can't use a standard altimeter on an airplane because it doesn't work in a vacuum. You need barometric pressure to measure altitude. So the experiment is doing that shit on Earth and mapping some square miles, and this should end the debate one way or another. The only way that this experiment or observation, whatever you want to call it, is wrong is if the software is preloaded with curvature. That's it. So I don't know why anyone would have a problem with that. Let's see what Brenda says. You are too stupid to understand how the laser altimeter works. It doesn't need an atmosphere, moron. Oh, really? You don't understand how it works. Okay, maybe you should look up Project Lola. Maybe you should look it up. You need to know how it works. Is you need to know elevation. If you do not know an elevation, it doesn't work. Okay, how do you know elevation when there's no atmosphere on moon? How are they navigating the moon? How are they measuring elevation if there's no barometric pressure? There's no atmosphere. That's how altimeters work on Earth. You are fucking stupid because you just open your mouth. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Now go find it. Go find me how they find it. Go and show me how they find that shit. Give me a link to how they find the fucking elevation when they're flying over the moon, supposedly. Show me that. You're too stupid. You fucking talk, you open your mouth, you fucking put a little chat, and you don't know what you're talking about. You dumbass. Yeah, it fires a laser pulse and measures the time it takes to return. Now, go to Wikipedia, look up LiDAR, or you could look up laser altimeters and see how they work. They need a known elevation. Okay? So you're sending these pulses. If you don't know the elevation, then how does it work? So you're fucking stupid. Okay? You don't know what you're talking about. You probably Googled it just right now. You know, I wouldn't talk to you like you're an asshole, but you come in here like an asshole. You come in here and say you're morons, you're fucking stupid. Half your fucking comments have had ad hominem attacks. Is that how science is done? Oh, you're fucking stupid. That's how science is done, right? It's not hard to understand how this shit works. Yeah, it fires a laser pulse and measures the time it takes to return. Okay, that's what it's telling you. So it just bounces back. It could just reflect off anything. I don't know. Is there a proximity sensor in there? How exactly is it working? That's a very vague explanation, but you left out that you need to know a known elevation. So how are they fucking getting a known elevation in the vacuum of space? How is that done? So no. Laser altimeters, they need to have a known elevation. And it's in Wikipedia. It might not be on that fucking page, but I definitely seen it. Let me look in my Google searches and I will fucking pull it up right now and I will give you the link and then you could get a clue. Let's see. This might take a while. Let's see. Okay, Brenda, I am on Mars Orbiter Laser Altimeter Wikipedia page. Okay, you go down to the second heading is planetary laser altimetry. Okay, Second paragraph. This is word for word. The distance to the object can be determined by multiplying the round trip pulse time by the speed of light and dividing it by 2. With a known altitude and position on the instrument or the spacecraft, the location on the surface, which is illuminated by the laser pulse, can be determined. With a known altitude and position. Now tell me, how do they know the altitude and position? Okay? So you're a fucking liar. You went to that page, you said that it doesn't say nothing like that, and I went there and it's in the fucking third paragraph. Anyone could go look at this right now. Third paragraph. You're done. You have nothing. I'll be back. I have to get something. All right, I'm back. Last thing, which is Brenda say last. There are lots of ways to know your altitude. You don't need an atmosphere. Oh, there's lots of ways, such as, let's hear it, in a vacuum of space. I'd really like to hear it. Like, first time they went to moon, how did they know the elevation? How was it recorded? How was it determined? How was it navigated? Yeah. If you're really looking for the truth, you would not be against laser altimeters. Seems like you are against laser altimeters. If they mapped some square miles next to the ocean over a large body of water, and they show this flat fucking water from landmass to landmass, there's really no, if it's either going to show curvature or it's not going to show curvature. You know, and the only argument, if it showed curvature, is like, well, was it preloaded in the software? And I'm sure someone could fucking go over the code or whatever and determine whether or not it was preloaded. I don't see why it would be. If they're using it in construction to map out fucking construction sites, why would it have curvature preloaded into it? That doesn't make any sense. So it's pretty fucking simple, and it's just in the argument right now. And I wouldn't attack you like ad hominem attacks, but you did it to me, and it's immature. It's dumb. It gets us nowhere. Like, what's the point of it? Just, you know what I mean? Like, it makes you look like a J-Trig fucking agent, like disinfo agent, agent provocateur, instigation person. Like, you're fucking muddying the waters. I mean, what is your true purpose here if you don't want the truth? If you don't want to know once and for all what the shape of the earth is, I have to question what are your motives? Why are you here? Like, you know? And would you have an objection to a laser altimeter mapping the earth, trying to find a true shape when you're already accepting it on the moon and Mars as fact? Because NASA told you. So it should work on Earth. So let's just do it. Sean Becker, yeah, I agree. Brenda just Googled laser altimeters, knew nothing about it whatsoever, said I didn't know anything about it, said it's calculated just using a pulse that they send out an object and it bounces back. Left out the part that you need to know elevation and position. Okay. So how the fuck were they doing that when we first went to the moon? All their calculations would be based on assumptions, right? It's good. So everyone should screenshot fucking Wikipedia right now. The page is Mars Orbiter Laser Altimeter. 3 paragraphs down. The distance to the object can be determined by multiplying the round trip pulse time by the speed of light and dividing by 2 with a known altitude and position. With a known altitude and position of the instrument or spacecraft. Very vague. Doesn't tell you anything. Besides that, we got water, we got fluid statics, hydrostatics, which is the study of fluid at rest. And what it says, and you could look on Wikipedia, what it says is water at rest is always flat. It's always level. That's what it says. That's a fact of water at rest. So there is no convex water. I mean, that alone destroys the whole globe. But this experiment or observation would fucking put the nail in the coffin. With the known altitude from the laser. Exactly. How does the laser know the altitude? So, are you arguing against what I'm arguing? Because anyone can see this for themselves. You need to have a known elevation, altitude, whatever. There is a full stop. Yeah, I don't know what you're saying. So according to an article from 2017, Let's see. The atmosphere of Mars is about 100 times thinner than Earth's, and it is 95% carbon dioxide. Here's a breakdown of its compositions, blah, blah, blah. So if the laser altimeter that was going around Mars that crashed or they lost contact with in 2006 was going around Mars, how did it check elevation when their barometric pressure? I mean, how would they have barometric pressure? Is there moisture in the air? I don't know. But it wouldn't be the same as Earth's, so it would have to be calibrated differently. So it's a lot of assumptions before it gets to Mars and starts mapping out Mars, right? Did Brenda change sides? I don't think so. Always been a baller as far as I know. My point here, I think there's no point in having a position really, like, is it flat or round or concave? Just do this experiment and it ends the debate right now. There's no point in just going on with the argument. Flatfish. I'm sorry, but you're wrong. It clearly says it needs to know a known elevation and position. Okay, it cannot know a known position or elevation unless it's using an altimeter. But altimeters don't work on the moon because there's no atmosphere. So explain to me how an altimeter works on the moon. Explain to me how you find elevation. You just said, oh, the laser knows it. The laser has it. That doesn't make any sense. Makes sense. Oh, I'm missing it, full stop? It maps the ground. It maps the land. They use them on Earth. They supposedly use them on the moon. They supposedly use them on Mars. So if we use one on Earth, what's the problem? Tell me what the problem with using one on Earth. Please tell me. But I was just bringing up that it can't even work on the moon. And you haven't told me how it would work. You just said, well, the laser knows. Well, how would the laser know? Explain that. Also, when you look at Project Lola, which is using the lasers to map the moon, it doesn't say what elevation they're at. It doesn't say what speed they're flying around. So how the fuck does that even happen? It's got to be at a certain distance to map all the mountains and craters. And so this satellite thing is flying around the moon. How exactly is it staying in orbit? That's another big question, because I don't understand how the ISS is staying in orbit when it's outside our atmosphere, but somehow it's just going 17,000 miles per hour, stuck to Earth, right? The ISS, but it's 200 miles up outside of our atmosphere. So it wouldn't be moving with the Earth, right? Because it's outside the atmosphere. But the whole Earth is going around the sun 66,000 miles per hour. So when the ISS is on the outside, farthest away from the sun, on the outside of the Earth, and that 66,000 miles per hour is hitting it, the 17,000 miles per hour, why doesn't that just knock it out of orbit? Why? Explain. Also explain how can we can. Here's another argument for the ISS, and then the ballers will always say, okay, so like the thermosphere is hot enough to melt aluminum, but they will say, well, you don't feel heat because the molecules are so far apart, right? So how did they measure that temperature? How did they measure it? How were measuring instruments able to measure the temperature of the thermosphere, but our bodies don't feel it? I see what you're saying, Flatfish, but I don't feel like you're making sense. It says the first sentence tells you how the laser measures the distance. Yeah, sending pulses, right? The second sentence goes on to say, with the measurement, they can map the surface. No. You're reading it wrong. You're reading it wrong. Let me read it word for word. The distance to the object can be determined by multiplying the round-trip pulse time by the speed of light and dividing it by 2 with a known altitude. With a known altitude and position. This is in the next sentence. With a known altitude and position of the instrument or spacecraft, the location on the surface, which is illuminated by the laser pulse, can be determined. With a known altitude and position. And that is what I'm asking. How do they know the altitude and position? It doesn't say it's known. Let me read it again. The distance to the object can be determined by multiplying the round-trip pulse by the speed of light and dividing it by 2. Next sentence. With a known altitude and position of the instrument or spacecraft, the location on the surface, which is illuminated by the laser pulse, can be determined. With a known altitude and position of the instrument or spacecraft. That's what it says. Now, how do they know it? It's very simple, man. But this is what I'm talking about right now is just an argument against the actual moon mapping. Okay, whether or not it's true or not, or that they do have a way to figure out this altitude, doesn't matter. We're talking about Earth. Let's just map Earth and see what the results are in the fucking debate. So Flatfish, is there any objections to doing this observation on Earth with a laser altimeter, trying to map the land, showing curvature or not?